pretty decent, only pretty.
Very decent.
It's a very pretty robot, nice bright and green.
You're not going to miss it, are you?
Yeah, well, the benefit is you get to see the shrapnel as it flies around the arena. No, good morning and welcome everyone to St Micheals Church. This is Bristol Panel Bots. Let's jump into this. Let's say hello, let's say good morning. And yes, robots are in the arena. We're getting started.
They absolutely are, yes.
We're finally getting there. So a bit of waiting, a wonderful safety briefing by Joe and Craig.
Yep.
They're
Textbook.
Textbook, yeah, a little bit of tomfoolery as well.
No, never. From Joe and Craig? Never.
Never. No, the most professional. Actually, they had a very professional briefing last night. They didn't go to the pub, so I'm shocked. I'm disappointed in them. If you're on the live stream, hello and thank you. We are watching you now on your comments.
Yep.
So say hello in the comments. Just giving a quick shout out to Team Whack Job and some of the other names.
Hello, Owen. Hope you're well. We miss you.
And for the first time, we have a cheat sheet as well, so we actually know which robots are going in.
We've waited long enough.
So once again, thank you, Joe and Craig, for sorting all of that. Speaking of which, I'm going to put you on the hot seat, Sam. Who is in the arena?
So currently, we have 3 robots. We have Boom Zoom, as mentioned earlier, the green and yellow machine with the lifter on the near side of the arena to us. On the far side, we have Keith the Teeth. Great name, great looking machine. I mean, the red and green is a nightmare if you're colourblind, but it's amazing to look at in the arena. And finally, Toxin, built by one of many Jack Tweedies here today. Oh, there's only 2. Okay, sorry. We're locked and loaded.
So I think Boom Zoom is going to stay in the pit corner, and there's that Toxin. Oh no, they're readjusting as I say that. Thank you, guys.
No worries.
So Boom Zoom now in the blue zone. Toxin up against the pit button, and that's Keith the Teeth?
Keith the Teeth.
The Teeth.
Yeah.
I need to ask what the inspiration is behind it. I mean,
We'll get that later.
I hope the robot doesn't actually have any teeth in it. There might be some, body issues there.
Absolutely.
Unsanitary.
I think we're about to get cracking.
All right, so Dave is shouting, but we have the mic. So we are getting ready. The competitors are ready. The ref is in position. For the first time today, everyone, let's count us in.
3,
2,
1.
Begin. And Boom Zoom immediately into the air from Toxin and self-righting, but Keith the Teeth capitalizing.
Toxin with that vertical spinner spinning up to speed, not really grabbing hold of anything so far. Boom Zoom tussling with Toxin and Keith the Teeth.
And it looks like Boom Zoom's actually got a lower ground than Toxin, so they're winning this fight and almost flipping them over.
They are indeed. They've got the forks on the front and Toxin running without the forks in this fight, but I believe the weapon has stopped. The weapon belt has gone. Cut from Boom Zoom. Keith the Teeth corralling the pair of them. Boom Zoom lifting Toxin up. Toxin can't self-right without the weapon.
And is this a bit of team working from Boom Zoom and Keith the Teeth?
Toxin over and cannot self-right. The weapon is dead. And the pit is enabled. Keith the Teeth hitting the pit.
Going down.
And Boom Zoom now getting underneath Keith the Teeth. Are they going to carry him into the pit?
Done.
They are out. Boom Zoom is the winner. They progress.
Brilliant driving there from Rob. Controlled the fight from start to finish, despite that early scare from Toxin.
So competitors, controllers back onto the arena. Make sure after the fight you put the controllers back down because the adrenaline's pumping. We need to be safe.
Absolutely. You see here, Keith the Teeth opens the pit themselves. Boom Zoom corralling them into the corner underneath and pushing them slowly back.
It was so unfortunate. I mean, Keith trying to get off of Boom Zoom any way they could, but once they were under, that was it. They were in control.
Boom Zoom in complete control. And what a shock. Toxin straight away got one hit off, and I think the weapon belt got cut from an attack from Boom Zoom, and that was that.
Well, they might be out. Well, sorry, they might have lost, but they're not out yet.
They're not. They have the redemption. I'm going to go and talk to Rob.
Of course, we have our interview booth. So competitors, please go over to the interview booth. This is going to be a bit of a learning curve for us.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Stephen is going to be adjusting and making sure that the cameras are all set. And now over to the interview booth.
Oh, well, Rob, how'd that go for you?
Rather well. I am shocked. I thought I was coming out of that in a bin bag. Toxin has a bit of reputation for being really nasty, so I'm just really pleased it came out in one piece.
The driving was excellent. I mean, that first initial scare, going up Toxin's weapon, self-righted beautifully, and then was it an intentional snipe of the weapon belt, or was it just a bit of good fortune?
That kind of precision is never intentional. There's no way I could have done that on purpose. I thought it was actually my lifter elastic at first, but very happy that I managed to do that, or this might have gone totally the other way.
Well done, you through to the next round. Keith the Teeth. Oh. Well, how was that? I mean, you went out first. Were you happy with the result?
Well, first time we tried it, we had some steering issues, wouldn't go in a straight line, and our weapon wouldn't quite fire, so we were at a bit of a disadvantage trying to figure out the controls.
You managed to avoid any particular major damage from toxin. Was that a big concern going in?
Definitely a concern, yeah. We managed to ram the other opponent into toxin, which was helpful.
Sacrifice them first and then, pick up what's left.
Yeah, that was sort of the plan going in. It kind of came off despite the issues controlling it, so...
At least you have no damage going into the redemptions as well. That's also a good thing.
Yeah, we're definitely in a good state, I think. So see how it goes.
Awesome. Well done, and good luck for the redemptions.
Can we get to the ready table, please? Nemesis, Sir Lancer Frog, Bish Bash Bosh, Step Up 3D, Titan, and Bento, please.
Okay, so we're getting ready for the fight. The button's pressed. The countdown will begin.
Yep, so in the blue square we have Ultra Violence. In the red square, the most boring bots, and Deja 2 multi-grab lifting near the pit. Away we go. And a big smack immediately from Ultra Violence.
And Boring Bot seeing the back there and diving straight in. They want to stay away from that drum spinner.
Ultra Violence using, Boring Bot, using an all-new weapon. And speaking of Ultra Violence, they shredded one of the lifting arms of Deja 2, multi-grab lifting.
For a second there, I thought Boring Bot was going to get in underneath Ultra Violet. Into the air we go. And now the sparks are flying. Now they're getting the right side of the weapon. But Boring Bot not out.
No, Boring Bot also using a new weapon for this competition. Normally they're a grabber. This time they're going with a lifting arm to see if they can clamp and lift opponents over.
And look at the pace and the speed Boring Bot has. It is such a quick and nimble robot, but up into the air. You don't have any control in the air.
Hitting the ceiling, and the pit is enabled. I wonder if either of these two will gamble for the pit. The big smack again there from Ultraviolet, and another big smack hitting the ceiling for the second time.
But Boring Bot's still not out. It's up again for a third time. You have to say the pit button is Boring Bot's best chance here, but they were looking a little immobilized there. Maybe only one side driving.
Out of the arena. Big smack from Ultraviolence, and out goes Boring Bot, and of course the pre-eliminated Deja 2.
So we're looking at the chat. There was a lot of support there for Boom Zoom. I'm not too sure who the chat were rooting for. Some Abracadabra fans out there, so thank you for joining the chat in Ultraviolet. I don't know, was that a commanding win, or was the weapon just overpowering Boring Bot?
It's hard to say really. I'm surprised Shaky didn't go for the pit. I'll ask him in a second, but I think, credit where credit's due. Ultraviolence did the damage to Deja 2 and ultimately eliminated Boring Bot very, very cleverly.
And at the start of the fight, we saw Boring Bot go and hit the back of Ultraviolet. That was really their game strategy. That's what they needed to keep doing.
Avoid the weapon, or the alternative strategy is to drive at the weapon, try and break it. Ultimately, they couldn't fulfill that in the end, and that was the end of Boring Bot and out of the arena.
So already we've had some stylish ends. We've had a couple of count-outs or immobilizations. We've had immobilizations. We've had a pit finish, and we've also had an Uta zone. Joe, who is next?
So if we could get to the ready table, please. I'm going to say them again. Nemesis, Sir Lancer Frog, Bish Bash Bosh. That's me. Whoops. Step Up 3D, Titan, Bento, Rudimental, Axolotl, Baby Shrek, please. That's Nemesis, Sir Lancer Frog, Bish Bash Bosh, Step Up 3D, Titan, Bento, Rudimental, Axolotl, Baby Shrek. Thanks!
So, I'm over in the interview area with Alex Shaky Shakespeare. What happened there?
Got thrown around a bit. Robot actually looked pretty okay in the end. I think it's fine. Just, didn't have the control I needed in that fight.
Why didn't you go for the pits?
Because I was getting thrown around the arena more than I was getting control, opening the pit was more of a risk. Until I could swing the fight a bit more my way, the pit was a bad move.
It's fair enough. I mean, it was a spirited effort, but ultimately, the weapon of Ultraviolence is very dangerous and sent you tumbling over the edge. Much repair work to do for the redemptions, do you think?
Not much actually. Like I said, the robot actually looks pretty fine from that. All the damage seems to be on the armor where it should be. everything important looks okay. Maybe you're a bolt or two are bent, but nothing too bad.
Awesome. See you in the redemptions. Come on over. Well, Thomas, what happened there? Because it started so well, and then as soon as the arm went off, things started to go downhill pretty quickly.
Yeah, just lost the arm, couldn't get under him, got flipped down, couldn't self right.
I have to say, one of the most exciting robots in the arena because of the amazing, Omni-Drive style, the drifting, as we didn't really get to see much of it, unfortunately, but it's so beautiful, and I love this robot so much.
Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely unique, I think.
Apart from the weaponry, obviously, what repairs do you have got to do for the redemption fights?
I think it's just the weapon. The drive seems fine. Gearbox might have locked up, so I might need to replace that.
Is that what killed it in the end, do you think?
Yeah, I think gearbox locked up, so couldn't self-right anymore.
We'll see you in the redemptions. And finally, Ultra Violence. Ari, how was that?
Oh, that was pretty good. I mean, I didn't know if I'd win it, but glad I did.
Weapon seems much more potent than the last time I saw it at Rapture.
Yeah, there's been a lot of improvements, nothing drastic, but just little things to make it more consistent. I'm very lucky, actually, because on that last hit, looks like the motor shaft has pulled out through the motor. It's jammed the entire weapon system up. The belt has shredded slightly. I think if I hadn't popped him out on that last hit, I would have been weaponless for the rest of the fight. And I'm not winning a pushing match with him, so...
It's a stunning effort, and well done. You're in through to the next round.
So, fight number 3 of the day.
By the pit square, we have
3,
Red Riot.
2,
In the blue square, we have
1.
Mr. Pointier.
Begin.
And in the red square, Abracadabra.
And immediately starting to grab as they pincered a poor little robot in between them. And why are their team working already?
Red Riot turned over. He's had so many issues with the robot building up this week. And I think Mr. Pointier...
It looks like Abracadabra, if they just back off here, they might have the match to themselves, but they want to go in for some damage. That's just a carcass.
I mean, I think it's over already. Abracadabra.
And we can see the arm is waving, it's surrendering. It's tapping out.
I think it's all over, and the win here is going to go to the lifter bot, Abracadabra. Well done to Becca, she's won that fight very well indeed.
Well, blink and you miss it. That was over in incredible fashion.
I think the two control bots definitely saw the threat of Red Riot. The spinner, inspired by Tantrum from BattleBots, didn't really get a chance to get going and turned over straight away by Mr. Pointy, I think it was, and then Abracadabra came in and thought, no, I'm having this win.
And they did. So, that fight is now over. We'll get to the robots out of the arena and interview the competitors. I'm not sure what they're going to say about that fight, though. It was over so quick. So as I said, still getting the robots out. Looking at the chat, no, they didn't have time to put the names up. That was over so quick. The live stream is really struggling to keep up here, especially when it takes 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds. I don't even think the pit was enabled, Sam.
It wasn't. I mean, the fight was over before it began, and the spinner goes out, they fight like that. It kind of ultimately limits what you can really do in it.
So Stephen is running the live stream. He's doing a fantastic job of getting all the cameras right. With the commentator booth as well, he's got an extra job on his hands. And now we're getting the competitors over to Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm joined by the driver of of Mr. Pointier. Bring it down. Let's have a look at it. Bring it in. So, what happened there? It looked so good initially, taking on Red Riot, and then you stopped. What happened?
No, I don't know. It stopped. I don't know what. That wheel came off.
Ah, so the wheel stopped, like literally come off from the mountain on the one side and kind of locked the robot stuck, basically.
Probably. Yeah.
I mean, you took out the dangerous weapon in Red Riot. So that's something. It's a good effort.
Yeah. Thank you.
See you in the redemptions. Becca, come on over. Abracadabra. You performed a magic trick there.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that at all. I thought she was going to get trashed.
It's very simple on as a premise, but like it was very effective. You turned over Mr. Pointer very quickly, and you know Red Right was already incapacitated from a combination of yourselves and Mr. Pointer. So well done.
Yeah, thank you. I managed to flip Red Right over, and then blink and you missed it, I think.
And no damage either for the next round as well.
No, I don't think so. So yeah, all good.
Brilliant. See you in the next round. I'm just waiting to see what's going on here with Felix. Felix!
Ask and he shall come.
Absolutely. Felix, what happened to Red Riot?
It didn't do very well, did it?
Why? Because, okay, let's be, for the viewers at home, you've built a different robot for every event you've done this year. Why, what happened there?
It didn't work.
Do you know what went wrong?
I shouldn't have built a new robot. I should just run around the works.
Well, you've got time to repair it. Hopefully it'll perform better in the Redemptions. See you then.
Thank you.
So I'm very excited for this next fight. We've got our first cluster bot entering the arena, Bish Bash Bosh. This is going to be a bit carnage with 5 robots in the arena.
We do, and we have fan favourite and one of my favourites, Sir Lancerfrog, in there as well. Can we get Abu Dhabi Do head for the exit and digestive to the ready table as well, please? The other robot in the arena for this fight is Nemesis, our competitor from Spain. Hola to any Spanish viewers out there.
Is that the only Spanish you know? Hola.
Si.
Hola. Senorita?
Si.
Hola. I'm so sorry to all the Spanish speakers. I'm so sorry. We are stupid Brits. We do not know anything.
Yeah, unfortunately.
He's in a Waluigi costume, and I have a wolf outfit, which is too hot to wear.
It's so I'm struggling at the moment already. So.
Right. So Bish Bash Bosh making their way to the Uta zone. Sir Lancerfrog, I think, over to the blue. Yes, and Nemesis will be claiming the red as their home before we start this fight.
If you look at Sir Lancerfrog as well, beautiful artwork as always from Nick, but it's a half and half design, especially for this event because it's Halloween. You know, the standard, you know, gold and black livery on the far side as we're looking at it, and on the near side we have that amazing kind of tribal dragon style, you know.
I almost didn't recognise it because the sheets that we have in front of us is the old classic colour scheme, but it's nice to see people getting in the Halloween spooky spirit.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So in the chat, in the live stream, tell us who you think is going to win this battle, or how many cluster bots are going to be competing by the end of this fight. I have no idea how to judge this one. We're probably going to see some robots hit the ceiling. What do you say?
I mean, one thing to note about Bish Bash Bosh, obviously they are all a third of the weight of the standard Beetle weight, so they're going to be around 500 grams-ish each. However, they will be blindingly quick. If, you know, Gareth has built robots before, like, you know, Gear Down for Watt and Tosser. They are exceptionally fast because of the brushless drive that they have in there. The fact that it's a third of the weight as well.
Yeah,
Wheeling
I've got a challenge for you in the commentary.
Robot
Find
here.
out which is which,
Stand
who's
by.
Bash, who's Bish, and who's
I've got no
Bosh.
chance. I'm just going to give up.
We're about to start fighting in 2, 1. Begin, and Bish Bash Bosh all going after Nemesis there, but Sir Lancerfrog got the flipper up, not doing much damage, and I'm already seeing shrapnel coming off of the cluster bots.
And already one of the forks has been smashed off the blue Bish Bash Bosh machine, wheeling around his green as well, taking on Sir Lancerfrog.
And I thought for a second their Nemesis weapon was disactivated, but no, it is going, and you can see there it starts to impact their maneuverability.
Big smack there on the blue.
Making work on the cluster bot, the poor little cluster bot, but Sir Lancerfrog coming to his defence.
Yeah, the green I think is stuck, and the red is dead on one side as well. Nemesis is now stuck on top of blue, and I think stuck as well well. Lancer Frog zipping around the arena, chasing after red.
And the pit button is enabled, so how many robots can we fit in the pit? That's going to be the question here. Sir Lancer Frog definitely controlling this fight. I think it is just between Sir Lancer Frog and the cluster bot.
Yeah, the one red mini bot left, and Lancer Frog guiding red towards the pit slowly and down, and I think that will be that. Sir Lancer Frog with the win of that, five-way melee, I suppose.
So I'm very disappointed in some regards. No robots made it into the ceiling. Nemesis didn't get that weapon as powerful as they hoped.
Absolutely not, and unfortunately for them as well, the Bish Bash Bosh cluster, what happened there? They just kind of ground to a halt quite early on.
Well, I want to say what happened there. Look at the carnage that's in the arena. Look at the shrapnel. All of the, disposed of pieces of plastic. They've just been left around the arena. That's a bit of a job for the brush, if you ask me.
Absolutely. I think the broom's going to have to come out in a second. And speaking of, I'm going to go down to the interview booth.
Yeah, so take your little walk down to the commentary booth as we get the robots out. And this is our Halloween spooky event. Some robots have dressed up for the occasion. Nice to see some people there. And I gotta say, there's an incredible multicolored face mask on one of the competitors there. I think that's Nemesis's robot. Oh no, sorry, Sir Lancer Frog's robot. So competitors, make your way over to the commentary booth, say hello to Sam, and tell us what happened in that fight whilst Dave gets all of the carnage out.
I'll talk to you, Craig. I'll always talk to you, Craig. Well, Craig, from 1/3 of Bish Bash Bosh, which one's yours?
Green.
Not Bish or Bash or Bosh?
No, that would make sense as a naming scheme.
Of course. What happened? Because you seemed to stop the first of the three. Something didn't seem quite right afterwards.
Yeah, one of the motors, Gareth, is very sad. So that'll be fun later. It'll be fine.
Okay. Any other major repairs other than that, do you think? I mean, it did seem that the forks were coming away quite quickly. Is that a concern going forward?
Funnily enough, it's very difficult to get a third of your weight in brushless as a three-way cluster bot without making sacrifices structurally.
It's still beautiful, and I love all three of them. Well done. Great show. Come on over. Hi, how are you? How did that go for you? Is that your first fight over here?
Yeah, actually, yeah. It was fine. Actually, I liked how the road worked, but the thing that I changed is just broke. So.
I was going to say, because you arrived this morning with a switch, which isn't allowed in the UK. In the US, it is. So the very first thing you had to do this morning was install a link into your robot, the safety link, and that was what failed.
Exactly, the safety switch I changed just broke.
It's not a big repair job, at least, though, going into the redemptions. Are you confident you get it back done quite quickly?
Yeah, I'll try my best.
Awesome, well done. And Nick, finally, I think definitely one of my favourite Beetleweights in the UK, Sir Lancer Frog, looking resplendent. And you didn't go down the pit.
Didn't go down the pit, which is a lovely change from normal. But yeah, it was surprisingly a lot less chaotic than I thought it was going to be in that fight.
You controlled the match. It was really, just quite pleasant just watching you drive around and just dominate the fight, really. It didn't seem like you were particularly fazed by the spinner. Obviously, I think it kind of got damaged early on, but other than that, it was fairly smooth sailing.
Yeah, I mean, I was wary of the spinner because he never takes spinner for granted. And obviously, they were a bit flying around the arena already, so I thought, oh, he's doing something. But yeah, I think just that little bit of damage that he took, the little link or the connector that broke, took him out, which is unfortunate, but yeah, I'm chuffed with how that went.
I think everyone will be, so well done, mate, and you're through to the next round.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to it.
Stay froggy.
So into the arena, I hope I'm pronouncing this right. We have Bento in the blue corner, Step Up in the red, and oh dear, that's Titan in the pit Uta zone.
Yeah, fingertech egg Peter spinner, always dangerous to watch. And
stand
of course,
by.
Bento, a new robot from Rob Webb, formerly had Di-Fi and Pain Per View.
Begin.
Step Up 3D with the paper armor lifting Titan up
And
from
for
the
a
start.
second there, Step Up was beautifully placed, avoiding the egg beater. And oh no, Bento's up on his side, so he can't do anything.
Absolute carnage at the front there of Step Up 3D. One of the forks ripped away.
So you can see Titan now struggling. That egg beater is up to speed. They're struggling to maneuver. But Step Up, the shield, the ramp is almost coming off, and the wheel is off.
Step Up there, deflecting Titan, and Titan's got to be careful they don't gyro on top of now Viper's carcass. Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear. So is Bento out at this stage? Are they able to maneuver, or are they out?
I believe so. They've been eliminated. They've been down for too long. Step Up
going down.
And now this might be working for Step Up, because that flat edge is harder for the egg beater to grind against.
Yeah, they can't get that good bite connection. They can grind it down, but they can't get a good solid connection and bite it like that.
But losing the wheel has really costed them. They don't have the traction to push Titan into the pit zone. So Titan is grinding away. The damage is being done. Is Step Up going to put itself in the pit? Save itself the damage?
I reckon they're sitting there.
Out it
goes.
goes.
Well saved, Eli. Well done.
So teetering on the edge,
And
Titan.
now, backing Titan back. Surely not. What a recovery that would be.
Would be a great story as Titan goes after a discarded wheel. Look at the carnage. There's nothing left to Step Up.
The paper armor. I mean, it's there's nothing left of it really, is there? I hope he's got another sheet.
I hope so too. But so Step Up now on the right side of Titan, but Titan keeps pirouetting around. They can't quite get the purchase.
He is pushing Titan back though. This is a spirited performance, if nothing else, from Step Up, and Titan has stopped.
What has happened here? What has happened here?
Counted out. Step Up 3D from the jaws of defeat.
9,
has defeated
8,
Titan.
7.
Maybe they just caught the kill switch, and there we go. Step Up is the winner.
Now, we are very unbiased, but I'm so happy that Step Up has won that fight.
And you can look around in the arena, everyone's standing up, everyone cheering and applauding.
Look at the state of the arena.
That shows it isn't over until the final countdown, and Step Up getting a victory from defeat.
Step Up had 2 wheels in the pits and managed to claw its way out and won.
Somehow, you have to find out how. I'm guessing kill switch, that sounds to me to be the only way.
We'll have to go and chat with people, speaking of. I'm going to go do that right now.
Yeah, so you head on over. And Joe's coming over. It's like kind of cheesy, but I do love it. I do love it. So if anyone watching the live stream, anyone in the arena would like to have a go, Bristol Bot Builders, go onto the website. There's loads of information there for how you can get involved. And you may notice, yes, we are stalling a little bit for time because the brush is going to need a lot of sweeping.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all.
And David actually handing it over to Step Up. You made the mess, you sort it.
It's like if you go into a shop and you knock something over off the shelf. If you break it, you pay for it, right? Well, let's ask him. Eli, what was going through your mind when you saw bits and pieces of Step Up 3D just getting flung across the arena?
This is perfectly normal. Step Up does this. At Rapture, this was 2 fights, and I held on to the judges. Step Up has, I don't want to be cocky about this, but Step Up's never been immobilized.
Never been immobilized. That sounds like a challenge for someone else, though, going through the next round. I mean, you've got a bit of a repair job.
Somewhat. I didn't bring a spare top. So.
No, I see you haven't got another sheet of A4.
They provided me with one on the pit table.
Amazing. Oh, so you're going to have the pit table identifier as your armor. Well, amazing recovery. Well done. Get cracking.
I sure will.
Well done, Eli. A round of applause for Step Up 3D. Thoroughly deserved. Rob, come on over. Come and have a chat with me. We didn't really get to see much of Bento. What happened?
No, so it's never been very good at self-righting anyway, which is why I deployed the strategic wooden spike. Unfortunately, wood is not a very good material to land on, which is why it's kind of snapped at that point there, and once I was upside down, that was it really.
It started off okay, and then, I say, as soon as you landed upside down from that first initial big hit from Titan, like you couldn't self-right, was there any other major damage, or was it just the stream deck that kind of got bent out of shape?
Well, no damage really. I mean, we got some, on the wedges at the front here, you got some nice fingertech egg beater gouges. But otherwise, yeah, I think it's mostly fine. It was intermittently cutting out when it was upside down, so that's something I'll need to investigate, but we'll have to see for the next fight anyway.
We have got the redemptions to work on. We'll see you later on.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Well done, Rob. Titan, you must be absolutely gutted.
I felt I had that one there, and I was doing lots of damage. It was a great fight, but something's just obviously given out at the last minute.
Any ideas or inclination what it might be? Because I say you had that pretty much sewn up. I mean, the fact that Step Up had 2 wheels in the pit out of their 3, and somehow they managed to keep going was remarkable.
Yeah, I have no idea at this point. I'm going to have to obviously disassemble it and have a look. Could be something's gone, dodgy battery maybe, something's come loose maybe, but yeah, we don't know until we tear it down, but we'll be ready for the next one.
It was hard luck, but you know the potential is clearly there. Good luck for the redemption fights.
Thanks very much.
Awesome.
So doing our housekeeping. Coming up next, we have Rudimental, Axolotl, and Baby Shrek. But if you are not already ready, Zoltergeist, Dollos, and Chunky?
Chucky.
Yeah. I'm going to call him Chunky from now on. Oh dear. Please get ready. Abby Dabby Doo, Head for the Exit, and Digestive, get ready. Luchador, Imposter Syndrome, and End Boss. Your fight is going to be coming up soon. And then Zephyrus, Carbonated Beverage, and back you go. You're also up in the firing line, so get ready. But entering the arena now, well, we have Baby Shrek, the last one to enter.
Now, Baby Shrek eliminated me here in February. I'm expecting big things from Sam.
No sore feelings,
no pressure,
I hope.
Sam. No pressure, but I'm putting my money on you to win this one.
And just looking at the chats as well, I just want to say congratulations to Step Up 3, what remains of it. That's a brilliant comment, yes. Absolutely agree with that. So, where are where the robots are lining. So we've got Rudimental, I think, making their way to the blue corner, Baby Shrek to the outer zone.
And Axolotl, which was meant to be a different robot. It was meant to be a hammer saw. The hammer saw didn't work, so Joe decided literally 2 days ago, make it a vert. And I am a little bit concerned. The robot isn't designed around the weapon.
So we have 2 vertical spinners in this fight. Watch out for carnage. 2 vertical destructive spinners.
2, 1.
Good luck, Rudimental.
Begin.
Away we go. Baby Shrek up to speed immediately. Rudimental holding back.
And everyone, it's a standoff. No one wants to make the first hit. Who's going to go in first? Baby Shrek up against Axolotl. The fight has now properly begun.
Axolotl over and does the thing and is stuck. Rudimental sent flying into the air and is stuck on the wall.
Oh no, and Rudimental! Rudimental up on the wall. That's them stuck. Is this the end? They're tapping out.
Well, I'm glad my money wasn't misplaced. Baby Shrek turning up the wick and dominating the fight there, but...
So not the destruction I was expecting,
No,
the fight
definitely
over before that, but Rudimental, so unfortunate to be caught up on the wall.
It's so unlucky, like there's a tiny little air gap between the wall and the outer plastic of the arena, and I think the side rail of the robot, like kind of the outer armor, has just kind of got caught on that lip and he just couldn't get down, he was stuck. Axolotl, the weapon, dying where it did, meant it couldn't self-right, and that was the end of their journey.
But it's a really difficult weapon to keep going. It is such a, you know, a delicate weapon, and if you are on your sides or on the top of the robot, getting that going, you're really relying on it continually spinning to self-right you.
The thing is with the vertical spinners, it's relying on that top speed and you know the impact you can make from that top speed. So the torque necessarily isn't as much as maybe it would be, like if you're having a vertical lifting kind of style, like Lobster has been before in BBB events. It's the likelihood is if you get stuck on your face, it's unlikely to get
And there are limitations to the speed tip, the tip speed I should say. There are limitations to the speed tip. But now we're going to go over to Craig this time with Baby Shrek.
Thanks, Craig.
Hi, Sam.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm quite good, weirdly.
Did you win that one?
I think I might have, yeah.
So I actually missed that fight, so walk me through it.
I hit the pink thing, and it did the thing, and then I hit the other one, and it stopped working, and then that's basically it.
So in typical Sam Price fashion, you've just decimated the competition.
Yeah.
Well done. See you next round. Thanks, Sam. Joe over there is furiously looking at his pink machine. Beautiful. Look at it. How is it?
Yeah, it doesn't drive very well. It likes to wheelie, which is nice. It's a really good hammer sword, to be honest.
I heard you were working on this until quite recently, Joe.
Yeah, I went to bed at 2 o'clock last night after finishing at 1.
Good. Are you going to be able to get it all sorted and ready for the next fight?
Yeah, it's not actually broken, it just got stuck on its head.
Happy days. See you next time. Good luck. Finally, Rudimental. Sure. Oh, we got some damage for the damage cam. Put it on our wonderful little desk. Oh, look at that. That looks like a slice.
Yeah, it took out the link from that hit, so that was, after I wasn't caught up on the wall, it was dead, so
Never to be found again. Okay. Wow, destroyed. Are you going to be able to get it back working for the next fight?
There's a link, so I've got a spare one, so that's all.
Happy days. Looks great. So good luck for the next fight. Well done. Back to the boys.
Thanks, Craig. Well done. Did you enjoy that?
Thanks, hon.
Excellent. So coming into the arena now.
He does have his uses, doesn't he?
It's limited. We love Craig. In the arena at the moment, we have our next 3 robots. We have Red Fox Rampage, Night Fury, and Kenneth.
And is this an underglow effect on Red Fox?
I'm loving the,
Judges, are there any style points?
There used to be.
Only at Oak Stage, so maybe some slight bias. Judges, actually, just commenting, they've had it easy so far.
They have, haven't they? Not a single decision to make yet.
Incredibly easy. Enjoy this whilst it lasts. So, Red Fox making their way to the Outer Zone. Night Fury in the red zone.
I recognise
in
that
the
wedge
blue
on Red
is
Fox.
Kenneth.
I hope you guys do too. It's from Garthy in the corner.
He's waving. Hello, Garth.
We are just about ready to go. Night Fury, of course, winning the Rapture 2021 event with that horrendously dangerous horizontal spinner. It is so loud. If you're of a nervous disposition, cover your ears.
And you can see Red Fox going straight for Night Fury. They don't want that spinner up to speed, but now it's too late. And listen to the carnage.
Absolutely shredding the tracks off of Red Fox as well. Kenneth, just leaving a cursory glance at the moment. I'd stay well away if I were you, Kenneth.
And it got very dangerous there. Night Fury making their way around the back of Red Fox. That is where all of the controllers are. And Red Fox now struggling to move around. And Kenneth already looks immobilized.
I think Kenneth has been sniped by Night Fury. Night Fury at full chaff, and I think that's the end for Red Fox. Well, they can tap in as well. So I think our winner, by default, is going to be Night Fury. So well done, Sam. Good effort.
So that was, if anything, a surgical robotic fight.
Clinical, as soon as got round the back of that wedge on Red Fox, just slicing down the side, slicing the, kind of the track motion along the side of Red Fox Rampage, and Kenneth got a big smack on the back and just kind of stopped still.
It was hard to see. It was hard to see what really immobilized Kenneth. Unfortunate for them, of course, they're not out. They have the redemption rounds, which is going to be an important fight for them, as it is for Red Fox as well.
Absolutely.
Hopefully not too much damage though, because I think there are some motors exposed on the back of Red Fox, and that was what Night Fury was starting to make damage into.
It's an obvious point to kind of target. If you have that damaging weapon, try and stop them from driving, because then you win.
So, as you said, Night Fury winning the Rapture event. Do you think they're a favourite for this competition?
It depends what Night Fury turns up. Sometimes it can stop the field, sometimes it has all kinds of issues, and I don't know.
Well,
so far so good.
I was going to say in the chat, Night Fury doing Night Fury things. Absolutely, they know how to control that robot. They know how to control that robot. So we've once again got Craig in the commentary booth, and now we'll take it over with Night Fury.
So, Sam, that was Night Fury by the numbers, wasn't it?
Yeah, okay. I'm bad at interviews. Yeah, it was good. It did what it was meant to do.
It definitely delivered some sparks on Red Fox Rampage. How are you feeling about moving forward now with this? Is this a new Night Fury or a recycled Night Fury?
It's all the bits I have left.
Delightful.
I'm going to have to redo it after this.
So this is the last time for this version of Night Fury?
I mean, it will look exactly the same, because it always does, but it will be different.
Delightful. I look forward to seeing it. Good luck in your next match. Thanks, Sam. Who we got next? Red Fox Rampage, which appears to have had some upgrades.
Yeah, we've
before
heard
that
from
match.
the chat. It was asked very nicely, but with no context.
Put it on the thing. Appears to have a sizable wedge on the front of it. Where did that come from?
Wish.com.
Wish.com. Did we hear that, Mr. Anstey?
No, I went over to Gareth as soon as I saw I was drawing against Night Fury. I just said to Gareth, wedge, and he went, okay, and gave it to me.
Did it pay off?
I think the hits I took against Night Fury at the front were quite good, but I didn't get a chance to test drive with the wedge on. So with all the weight being at the front, because all the weapon motors are at the front as well, he didn't turn, and he just crawled around and destroyed the entire level.
Yeah, we got some spicy damage on the back there. You might be able to see caving through the back.
The only big problem is the 3D printed back and the zip tie. So nothing electronical. He's mangled the left side drive, but I think it's repairable.
Repairable. So we'll see you in the redemptions.
Massive wedge. If I draw another spinner, then just go at it, I guess.
Nice one. Well, thank you for coming up. Good luck in your next fight. Finally, we have Kenneth. So, Kenneth. What happened, Kenneth?
Just link issues. It was just not in properly, and it was intermittent, and a single love tap knocked it out and knocked me out.
I was going to say, you took a few hits, and then it sort of just like came to a gradual halt.
I finished better than, of course, like the alternative, which is just like don't have a working robot.
Well, congrats on getting into the arena, and we'll see you in the redemptions. Back to the boys!
Thank you, Craig.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear.
Someone take the sugar away from Craig, please. Thank you.
Or give him more.
Do you know what?
Actually,
Do you
give
want
him more.
So going into the arena next, we have Dolos at the top of your screen there with the overhead hammer saw. In the middle, you have Zeitgeist, a upgraded spoopy machine. And at the bottom of your screen, you have Chucky, the lifter.
I wonder if they're going to be as terrifying. Whoa, look at the speed as they come out of the corner.
Eager beavers.
Very, I just wasn't expecting it. For some reason, I was expecting Chucky to be a little docile. It is not.
Absolutely not. So I think we're about to get cracking. Dolos in the red square, Zeitgeist in the blue square, and Chucky by the neutral zone.
Begin.
And Chucky already lining themselves up, but no, they immediately switch round and charge after Zeitgeist. And here comes the hammer saw as it starts to come down. Is it doing damage?
It's up to speed now, and down it comes and deflects off that wedge of Chucky.
So look at that, Chucky really designed well for this fight. They are deflecting off the hammer, not really getting grip.
They're caught on the fork of Dolos. Zeitgeist is standing back for now.
And that was
trying to get round to one of the forks to come off the front of Zeitgeist.
And that was a beautiful pirouette they were doing there, a bit of Strictly Come Dancing, if you will. And now we've got three robots all tight up into the corner. As Chucky is able to disengage, and now they're back to moving again.
Zeitgeist is stuck on top of Dolos's forks, can't get off there. Chucky just standing back, hits the pit button.
And now we're seeing a bit of teamwork, so it's going to be Zeitgeist or Dolos who's going to end up in there, but you have to say Chucky controlling that fight now.
Yeah, very carefully standing back, watching brief at the moment for them. Zeitgeist spinner is up to speed, Dolos is not spinning currently.
And everyone backing well away from the pits. They know not to get anywhere near that. And now Dolos' saw is still operational, it is up and running. Chucky just hitting the back of it there. And is that Zeitgeist being pushed over, escorted in?
It's levitated over the pit and down it goes, Dolos pitting Zeitgeist.
Like a two-piece slot machine, in it goes. And now we've got a two-robot fight, and now we're really seeing the battle commence between... what?
No! Chucky was going so well, and they've ended up driving down the pit of oblivion. Dolos taking the win.
I didn't even get to finish my sentence. I was going to hype it up. It was going to be amazing. And Chucky running for the exit.
Yeah, I mean, they decided they didn't want to play with Dolos today, and I mean, it's a win for Dolos.
Through they go, and into the redemption round is Chucky and Zeitgeist.
Yeah, Zeitgeist didn't really get a chance to demonstrate their amazing vertical spinner, but unfortunately for them.
And that was interesting. We saw a really decisive, clean hit against Chucky's shield, but it bounced. It really did. It bounced right off.
Yeah, it's an interesting material that the wedge is made out of on Chucky, and I do wonder if that might be effective against other spinners later on. Obviously, you have to go through the momentum fights to get to that point, of course. But
And it's a low shovel as well. I'm going to call it a shovel because it really does. It scoops you
it's more
up.
of a shovel than a wedge, isn't it?
Yeah, snowplow. Think of a snowplow and you're not too far off. That really is close to what it is. I'm really interested in what material that is. It's so elastic.
I want to say it's some kind of 3D print of some description.
And now we're being asked to do a bit of housekeeping here.
So, to the ready table, please, can we have Zephyrus, carbonated beverage, and Bakugo? And can we also get batteries not included, Vertex, and Antithesis?
So we're a slick, well-oiled machine here. Roboteers, make sure you're ready. Yeah, we've been quite good. And Craig is now ready in the commentary booth.
Thanks, boys. I'm here with Chucky. What a fight!
It was good, wasn't it? I think we were lucky we took a few hits. It's the first time we've got this robot, so I was surprised it took the hits. And then my usual driving ability finished it a bit early.
I was going to say, your TPU was definitely taking the hits. This very flexy material for those of you at home. It was taking all the hits, but then it was that last blow of slightly dodgy driving.
Yeah, too much speed and not enough control.
Well, congrats, it's a great robot. We'll see you in the Redemptions. Zeitgeist. How you doing?
Better than last time.
So what happened?
We lost the drive belt, lost a little bit of control, and got neatly escorted to the pit. But yeah, I mean, at least the robot works this time.
Happy days. Dolos's forks are definitely something to be reckoned with, aren't they?
Yeah, they're pretty spicy. I was going to bring some like anti-overhead armor, but one day I forget it, round one, and I get this guy. But brilliant robot, brilliant performance. Gotta hand it to him.
And amazing work yourself. Thank you for coming over. Good luck next time. And Morgan with Dolos. I was a bit lucky at the end there, wasn't it, with the wheel?
Yes, yeah, I left that right to the last moment, just a final flourish, I think, was the plan with that.
I've just won the fight, might as well throw the wheel now.
Roll it at them down the pit, that's the plan.
Beautifully done. This is, as always, a wonderful robot. Look at this, everyone. The weight-saving holes in the top. Ventilation. And I'm told this is a screwdriver.
Yes, it is. Yes, it's a cordless screwdriver that I've butchered into the machine and tied it down with some aluminium.
As always, Morgan, your robots are beautiful and weird and wonderful, so thank you for bringing them, and good luck in the next round.
Thank you very much.
Back to the boys.
Thank you, Craig, as always. So in the arena currently, loading up, we have next 3 robots. Well, we have 2 in there at the moment. In the red square, we have Abu Dhabi Do, a shuffler. Currently being fettled with by Dave, is head for the exit.
Well, I was just going to stop you there, actually, Sam, because we got some spectators in the audience. Let's do a little bit of explanation. Yep. What is a shuffler?
So a shuffler is, most robots are powered, well, they're driven by wheels. They have wheels on them, you see them rolling around the arena. Shufflers have lots of little legs. Now, because it's a lot harder to make a shuffler and make it, move, you allow more weight as a result. So Abu Dhabi Do weighs a lot more than its 2 opponents in this.
And there's a lot more moving components, isn't there? Basically, you can think of it as feet, and they shuffle, they walk. It's almost a walker bot, but not quite. It's just a rumbling motion that allows them to move around.
Of movement, and I'm not nearly clever enough to remember what the exact terminology is, but basically.
I was going to say, like, I'm trying to sound clever myself, but like Einstein is like everything is vibration or something like that. I think that's true to some degree. We believe in string theory. I don't know. Anyway, back to the robot fighting, because that's what we're here for. So Abu Dhabi Do in the red corner.
We have Digestive over by the Uta zone.
And we're going to see head for the exit, I believe, making their way over to the blue zone. Look at that saw disc on head for the exit.
Head for the exit is just so wonderful. It has a 4-bar saw mechanism. It is gorgeous to watch. It is a phenomenally built robot, and it's all, I think, all done by hand as well.
Robot is.
Oh, here we go. Just to say, can we quickly get Lilith, Mother Loader, and Angel Slice to the ready table? Thank you.
1.
Finally interrupted, thank you, Joe. But now we're fighting, and look at the shuffle. Abu Dhabi Do, off it goes into the air, and now it's up on his wrong side. And is that head for the exit soaring into? Oh no, the damage that they're doing.
Yeah, soaring into the top of Digestive, his other
Digestive.
Can Abu Dhabi do right? It's going to get close to that wall. He's going to try and use the wall for purchase. I think he's going to have to.
And Abu Dhabi do up onto the right way. So now they're going to head on over. Maybe can they save Digestive from head for the exit? The count has started.
Pips get 5 points.
Yeah, they are stuck. We're going to have an unstick of head for the exit and Digestive, I think.
So a bit of a reset, a little bit of a reset. Controllers onto the top of the arena. And now Dave will open up the enclosure and do his duty, disconnecting the robots.
Yep, so they're currently stuck together. They can't separate from each other. They get one unstick, don't forget, per fight. Digestive has been released by...
And they're just inspecting a little bit further, so I wonder if there's some concerns that the robot is immobilized and not just stuck. We'll wait to see when the fight gets recommenced.
I think what could have happened is Digestive may have died, and as a result, head for the exit couldn't drive out of where it was. But the proof will be in the pudding, I suppose.
Robot is stand by.
Back to the countdown, and we will see very quickly, as you say.
3,
2, 1, recommence.
Begin.
And Abu Dhabi do shuffling over, and oh no, that is immediately out. Head for the exit, called it there. They've given the sign, but the referee counting them out.
So as it turns out, it was head for the exit that had died, and Digestive was stuck on top, and it's stuck on top again. Abu Dhabi do, the shuffler, has won the fight.
And they are through to the final head-to-head grand finals. Congratulations to the shuffler.
What a surprise. I mean, if you look at these three on paper, you wouldn't expect it to be Abu Dhabi do pulling the victory out, but I mean, wow.
I mean, not to be too harsh to it, but I wanted to talk about the shuffler because I wasn't really expecting to see it too much more. That's a bit harsh on me. I'm very sorry, very, very sorry indeed. They're going to be making their way over to the commentary
shows you
booth.
for having no faith.
Well, we've seen it actually twice now that, you know, it's not always the dominant robot that wins. You just got to be in it till the end.
Exactly. Melees aren't about winning the fights, they're about surviving, and that's what they did.
Well, it's the classic boxing terms. It's not about the fights you throw, it's the fights you take, isn't it? And it's true for robotics. If you can withstand a beating, you've got a good chance of making it through.
Can we get to the ready table, please? Lilith, Motherloader, Angel Slice, Ryo Kishin, Icebreaker, and Revis, please. That was Ryo Kishin, Icebreaker, Revis. Do you want to join at the end of the ready table? And now we're going to have Harry T. Harry T, come over here, please. Thank you. Pop your robot on the workbench of doom. How do you think that fight went for you?
I have so many mixed feelings after come out of that. I went in that, honestly, zero optimism whatsoever, considering it's a shuffler. Very first time I've actually ever fought with a shuffler, because I've been doing this for, what, 11 years now, across many different divisions. But I've never, until today, done it with a walker, shuffler, or anything with legs. But to somehow win? How? How did that even happen in the first?
So the shuffle mechanism looked like it was working quite well. You can move around all right?
Well, it was supposed to be a full leg system, but I was having machining issues and I couldn't get it done in time, so I had to make do with the two. I did take... Actually, if I could just look at the damage, I could probably just flip it around there.
Very good camera angles here, yeah.
That was where Digestive got me, and he also got me there. So, considering I made the mistake of doing it in 10 mil all over, which explains why it's a walker in the first place, yeah, it's just, it didn't manage to go right through it, but I'll take that.
Awesome job, Harry. Thank you very much. That helps. Being a massive tank is a good move. Can we chat to one of the other guys?
Before you carry on,
they've gone away. Guys, if you finish your fight, please come chat to us. Rob, do you want to come say something? Or have you just rage quit? Oh dear. And come on, where's our Dutch friend? We saw some sparks from you. Can we get you over quickly with your robot?
Before that, can we have vehicle E4SGA? Can you move your car, please? Has been asked.
We've got some more naughty car people. That's nice to hear. Oh, I thought you heard me. Greg, come over here. I'm waving to you. Big lights. The people want to see the Dutch robots. Here he comes. Fresh from the Netherlands, it's Greg. Greg, how did that fight go to you?
Well, it died. I want to find out what has happened because the power light went off. So apparently something didn't really agree with. But you know, it was nice to get a slice in again.
Yeah, I saw some sparks in there. Was that against Rob? You got Rob's biscuit robot. A bit of damage in there.
Sorry?
Who did you damage and how much?
Well, Digestive, I locked up his left-hand drive with that saw, and I was trying to back up, but apparently it didn't really want to go anymore, so I have to see what's up.
Oh, good effort. You still did some damage. That's what we want to see. Good luck in the redemptions. You got this. Big up the Netherlands, everybody. Round of applause for coming from the Netherlands. So cool. Also, just to say, we've got someone coming from Barcelona in Spain, and someone coming from, what was it, Germany, who's actually in the fight queue now. He's on stage, so good luck, no pressure. I think this is his first real Beetle competition, so big pressure for the Germans today. Right, the box is loaded, back over to our commentators.
Yes, in the arena we have Luchador, End Boss, and Imposter Syndrome. Now, if memory serves, Luchador and End Boss fought here last year as well. So a little chance of revenge maybe for Luchador.
The fear in their eyes. No, you got this, the confidence. Yeah, that's what we like. Nice little cheeky wink. That's what we want to see.
He's confident, I know he is really.
Quietly confident.
Imposter Syndrome as well with the lifter. Not to be discounted, has a lot of effectiveness as well. It could be a thorn in both of its opponent's sides.
So Imposter Syndrome up against the Utah zone. End Boss, I believe, in the blue zone.
Stand by.
That leaves us.
Luchador in the red zone.
3,
and we are counting down
2,
to
1. Begin.
So we're getting the weapons powered up there by Emboss before they start to make their fights and make their inroads into their enemy. And getting stuck on the wall there is Luchador.
And over goes Luchador, flipped over by Imposter Syndrome. A little bit of connection as well with Endboss. Imposter Syndrome flips over Endboss self-right using the weapon.
And you got to say, this is a good strategy by Endboss, trying to get out of the corner, get some damage done. But the other robots, they know they need to team up. They need to really disable that weapon.
Absolutely, those forks on Endboss incredibly long in order to get that kind of purchase.
And did anyone count how many flips that was? I have no idea, but is that an immobilization there? Oh dear, they are stuck on their side. They are unable to get back, and Endboss now up against the wall. Luchador doing a great job.
Imposter Syndrome eliminated. Luchador rocking and rolling as he's wont to do, trying to zip around and trying to get to the back of Endboss. Shane driving Endboss incredibly well.
So it's now really going to come down to the pit button, I think, for me. That's going to be the decider here. If Endboss cannot get any real damage done, a couple of sparks flying there. Luchador doing a really great job to stay out of the way.
Well, the pit's just gone down. There was no siren there.
So a stealthy pit deployment, and now they're getting close. Luchador, are they going to get the cape out? Are they going to lure Endboss into the pits?
And send them all the way over. Endboss using those forks. They're struggling to perch a little bit on the arena floor.
It is a difficult, so both of these robots, they have got forks and they dig into the metal floor because it's not completely flush. There is a little bit of separation there, and now we're seeing some damage. Luchador though, that knocked him out of the damage zone and close to the Uta zone. Not quite.
Hopped over there by Endboss. Endboss struggling to get any connection to those forks. If anything, keeping Luchador away from the weapon.
Yeah, those forks, you can see they have a wider tip and then they narrow as they extend. And I think that's actually hurting them. And Luchador, just the shape of the robot, there's nothing there that the Endboss can dig into.
4, there are 4 seconds left. 3, 2,
1.
Whoa! And down the pit goes Endboss at the last second.
So, well, we'll look to the head judge. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We will look to the head judge there because the clock on our live stream is a little bit different to what is on the head judge's clock. So we're going to wait for the official count.
You can see here, Endboss is trying to get that hit in, but there's a big gap in the middle of Luchador. It can't get any bite on the robot itself. Endboss slides towards it, and down it goes.
And the red lights, I don't want to call it. I'm gonna wait.
It was close.
I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna undermine the judges. I'm not gonna do that role. But for me, the red lights
come
were
bring
so
your robot
close.
over. Let's chat.
Well, that was drama-filled, wasn't it?
So I thought for the first time today the judges were going to earn their keep. They were going to have to make a decision, but well, they might have to make a decision. We don't know yet. Waiting to hear who is the winner.
What a stunning fight. I hope everyone enjoyed that.
And I have to say, Luchador, let's watch the replay again. Luchador, they were shuffling. The amount of damage that had been done to them. It looks like the left-hand side was really in a lot of damage, or the right-hand side, sorry, as we look at it now. And we watch it now as we get close to the end. Look at this, as they shuffle over. Look at the damage, it's jumping up and down.
It's not running cleanly, is it? I like how Hex in the comments on YouTube has asked for VAR. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, to be honest with you, knowing some of the VAR decisions I've seen. But
Well, we do have our own form of VAR, but we use people. A robotics competition, avoiding using robots for these decisions. No, we use people. And, well, I still haven't heard from the head judge.
Where's Michael Massey when you need him?
Well, the less said about that, the better. He would have extended the fight by 5 seconds and given it to imposter syndrome. That's what would have happened there.
Yes, so I've got imposter syndrome over here. Mark, I want to say, first of all, very brave fight for you there.
Yeah, it was a tough draw, and I think we got him over once or twice, and then he hit it so hard something stopped working.
Any idea what stopped working on the weapon there?
Not really, no. It's probably all smashed up inside. I haven't opened it yet.
Well, all the best in repairs. Very valiant effort. You are going through the redemption, so we'll see you then. But great job. This is obviously your second ever event, so in Beatles. So great job. Off you go, Mark. Jack or Shane, one of you. Shane, let's have you first. Yeah, let's have your robot, Shane. So, Shane, have you been visiting New Zealand recently?
G'day, mate.
I mean, that's the right sort of continent, I guess. How was that fight for you?
It was great until like the last second, but no, it wasn't too good to be fair. It just was not driving right at all, so yeah, I'm not too happy.
Forks were working well though, just the drive was the issue then?
Yeah, I don't know whether there was debris on the floor that I just kept getting stuck on, so yeah, it just was not driving how it normally drives. So I need to look at it for the redemption.
Oh, has that been confirmed then, that you went down the pit in the last second?
It's not been confirmed, but the way I saw it, that's the way I saw it, so yeah.
Good sportsmanship there, Shane. Good luck in the redemption. Thank you very much. Very good fight. Jack? Yeah, round of applause for Shane. That was a wicked fight. Wicked fight. But apparently, Shane thinks you won that. What do you reckon?
Well, the pit was very close to the end. If he went down it, I won it. If he didn't, I didn't.
We're just waiting to see if the judges agree. We've got a confirmation live. That was a win for Jack. How do you feel, Jack?
Pretty fucking great, to be honest. Oh.
Children? He feels flipping great, everybody. Flipping great.
Freaking great.
Excellent. Well corrected there. Talk me through the fight, damage, how'd the weapon go, how was the drive?
Yeah, drive was good, the weapon was good, it's a lot quicker now. Obviously the front end's pretty mangled, but that's to be expected, and I've got replacements for all that stuff, so yeah, really happy with the performance, where I'm at.
Robot
Right, next fight's on, but congratulations on being a champ. Nice work.
Yes, and apologies for any strong language for any children out there.
Begin.
So carbonated beverage with the bottles, they are pressurized bottles. I am very scared for what kind of damage we'll hear here.
And we have Zephyrus in there as well, an incredibly unique face spinner, and it is absolutely bananas. Look at it go.
And then that is, of course, Baku, who started in the blue zone. Listen to the damage. Cover your ears if you're close to the arena. Zephyrus, what are you doing?
They're just, they're spinning around, and they're back on their, they're not back on their wheels, they're spinning again. Carbonated beverage. There goes one of the bottles.
So you see the depressurization, you can see the vaporization.
Oh, it's out of the arena!
And in the outer zone, I missed that there. But you saw that the decompression, you saw the mist form in the bottle. That's how pressurized it was, and now we've got a 2-robot fight.
I don't know who hit it, I think it was Baku who hit it. Zephyrus is doing its own little thing.
Never mind Robot Wars. We've entered Blades.
Going down.
Zephyrus, turn the weapon off, Morgan. There you go.
Up into the air.
Oh, the pit.
Almost into the pit, but not quite. So that was very, very close. Baku doing their best to get him into the pit. They are thinking about it.
Being counted out by our ref. Zephyrus has stopped. One side of drive has stopped. And it's going to be Baku who wins the fight. And that was extremely hyperactive.
So you can now take your hands off of your ears. You can, the loud noise is finished.
How do you even assess this fight? I mean, Zephyrus was doing its own little thing, like bouncing around all over the gaff. You saw the explosion of carbonated beverages bottle. I hope they've got another one.
Yeah, I'm sure they have a number. I mean, they can quickly run out to the local store and just buy a beverage, a carbonated beverage, and
It's not a
and empty it.
sustainable model, though, is it, really? There goes the bottle, pressurising the other bottle. And then Zephyrus smacks it out of the arena. It was a Zephyrus Uta from halfway across the box.
So that was what I missed there, because I didn't quite see it. Baku staying out of the way. Zephyrus getting lucky there. You have to say their weapon really aligned. They didn't have much control. Look at this. Look at the blades, the ballerina, the pirouette. They're just.
How do you control a robot like that? You just like yam the stick up and go for it.
You really are just relying on the other robots running into you, aren't you? So Craig is waiting in the commentary booth. If you are a competitor from the last fight, please make your way over to Craig. We would love to talk to you.
We would, and our next fight, I believe, will be Ryukushin, Icebreaker, and Revice. I think. No, it's not that. Oh, we've had a shuffle. Next up to the ready table, can we have Blast Furnace, Rust in Pieces, and Inertia B4, please?
Okay, coming over to me now. A man who's just won a fight gloriously, but I've got a bit of a bone to pick with you, Chris Sowery. Traditional runner of non-spinners, says he got bored of being beaten up by spinners.
Stupid number of years, and all the spinner boys keep beating me up, and my robot goes home in bits and bags, and I've got to spend hours fixing it. I thought, sod it, I'm going to build a spinner, and I'm going to rate your toys.
You betrayed us.
I don't care. I want to fight.
That was glorious, Chris. Amazing work. Well done. Is there any damage on it, do you think?
I don't know. I'm still calming down.
I'll let you go and chill out. Amazing work. Well done in that fight. Big up Chris, everyone. There was a really unusual, exciting robot in there. I wonder who built it. Oh, wait. Morgan, you're back.
Yes.
That was fun.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's the weapon's got a lot more torque in it now, so I'm able to self-right from anywhere and apparently off the wall everywhere in the arena. Apparently.
Absolutely nuts. Zephyrus is one of the most exciting bots in this scene, so big up. How are you feeling about getting it running again? Is it fine, ready to go?
I think all of the drive motor screws have shut themselves out, which, I mean, I don't know why. But, so yeah, going to go and Loctite them all in and solder the connector back on that got twisted off. And hopefully it should be back and fighting again.
Sounds good. Good luck for your next fight. Well done. And finally, the beautiful, wonderful carbonated beverage. Look at this thing, everyone. The fact that it just had the gas bottles trailing out of the back is so great. How did that go for you?
That was so exciting.
I will say at this point, it might be the pneumatic Beetle that has had the most flips.
Yeah, I mean, it flips itself, which was good. It can self-right. So, yeah, I'm happy with that.
Amazing work. I love this robot so much. Check it out. All of this weight saving all over the place just to make weight. And then trailing the bottles out of the back. And you inflated them with a bike pump?
Yep.
Beautiful backyard engineering, everyone. This is how you robots. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the Redemptions, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome, we'll see you then. Nice one. To you.
Thank you, Craig. As always. We're currently loading up into the arena. I got the fight order wrong. I'm very sorry. I wasn't looking. We actually have next Batteries Not Included, Vertex, and Antithesis.
And as they enter the arena, Batteries Not Included made their way over to the red zone. Antithesis, I'm going to guess, is going to go to the Uta zone.
Possibly.
Place your bets.
Who knows?
If you were, well, you are a roboteer, of course. Where's your preferred starting place?
I'll go anywhere. Doesn't bother me.
Just in the arena.
Yeah. Normally, because recently I've ran a spinner, normally I end up going next to the Uta zone. But I'll go anywhere, wherever there's space.
Yeah, I was going to say in the red or the blue zone, I think would be my preference, because the Uta zone, to me, that kind of puts you in the middle of the robots, and therefore, for me, that makes you a natural target for everyone to just charge into.
Very true. Very true.
Maybe I'm overthinking it. Who knows?
I don't think you are. I think this is good tactical, prowess.
Giving it away from everyone.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. If only I had a robot. Watch out, world.
Give it time.
You give it time. You need time. You need time to build a robot. Roughly, how long did it take for you to build the Slav King?
Ask Felix.
Oh, of course, of course.
I say some people spend a few days, a few weeks. Some people can spend months and years. It really does depend on the robot.
So everyone watching on the live stream, thank you for your comments. Thank you for the community feels in the chats, talking to each other, keeping yourselves entertained. I have been watching every now and then and reading the odd comment or two.
We're trying our best. There's a lot going on. It's changing the fight.
I think yeah, the fight order is going to change. Gareth is coming over.
Okay, so we are changing fights. There's an issue with one of the machines, so we're going next to Lilith, Mother Loader, and Angel Slice. Delicious.
It can be, but not this particular robot.
You don't want to eat this one.
It will cut your tongue up in 20 different pieces.
Very true. Hopin, I've already predicted the winner. I think maybe Shrek. Or the next fight in particular. Hopin, you tell me, who am I predicting the winner of? See, there you go. James, Lucky Animal Robotics, lovely guy. Took 6 months to build his first Beetle, and that was a sting binder. Do you remember sting binder?
I don't.
You don't? That's everyone remembers sting binder.
Was that the robot literally made out of a binder?
Yes.
I do remember.
See?
I do remember.
There you go.
You're right. How could you forget?
How could you forget?
And it goes to show you do not need to be, concerned about your robot. You can build it out of anything.
You really can.
You don't need to go for the armoured metal and all of that.
You don't need to be an engineer. It's simple enough to learn that even I can do it.
It's not quite plug and play, but it's almost like Lego bricks. You just get the components, piece them together.
The amount of work that I'm going to plug them, Bristol bot builders have done to get into that, the lowering the barrier of entry to fighting robots in general has been astounding over the last few years. So, yeah, absolutely.
So currently, as we look into the arena, we have Angel Slice closest towards us, furthest away from the camera as you look on your live stream. Lilith is in the middle, and well, that only leaves us with one other robot.
Mother Loader.
Mother Loader.
Mother Loader is exceptional. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous robot. It's a tracked robot, which you don't normally see very often at this scale. You don't really see it at any scale, to be honest with you, anymore. It has a hammer over the top, and Harry builds incredible robots. Incredible robots.
So when it comes to the shunting war, the war of pushing your weight around, the traction that you get from the tracks, that really puts it in your favour.
Absolutely, and it's going to be fascinating to see how it deals with the big spinner at the front of Angel Slice, of course, horizontal spinner, so the wedge of Mother Loader. We've already got a bit of a scrap going on between Mother Loader and Lilith before we even start.
Well, that's because Lilith didn't want to be next to the Outer Zone.
So maybe you're right, maybe your theory about the Outer Zone is right.
We've got the thumbs up from Gareth, who's taken over for the robot controller, because David is now competing in this fight. So, count us in, everybody. 3, 2, 1. Begin. And Angel Slice
started up quickly there.
Hot on the heels there. So is there a penalty for that?
There's not a penalty. However, don't start the fight again.
Don't do it again.
Yeah.
So a false start, but he's been warned, he's been told.
2, 1. Begin. Now Angel Slice can spin up, and Lilith straight for it.
And putting them up against the wall, and now Mother Loader getting in there as well, and the sparks are starting to fly, but Lilith giving no sympathy.
And Angel Slice pinned against the wall and stuck. That's why Dave didn't want it spinning up too quickly, and as a result, Angel Slice immobilized and I think shortly eliminated.
Well, the count is now starting and is now ended. So if another robot, shoved into them and re-engaged them into the fight, they would have been still in it, but they are officially counted out. It is a 2-robot fight.
It is, and Lilith in underneath Mother Loader once again. That low ground clearance at the front of the wedge of Lilith, paying dividends. Mother Loader
going down.
And what they have in traction, they really don't have an acceleration. They're really struggling. And Lilith getting underneath Mother Loader and into the pit.
Expertly done there by Dave, pitting Mother Loader and pinning Angel Slice against the wall.
What a controlled fight.
Yeah,
honestly,
professionally done. I think that was.
Like, tell us in the chat what you think about that. That was an incredible fight. Lilith actually going over and then disengaging Angel Slice after the fight. That's a bit of sportsmanship there, so that they can get back over to the door.
It's a shame we didn't get to see Angel Slice cut anything up though. We saw a few sparks off the top of Lilith initially, but that was about it. Hopefully we'll see a little bit more of it in the redemption fights.
And that really was a set game plan there from Lilith. Not a single second wasted. Immediately over to Angel Slice. Angel Slice, to their credit, they jump-started on the first start, and then they paused. They hesitated on the restart. And that, I think, really allowed Lilith that extra second to get over. You said the weapon wasn't up to speed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the issue with that, ultimately, Angel Slice is the one that's going to cause you the most damage. So you want to get that in stops, you want to get that eliminated as fast as you can, and Lilith did that perfectly.
So, Roboteers, please make your way over to Craig, who is in the commentary booth. Angel Slice, make your way over to the commentator.
I see you,
booth.
Andy.
They almost ran away.
Come on in. Share with me your experiences.
My experience was I got handed the anchor card for spinning up too early, which is my fault. The adrenaline, go for it, no malicious intent.
It's fine. We've all done it once or twice.
And then next thing I know, I was pinned up against the wall. And
can we get Icebreaker to the ready table, please?
Yes, Icebreaker, you are in now, so please, if you're around. Yeah, really unfortunate, Andy. Have you got a way to prevent that happening in future?
I mean, it's supposed to. Like, if you were to stick that up like that, it will just fall back down. So it's weighted to be able to do that, but Dave just got it at the perfect angle because he's a brilliant driver. So
yeah, I was going to say, Dave, as always, excellently driving that match. We're going to see you decimate the redemption rounds, I'm sure. So we'll see you later, Andy. Take care. Dave, first off, can we have a massive cheer for Dave? Of course, being hero of the scene, provider of arena, marshal for most of the day. How did that go for you, sir?
That went a lot better than I expected it to. I was expecting to get ruined. But it actually didn't come off unscathed. You can see the horn's been a bit bent here, but nothing a bit of hammering won't fix. But yeah, I was very scared about that fight.
I think you came out pretty well, and that was perfect driving, getting Angel Slice up against the wall.
It had to be done. There was no way I could give that thing an inch. I've seen how fast that spins out. There was no way I could just spend my time maneuvering around it. It's in there, splat, that's it.
It's a terrifying thing, so good move and excellently driven. Well done, man. We'll see you later on. Congrats.
Well, I think that's you by yourself, Craig.
Now I'm by myself. Hey, everyone. What up?
Well, the camera, I got to say, thank you to the live audience, and thank you. Good work there, Stephen. It cut away just as you looked towards the camera.
What have I done?
Oh, don't worry, Craig. We'll get over to the arena. The robots are in.
The robots are ready. Let's get them to the arena.
Very good. And very quickly, round 16, Fang versus Resistance versus Oobly. Please make your way to the ready table.
So, in the arena, we have Icebreaker, the winner of the Subterranean Showdown events in the summer. We have Rev Ice.
Icebreaker in the red corner.
Yes, Rev Ice towards the door, towards the pit button, the Uta zone. And Ryu Kishin is having some technical issues, I think, at the moment. Jonas all the way from Germany to be here this weekend.
So the calm before the storm, the door is getting closed. Gareth using the knee there. Leaves it a bit of a gentle touch.
There we go. Oh, we've got too far now. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. Lovely.
So what tactics are we going to see? Are the cluster bots going to divide and conquer? Are they going to team up on one robot? Let's watch and see as we get ready for the start of the fight.
Watchers of Bash bots will know who is in that inside, the blue square.
1. Begin.
So Icebreaker getting their weapon up to speed, and the cluster bots kind of divided and conquering, but not too sure. And there seems to be a bit of teaming up on Icebreaker there.
Oh, but Revis has been given a crevice in the back. Look at that, completely splitting the back armour, and that's the end of that.
They are immobilised, so that spinner has already claimed one victim. There's 2 more robots left for them to saw their way into, making their way onto the other cluster bot, and there seems to be a little bit of difficulty mobilising there. They're not moving around. And the underside is getting a bit of a damaging there.
Hits from behind, and there goes the others. Removable link on Revis. That's the end of Revis.
So Icebreaker now, they've claimed 2 victims. Are they going to do much damage to Ryukishu? I don't know whether they're tap out. What would you do in this situation?
I mean, Ryukishu is getting in underneath there. Look, it's low lower to the floor. Icebreaker's giant wedge at the front, very adept at getting underneath, but struggling a little bit. Closing in, backs away.
Playing the defensive game. They're trying to get a bit of momentum up because that scoop, it isn't scooping them as much as they want. I think the elastic grippiness nature, although it's a brilliant material, is actually hindering them. And Ryukishu here is actually doing a fantastic job defending.
It is, but that titanium wedge at the front has now been peeled at the corner, so it isn't flat to the floor anymore. That's going to be a problem, and it's going to give an opening to Icebreaker.
And this is a shoving match. Now Icebreaker deciding not to go for the pit button. I thought they might, but no, they want to get the damage done. They want to win this. I think in the moment, probably judge's decision heading their way.
Absolutely, but it's not over until it's over. We saw that earlier with other fights.
And
Icebreaker's still up to speed.
We just heard the whine of the saw blade there. It started to dull for a second, so maybe a couple more hits.
There it is, massive hits.
And look at that front panel now. That front panel is done.
Ryukishin has stopped Icebreaker.
9,
defeating
8,
Ryukishin
7, 6,
in some style, a big hit to end it off. On to Icebreaker.
2.
So you can hear the countdown of the arena. This isn't going to count out. This isn't a judge's decision. Icebreaker is the winner. And I don't think we confirmed it earlier. End Boss did hit the pit before the time finished.
Yep, so Digital won that fight. It's a shame for Revis because one of the Revis cluster bots got stuck on the wall. The forks drove underneath, and then it was easy pickings for Icebreaker then just to drive up and smash the link out the back of it. The other one completely destroyed much earlier in the fight.
So, Roboteers, make your way over to Craig, who is standing by waiting to ask you the questions about how that fight went for you. I very much want to see Ryukishu's damage on the camera. Look at that front panel, it's peeling off.
It was a monster hit, but valiant effort from Ryukishu. And I think we're going over to Craig at the interview booth.
Over to you, Craig.
Jonas. Oh! Can we get a view on that? That's some damage right there. What happened?
I lost.
So this is your first match in the UK, isn't it? With this machine? Well, at all.
Yeah, it was the last match in UK with this robot.
Easy repairable. We'll get it sorted.
I've got some duct tape with me, so it's gonna be okay.
Perfect. It's fixable.
Yep. Pretty sure.
We'll have a look at whatever's maybe not making it drive so well, but congratulations on getting into the arena for your first match. It looked stunning, and you got a decent lift on there.
Yeah, but I had an issue with the lifter right from the start because one of the screws came loose, and yeah, it just blocked the lifting arm from getting down all the way. So
just things to solve for the redemption match, and we'll see you there, Jonas. Who we got next?
I was going to say, are there any more friends for you, Craig?
What have I done?
Are there any more friends for you to
Any
talk
more
to?
friends? Yeah. Got Icebreaker here. What a robot.
Yeah, that fight was great. It went perfectly for us.
It was pretty stunning, wasn't it? Were you worried? I saw Ryukishin get under your wedge a couple of times before you managed to kind of peel it up.
Yeah, self-fighting isn't our best aspect, so if that had got just a little bit more, we would have probably lost the fight.
So it was a bit of a close one in that regard. Again, we've got great use of this TPU, all this bendy stuff. It's really holding up well. Do you reckon you can take it as far as you did it at Subterranean Showdown?
Hopefully, but I'm not sure yet. There's some good spinners, so
we'll see how you do. Well done on that match, and we'll see you soon. And finally, Revice. Wow, get that on the camera. Look at that. Kind of got carved up a little bit by Icebreaker there.
A little bit, but you know, I think a lot worse not the front's damage, so just gotta fix all the stuff that matters.
So the front's fine, you've just got to fix everything that's broken.
Exactly, yeah.
Excellent. It's always great to see a cluster, even if it is now slightly sad. But you've got this. We'll see you back in the Redemptions, right?
Probably, yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, I don't know who I've got, so wish me luck.
All of the luck in the world. Well done for that match. That was great.
Okay, well, we are ready, Craig. So we have Vertex in the blue corner, Batteries not included in the red, and Antithesis making their way slowly over to the Uta zone.
I hope batteries are included. It could be a very short fight otherwise.
No, it runs on solar panels in Hope.
Love that.
So I cannot wait to see who's going. That light from Antithesis, that's actually blinding me a little bit.
Roboteers,
Straight at
stand
it. Maybe
by.
that's what they're trying to do.
It's a strategy. It's interfering with the Roboteers. It's
Two. One.
Begin.
Away we go. Vertex up to speed immediately, heading towards both the opponents and smacking Antithesis. Antithesis, a crusher at Beetleweight scale, fairly rare to see.
And Vertex really doing some fantastic job. Batteries not included, upside down. They are looking to be immobilized. I think they are out, so now it is just Antithesis versus Vertex.
Trying to ride it up, it's using the traction on the floor that one of the wheels has been struggling to kind of get that kind of purchase.
And Vertex here, they're biding their time. They're actually waiting. The spinner was not running. They were waiting to see what happened. The pit is now enabled. I thought Vertex would go for the Uta zone. Not quite. I thought they were going to line up the spinner and get them in the Uta zone. That would be fantastic to see.
And now look, they've pinned themselves off the floor. The wheel is spinning, but the weapon has got it wedged against the wall. Vertex has won this fight as smooth as you like. That was easy pickings for Vertex.
And a little bit of showmanship at the end as they get the gyro effect where they lift one wheel up into the air. That takes great control from the Roboteers.
Absolutely. Nicely done there by Vertex. Didn't want to cause too much damage to a robot like Antithesis. It took a lot of work to get it ready. And yeah, excellent stuff. And shame we didn't see more batteries not included there. It was kind of over before it began.
Well, you joked about hopefully the batteries are included. Maybe they really weren't. It didn't go the way we hoped. It didn't even get out of the red zone.
They did.
Yeah,
they did.
Not with any aggression. It was not with any aggression. Well, we'll get you on the commentary booth with Craig. We'll hear your side of the story. I'm giving them a hard time here, but they get to defend themselves when they talk to Craig.
Unfortunately, James, no, batteries not included is not solar powered.
No, and that wouldn't work because we're inside anyway, so that's not going to work. Just to call out, if you're a Roboteer in the arena, get ready. Blast Furnace, Rust in Pieces, and Inertia B4. Please get ready, they are already aligned. Fang, Resistance, and Oobly, you are up next, and then we are into the grand finals.
The Redemption's next.
Oh, the Redemptions. I'm getting ahead of myself.
You're very excitable today.
A few hours ahead of yourself, Gav.
I like the way Joe just said I'm 5 hours early. Come on, we're better than that. We're not that behind.
Other tangy, refreshing beverages are available.
Oh yeah, that showed up on the camera there. So of course, me getting ahead of myself, the structure for today, we have the freeway fights, and then whoever loses a freeway fight goes into a redemption fight, which is a one-on-one battle.
Correct. There will be 16 of those. The losers of those are eliminated. They will have a chance to do whiteboards later on, but the winners back into the main competition.
And the whiteboards, for those who don't know, they're basically a filler. Yep. So we will end up seeing some utter ridiculous fights. Sometimes every robot gets thrown in. One of the things that we have been doing is international fights because of our international competitors.
Correct.
And I'm interrupting Craig's time, so over to Craig.
I can't believe you do that to me.
Look, you're wasting more time.
It's my special moment. Elliot! Vertex! It did the thing again!
Yeah, I upgraded the pulley and weapon system a bit this time, so it should hopefully no longer melt every fight.
I mean, if it could keep doing that the entire tournament, you've got a deadly competitor on your hands, surely.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, with the longer wedgelets, got to be careful under the arena. But other than that, yeah, I think it should be all right.
It was a dominant performance there, so I look forward to seeing it in future. Congratulations on that fight. Who else have we got? We've got Antithesis and Batteries Not Included over there. One of you, come. Oh, the wonderful Batteries Not Included. Were the batteries included?
They were, yes, as you can see by the movement.
It definitely had batteries.
Yeah, it definitely moved out the red square. I was sold short there, but I did go on the aggressive.
I definitely saw it moving and attacking.
It didn't go as badly as I thought it would do. Still going, still moving, so really happy.
Because you told me earlier there was meant to be a flipper on this.
And there was. I did like some sticks, but they didn't last very long.
They got vertexed.
Yes, they did. Well and truly vertex, but it's fine. It's okay.
You going to be ready for the redemptions?
Absolutely.
Amazing. We look forward to seeing this beautiful creation. Look at those little eyes. He took an eye off. Gold rims are still intact, but the eyes are on. We'll never forgive. Never forgive you, Ellen. Amazing. We'll see you later. Congratulations. And finally, Antithesis. Hello. looks a bit different than I saw it last. It's got some sticks.
Yeah, I mean, the idea was if the weapon works, that will help pry a robot off of it, but the whole robot didn't work because we had to swap controller and the mixing's not set up.
Is that kind of what hampered you in the end?
Well, I think in the end it was Vertex is just good and we can't flip over, but I like the excuse that it's the controller, so...
Well, we'll take it, and you'll be able to prove yourself in the next match, right?
We'll win that one.
We'll win that one. Excellent. I look forward to seeing you crush the opponents in the next one. See you. Bye.
Thank you, Craig. Now, in the YouTube comments, Hoppin wants me to predict. Oh my God, that's terrifying. Wants us to predict who is going to win the competition. So, from what you've seen so far, Gav, who's your money on?
Well, I've seen Emboss in action. That is a lethal robot. They have a good shout. I know they have to go through the redemption, so they're not where they want to be. Baby Shrek, they do a lot of damage.
I think currently, from what I've seen, I think Baby Shrek is probably the favourite. Not that I'm piling pressure on Sam for him to
but then Night Fury. Honestly, Night Fury is dangerous. Such a well-controlled robot. So let's not forget Boring Ball.
Honestly,
I love Boring Ball.
Well, in the arena currently, in the blue square, we have Rust in Pieces. I've been told externally looks exactly the same, internally completely new. In the red square, we have...
Robot is stand by.
So Blast Furnace is in the red corner.
3.
And Inertia B4
2.
Up against the Utah.
1. Begin.
Up into the air already. And that's really knocked Inertia off. They got no control. And now they're back under control. They go straight in for another hit though. That is the problem with Inertia. That powerful spinning weapon. They lose control and that's putting them into trouble.
One of the Rust in Pieces cluster bots has lost the wheel and now the other one is being terrorised by Inertia.
Almost going to the Uta zone there, and for some reason Blast Furnace wants to get in on this damage.
Look at the top armour of Blast Furnace has been peeled away and Inertia here absolutely terrorising
Going
Rust in
down.
Pieces again and into the ceiling for a second
Going
time.
down.
But now the pit is bot dropped, so that is really danger zone for Inertia, because if it loses control like this, it's over! Oh, so close, but not in.
How did it not go down the pit?
But that is what I was talking about, the danger of Inertia. Once it loses control, it is so close to going in, and I think that's the end.
I think that's that, because one of the Inertia's attacks has killed Rust in Pieces and Blast Furnace eliminated. What an insane fight that was.
What a ridiculous fight. For a moment, a split moment, I thought we'd see an upset. Look at this, look at that.
You know when you were young, you went to a supermarket and you threw a coin down one of those like charity box things and it circles round. That's what that was.
So the inertia of Inertia saved it there, keeping it out of the pit.
Absolutely.
But how close that must be. Heart in your chest kind of moments there for Inertia.
You'd have been absolutely terrified, wouldn't you? I mean, it was going, wasn't it? It really was.
And it's not the first time we've seen that, as we said, we've been talking about it. You have to last the distance to win this fight. You hit the bottom of the pit floor, you're out.
Absolutely. Somehow, circling the drain, look at that enormous hit straight away. The weapon of Rust in Pieces peeled away and bent to one side. The other Rust in Pieces twin down one side of drive. The link was out of the other one, and down the pit they went.
Almost knocked straight into the camera there. Yeah. That was so close there. But
I'm amazed we don't lose more GoPros.
They're well positioned.
They come out of our budget.
They're well positioned, and let's be honest, GoPros not plugging them. Other mountable cameras are available, but you know they're quite robust. They're quite robust objects.
Okay, boys, I'm going to jump in very quickly and just do some ready tabling, because this is about to be the last fight of the first round, which means we'll be going into the redemptions. So, to the ready table, can we have Bish Bash Bosh and Angel Slice? Please help. Axolotl and Carbonated Beverage, Red Fox Rampage and Imposter Syndrome, and Chucky and Wastelander. Thank you. And we're here with Will Thomas. That was a bit of a nail biter, wasn't it?
That was fun. Very lucky with the pit there. I think I bounced off the edge of it instead of going all the way in, so don't think I could do that again if I tried.
I was going to say there was like a moment near the start where you were bouncing around and almost went into the Uta. Then you bounced around and almost went in the pit.
All that time I was thinking, shall I turn the disc off? Nah, leave it.
Nah.
And
it was fun. You know, it worked really well considering it came in as a last-minute reserve. It was all bodged together this week. It seems to be doing the job.
The dreams of half term, right?
To being a teacher.
Well, congratulations, Will. That was a dominant performance. We look forward to seeing it next round. Well done. Who are we going to have next? Which pile of bits would like to come in now? Oh, boys. Is this...
The link is now inside.
Oh, the link is inside. Okay. These look a bit different.
Yeah, just a bit. Yeah, so the wheel has come off.
So you sheared the shaft, so you might be able to see that. Wow, impressive. And these are brand new brushless conversions. Are they even conversions, or are they fancy, expensive ones?
Conversions, yeah, the 22mm conversion thing.
Have you got spares?
Yes, we do.
Some spares. Some spares. I'm glad to hear it, because one of the best robots, one of the most exciting robots in the field. It's not generous. What are you on about? Beautiful robots, and we're excited to see you back in the Redemptions. Good luck next time, guys. And finally, Blast Furnace in its new configuration. It's got an axe now. What's this all about?
Thought I'd try something different, something a bit more, well, a bit less pacifist. I've always had flippers before, so I thought I'd give something that might actually do a bit of damage again.
It looks great. I love the shape of this hammer on top. Did you get any good damage in?
I took more than I gave.
I was going to say, you definitely got some good scars on the side of that. Do you reckon it's going to be workable for the next fight?
It's not broken, it just needs fixing.
Robots in a nutshell. It's not broken, it just needs fixing. Excellent. Well, thank you for coming up, and good luck in your redemption.
Thank you, Craig. Now, normally when we do these kind of events, it's streamed to obviously a live audience on YouTube, which, hello, welcome to us. We actually have a very, very large crowd at the top as well. Hello, everybody. Are you all having a good morning? Excellent. Thank you very much for coming along. I hope you're all enjoying yourselves, and I hope we're giving you some good entertainment this morning, or this afternoon, I suppose.
Well, throughout the day. So we are at St Micheals Church. Please cheer, please clap, please applaud, make some noise when the robots are doing damage, doing battle. The more you cheer, the more they are willing to destroy their robots, and that is a true fact.
It's absolutely true fact, and you know, they are bloodthirsty. The audience, they want to see damage, they want to see carnage.
Yeah, we want to see, well, you know, instead of blood, we want to see oil. Instead of tears, we want to see ripped metal. Or maybe some tears.
Maybe
a few tears.
In the arena, in the blue square, we have Resistance. In the red square, we have Fang. And by the Outer zone, we have Oobly.
And this is the last of the three-way fights.
Robot is stand by.
Well, countdown.
2, 1.
Begin.
And now we see the spinners getting up and running, and Oobly running over Resistance there, but Fang now doing some damage.
Oh, Fang stuck on its end. Can it get back down? It's trying to rock itself back.
It is seesawing, so Fang's opportunity now is pretty much someone knocks into him, which is possible. Look at the speed of Resistance.
Turns Oobly upside down. Oobly with some new chunky tyres for this event.
And for a second there, I thought Oobly was going to do Fang a favour and get him back into the fight. Not happening.
Instead, they've ripped a wheel off of Resistance. It's now down to 3.
And that's really going to hamper their manoeuvrability. Can't get the words out. Look how quick these robots are moving. I can't keep up.
Pit button activated. Oobly over the pit. Gets away now. Terrorising.
Going down.
Resistance. Up and over and spinning around. It's Oobly out of control.
And they're dancing dangerously close. Oobly so close, and they've nudged themselves in.
And down the pit. It hasn't hit the floor, but it's very much in the pit. And that's the end of that. Resistance with the win there.
So unfortunate for Fang, just getting knocked up onto their top side, and look at them, they seesawed for a second. I thought they could get momentum.
I don't know what he was trying to do. I think he was trying to just rock it back down, but it just wasn't going to happen for him, and unfortunately balanced on his backside. Oobly, with those new chunky tyres, able to gyro itself over a lot easier than in previous events. However, that was the end of Oobly.
And can you believe it? We've gotten through all of the knockout rounds without a judge's decision.
I don't know why they're here.
Honestly, the Roboteers are determined to do battle and get it sorted in the arena. They don't want to go to the judges.
It's true, absolutely true. Well, a solid win for Resistance. A bit of repair work to do though, because
I was going to say Resistance did not get away with that lightly. They have got a couple of fangs off into the arena floor. There is damage done. Wheels were knocked off. Oogly really did some damage, but of course, no one is out of the competition yet. We are now into the redemption rounds.
We are indeed. We'll have confirmation of those fights coming up very shortly, but we're going over to Mr. Felix Townsend, I believe, who is over at the interview booth. Hello, Felix.
Well, that was a pretty good fight. Lots going on in it. A little short. How do you think it went for you?
Very bad.
What do you reckon's the problems were? What would you take away from that fight?
I'm quite annoyed because it's something I didn't think of. I thought it might sit on the ears. And I just forgot to fire them down a bit, so it was a bit of an angle. So
it's a real shame because the shape of the robot is absolutely brilliant. You see it in the camera here. It's absolutely lovely. I love the shape. It fits the theme very nicely for Halloween. But anyway, super performance, I say. It was a real shame it got stuck in his back, but at least it's ready for his next fight. Anyway, I'll let you get back to it. Look at this absolute monster truck of a robot you've got here. So, if you're going to sum up that fight, how do you feel it went?
It went up until I went in the pit, and then it went a bit downhill, or got wedged in the pit. It's one of them, isn't it?
That's fair enough, it's fair enough. You were very chaotic on the wheels when you were turning it would right up. That was brilliant.
Something I think and try and work that out, but overall I'm happy with it. Just need to tone it back a bit.
Well, it was brilliant for self-writing it, I've got to say. And it looks, not to spoil it, but it looks like you've done a reasonable amount of damage to your opponents. Obviously you got Fang stuff in his back and then you gave a good shot to Resistance. Happy with that?
Yeah, I'm very happy. I'm very happy. It's a good day out.
Too much to repair or pretty happy with it?
It's a bit funny, but I'll have a look at it.
Lovely. Well, there you get on with it. Thank you very much. Gareth, with a bit of Resistance. Doesn't quite look the same as it did when it went in, but you got the win from it. You've got to be happy about that.
yeah, I am. To be honest, the opponents you have there, both of them are not good opponents. Having them together is even worse. Didn't really know who to focus on, what to do. So I'm happy to survive more than anything. To win as well, just give me more time to prepare.
Well, I'd say it was a tricky one because you had a vertical and a horizontal, so the setup you went with is a little bit for the horizontal and a little bit for the vertical. Have you got too much to repair? I know it looks a bit all over, but surely not too bad?
I'm going to take the gearbox apart.
Robot
see if I can get that
stand
repaired.
by.
If I can, should be fine.
Thank you very much, Gary.
3.
In the arena currently we have
2.
Bish Bash Boss in the red square and Angel Slice in the
Begin.
blue.
It's 3 versus 1. Prepare for some carnage as Angel Slice's spinner gets up to speed, and already Bish Bash Bosh, they're being thrown around the arena.
Now don't forget as well, these are the redemption fights. If you lose these, you are out of the main competition. Angel Slice's weapon has slowed to a halt.
Is that a disabled weapon there? It looks like it. So now it's going to be 3 versus 1 in a shunting match. It is definitely in Bish Bash's Bosch's favour. And look at this!
They're holding him in place. Red is hovering by that pit button, waiting for the frame to collapse like that. Hit the pit button, down it goes, and Angel Slice held by the pit.
So you have to remember, look at this!
And Angel Slice pitted. Great teamwork by all. Well,
it's a dog pile, everyone jumping in. That was a 3v1 fight. Angel Slice came out swinging, good damage in the beginning, but then the immobilized weapon, honestly...
It made the difference, and unfortunately for Angel Slice, when that weapon goes down, there's not much else he can do. A shake of the head from Andy tells it all, really. I know he's gutted, but...
Well, not much they could do. There is good maneuverability. Andy is a good roboteer, but 3 versus 1, and they are 3 good roboteers themselves.
Absolutely, and I am so gutted for Andy, because Angel Slice is genuinely one of, if not the most terrifying horizontal.
It didn't deserve to be the first robot knocked out of the competition, did it? That was so unfortunate.
With that said, credit to Bish Bash Bosh, because they had a lot of damage in that first fight as well, to get them all repaired, to get them working seemingly all quite, you know, functionally.
It's almost as if they know that their robots are cannon fodder, so they chuck them into the weapon, immobilize the weapon, and then just team up. So we're going to go over for the commentary booth to get the views of the fight.
Joe, please come to the commentary booth.
Hang on, before we do the interview, can we have Chucky and Wastelander, Head for the Exit and Zeitgeist, Red Fox Rampage and Imposter Syndrome, Titan and Batteries Not Included, and Mr. Pointier and Rust in Pieces, please. To the ready table.
So Stephen, over to the commentary booth. I'm not sure what chaos we're in for. Felix, take it away.
Wow, that was pretty impressive, I gotta say, boys. You should be very happy with yourself. Look at all these broken bits. How do you feel that went? It's alright, wasn't it? How do you feel that went, Joe? It's alright, wasn't it? How do you feel that went, Garrett? Pretty alright, wasn't it? I reckon that was pretty impressive. The armor held up brilliantly against Angel Slice. What have you got on the front here that held up so well? Hope. That's very good. I reckon it was the little moustache. It's really furry. Nice furry moustache. I wasn't expecting that. No. Thank you, Felix. You're welcome, Joe. Well done, Andy. Andy, do you want an interview?
Can we please get Chucky to the arena, please? Thank you.
You don't want to miss this opportunity, Andy. Once in a lifetime. I've got time to burn, Andy. Do you want to summarise that fight? How do you feel it went?
It was going okay, and then the belt came off, and then that was it. You know, once the weapon goes down, it's not built for pushing. So when you're up against 3 robots that are built for pushing, it's only going to go away.
It's such a shame because Angel Slice is, 1, it's an absolutely lovely robot, and 2, it's normally incredibly destructive. And you did cause a bit of damage there, some good damage there. So you're quite happy about that?
Yeah, good damage. Could have done with a bit more, but you know.
You're going to get all fixed up and ready for some more fights potentially?
It just needs a new belt. So.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Top job there from Felix. In the arena currently we have Chucky and Wastelander. Wastelander in the red square, Chucky in the blue.
Robot is stand by.
I'm currently Gavless. Wish me luck, everyone.
3,
2, 1.
Begin.
Away we go. Wastelander out of the traps. Chucky trying to get in underneath of Wastelander. That wedge has pinned itself on the floor. Escapes from the pits. Wastelander circling around. Chucky nipping around the floor. Wastelander with those tracks as well. That enormously long pole at the front. Chucky trying to get around to the side and in underneath. Doesn't get it. Wastelander once again trying to use that pokey pole in front of the pit. Is enabled. 30 seconds gone. Quarter of the match done. In underneath goes Chucky, flipping itself over. Wastelander scoots away across the arena floor. Wastelander chasing down after Chucky. Chucky manoeuvring around again, in underneath and lifting Wastelander, but it turns itself over once again. Chucky zipping around the arena floor, trying to get around to the side. Can he do it? Not quite. Now up behind the back of Wastelander and turned itself over. On top is Wastelander using the grabber on top to try and prevent him from self-righting. No one got to the pit yet with just under a minute to go. Pit button, as I say that, activated.
Going down.
Chucky corralling
Going down.
Wastelander towards the pits. Can he get him down? Big push again from Chucky, self-rights. Or can't self-right currently. Now does. Chucky nudging Wastelander towards the pit. Don't drive down the pit, Wastelander, you're very close. One of the tracks is over. Gets away though. Chucky pinged him against the arena wall. Slowly but surely escaping Wastelander. Chucky, the one doing the chasing and the harrying at the moment. Spinning very dangerously there towards the pit. Doesn't quite go down. Chucky with a good push. Wastelander, oh! great recovery.
9.
Down to the last
8,
10 seconds.
7.
I think we're finally going to have a first judge's decision, although I've said
3,
that too soon, maybe,
2,
who knows?
1.
And it is a judge's decision between Wastelander and Chucky. A brilliant control fight between both of them. And we'll leave it to people who are far more adept at doing this kind of thing than I am. What I will say first, though, we'll ask the audience there here. If you think Chucky won with the blue lifter, give us a cheer. And if you think Wastelander won, the large robot with the tracks, give us a cheer. It's pretty split. Right, look, have you back?
Yeah, what did I miss?
A fight.
No.
And it went to the judges as well.
What?
And they're actually going to have to do a thing.
You mean they're actually doing some work for a change?
I know. Terrible.
Honestly, the judges have it so easy. What has the live stream chap said?
Well, I don't know. The chats, get typing. Come on. I want to see who.
Seeing some Chucky winners there. So can you talk me through it? What happened?
Chucky was doing the harrying. Couldn't quite turn over Wastelander. Kept flipping itself over. However, was the one pursuing. But I don't know. It's interesting to see.
Well, watching the replay now.
Okay. I'm over here with Chucky. How did that go? I didn't see this match, so you're going to have to walk me through it.
Well, there was a lot of pushing and a lot of me being upside down, but I think it did okay.
Did you win?
I don't know. I think it might have gone to the judges.
It went to the judges.
The winner was Chucky.
And the winner was Chucky. Congratulations. So, back into round 2.
I think so. Not even a battery charge, I think, this time. I think we'll be okay.
Damn, nice one. Congratulations. We'll see you later. Wastelander. Wastelander has had a time, hasn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. It's a lot different than what it looked like 4 days ago, but it works now slightly, so better than it did this morning.
So for context, Wastelander was supposed to be in the tournament today as a main competitor. Was having some technical issues, got replaced. But then Rob had to drop out, so we swapped it back in. And you got put in a really tough, pushy match there.
Yeah, but you know, it was a good match. I think it was the longest one I've had so far. But overall, big thanks to everyone that helped me earlier fix it as well, because I wasn't going to be able to do it on my own. So, thank you.
Big up everyone in this community for helping each other out with fixing these robots. It's amazing work. And we'll see you back for some whiteboards later. Amazing. Well done.
Well done, Craig. Brilliant commentary work, I would say. Great interviews.
Thanks, hon.
So currently loading up in the arena as our next fight. Head for the exit and Zeitgeist. Head for the exit, stopping at random in the first fight. It was on top of Digestive, slicing through the back, and then cut out, and that was that.
And it's such an unexpected thing for that robot, because it is a well-experienced robot, isn't it? It was well baton hardened.
Yeah, I mean, I fought it in Rapture earlier this year. It was one of my favourite fights. I blew up his saw.
I remember it shattering.
Yeah, it was great
into
fun.
pieces.
I felt very guilty afterwards, and yeah, absolutely one of the more scary machines here, purely for the fact that you have to armour very differently for saws instead of spinners.
And whilst we're waiting, Roboteers, listen up. So the redemption rounds, Head for the Exit and Zeitgeist, as you said, is next. Red Fox Rampage versus Imposter Syndrome. Then it's Titan versus Batteries Not Included. Redemption 3, Boring Bot versus Ryu Kishin.
And then Keith the Teeth versus Fang. Oddly appropriate that those two are fighting each other.
And then Mr. Pointier versus Rusting Pieces.
Absolutely.
So that's the order of the battles. Hopefully Roboteers will be ready. And we're seeing the gloves are off, the covers are off the weapons. And I think we're going to end up seeing Head for the Exit over to the blue zone and Zeitgeist in the red zone. And you can see it on the live stream. Joe is struggling with this door. He doesn't have the same technique as David.
He's actually calling Dave over for help.
He's tagged in for assistance.
Joe,
Here we go, everyone.
Joe, I hope you're embarrassed.
Here we go, everyone.
He didn't even have to slam
And a big cheer for David there. Well done. So, Joe, clearly you need to go to the gym a little bit more. But now we're going to get ready for a fight. So, Head for the Exit into the blue zone. Zeitgeist in the red. This is going to be an interesting fight. Are you placing any bets?
Robot is
I'll be
stand
honest,
by.
I'm going to back head for the exits
3,
because
2,
it's, I don't know.
1.
I don't know, I feel like it's got more potential. Here we go. Zeitgeist away. Head for the exit with the sword up to speed and slicing through the front net. It's like a dentist drill.
It is surgical, it is in there, and it looks to be wedged actually. I think the saw has been wedged, and we're seeing already the robotist is tapping out. Is that the end of head for the exit?
Head for the exit has stopped once again, and Zeitgeist is going to win. Oh, the fuse has gone on head for the exit, and that's the end of that. Zeitgeist with, I believe, that team's first win at Beetleweights.
Congratulations, Zeitgeist, although they didn't get away unscathed. Head for the exit, still doing some damage.
I don't think it's the fight they would have wanted, but it's the fight that they got.
Well, you can't choose that, can you? But a win is a win. Your robot outlasted your competitor, and that's what this competition is about. Congratulations, Zeitgeist. Head for the exit, though. They are out of the competition.
I'm gutted. I mean, of course, when I say, they're going to win, they obviously immediately going to break down. But it's, I believe, from what Greg's saying, the fuse has gone in the robot. And
the commentator's curse there. You really have the gift.
I'm so sorry, Greg.
So we'll get them over to the commentary booth, and well, it looks to be a bit empty, so I'm going to make my way over for a change.
I think I can. Have fun. Can we also get axolotl and carbonated beverage to the ready table, please? Reminder for Keith the Teeth and Fang, Boring Bottom Ryukishin, and Titan and batteries not included. Over to Gav, I think.
So, are you finished over there, Sam? I think he is. So we're here with Zoltergeist. You're a winner.
Yeah. That was surprising. I wasn't expecting to win that, especially if you look at this massive gash that's now in the front of Zeitgeist. But yeah, I hope River, who's watching, I know you're watching, River. I hope you're happy that I got you a win. I told you I'd get you a win, and I wasn't much of a win, but I got you a win. So.
Well, you outlasted the competition, and that's such a clean cut. Like, do you actually need to do any repair work on that?
No, but I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it?
It's a battle wound. It's definitely a battle wound. Are there any more scars on the robot?
Not yet. There probably will be fairly soon, though.
I was going to say, you're into the next round, so who are you hoping to avoid?
Ooh, I wouldn't like another overhead. The one time I forget all of my overhead armor, I get loads of overhead. So anything that's got a weapon that's kind of not on the top, that'd be fantastic.
Understood. Well, head back now and get your robot ready for the next fight. You are going to be carrying through, so congratulations to Zoltergeist, everyone. And head for the exit.
It's come all the way from the Netherlands, folks.
All the way from the Netherlands, head for the exit, guys. A big cheer, big round of applause. So, I'm very sad to say that is you out of the competition, but maybe some whiteboards later?
Yeah, of course. I'm willing to take anyone. The thing is, it keeps killing itself, my robot. It seems like halfway through a cut, it's like, oh, I can't be bothered, and then the fuse kills itself.
So it does half a job?
Yeah. But, hopefully, maybe I'll have to just take it a bit easier on the sawing, which I don't like. But, I don't want it to keep on blowing itself because, one of these small things is just costing you a match, which is unfortunate.
Very unfortunate indeed. So there's nothing you can do to repair it today?
No, I don't think so. But, maybe I'll just be a dustpan.
Someone who cleans up the competition. And I've got to say, loving the gear, of course. This isn't your Halloween outfit. This is your team gear, isn't it?
I sleep in this at night.
Always ready to run for the exit.
Of course.
All right, well, thank you so much. Hopefully see you in some whiteboards later and that your robot doesn't get too damaged. Over to Sam for the next fight.
Yep, in the arena we have Red Fox Rampage in the red square and Imposter Syndrome in the blue. We are away. Red Fox Rampage with taking off the wedge off the front, which doesn't need it anymore. It has not fighting a horizontal spinner. And Imposter Syndrome with the full panel lifter.
I feel like this might be the first match without a spinner in it.
It might be.
So this is going to be a battle of control and aggression. It's going to be a shunting match for the most part. And then when the pit button is enabled, that is when danger comes.
Well,
but
speaking of the pit button, Imposter Syndrome has wedged itself on the floor.
Oh, and that is properly wedged.
Enabled.
Excellent sportsmanship here from Sev, trying to release Imposter Syndrome. Well done. A round of applause, please, for Red Fox Rampage freeing Imposter Syndrome and letting the fight continue for more action.
But the pit button, we might have missed it during that. The pit button is now enabled. So when will we see it become active? I'm not quite sure. Red Fox struggling a little bit to get around.
On the seam of the arena there was a little bit high centered, back going again now.
But Imposter Syndrome, that shovel, that front edge, it is damaged and that's causing them trouble.
There's a hex key in there. I don't know how that
well, you know, just a safety switch, just a safety device.
Absolutely. Imposter Syndrome taking the plunge into the pit release with
Going
just
down.
over 45 seconds remaining.
Going down.
And now it's a head-to-head shunting match again. Imposter Syndrome now getting much better traction. Look at that shunting now driving over Red Fox.
There we go. Over goes Imposter Syndrome, and that's that.
That's
Imposter
the end of the
Syndrome
fight.
has no way of getting back on their wheels. And Red Fox Rampage with a well-deserved win. And I think a special credit for them for showing some excellent sportsmanship earlier and not just taking the easy pitting win. So well done. I think Gav's making his way back over to the interview area. So be sure to go and say hello to him. Can we please have End Boss and Kenneth to the ready table, as well as Zephyrus and Rudimental, please. Next fight is Titan and Batteries Not Included, who are currently in the queue. And we have Imposter Syndrome heading to Gav now.
Yep, so we are ready now with Imposter Syndrome, and let's talk about this front edge. Put it on the bench, and then we can get the camera showing it. What's the damage for the front edge?
That was End Boss in the first round. I didn't repair that because I was too busy trying to fix the flipping mechanism, which I didn't fix either.
And ultimately, that was your undoing at the end of the fight, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was actually surprised at how much push I had, and Seb was such a gentleman and got me unstuck from the pit.
So a massive thank you to your fellow competitor there. That was brilliant sportsmanship. Would you have returned the favour? Would you have done something like that?
Oh yeah, definitely, Seb. Good old boy.
Well, you're saying no. Come on in. I think we can fit 3 of us in the room. Hello, Red Fox. How was that fight for you?
All right. No, it was okay. I'm glad that he's got a win. That's all I wanted from today. The drive systems let me down. I knew it was bad, but it was bad. So it's great having a steep wedge and not enough drive power to get under anything. But the flipper, when I actually timed it correctly, was great.
Absolutely, that was a perfectly timed flipper. And now back to the arena for the next fight.
Yeah, we have Titan in the blue square, Batteries Not Included in the red square. Away we go. Titan up to speed, Batteries Not Included. Don't go broadside, otherwise that happens. And a big smack there on Batteries Not Included. One of the wheels all gummed up there.
Well, if you ask me, it looks like Batteries Not Included is stuck on the pit there. And, well, Titan really just has the front of the ruts here. They can do whatever damage they want to do. I think this is over, and they've tapped out.
They have, yeah, Batteries Not Included. Calling it a day, and I think probably for the best. A win for Titan.
Pit enabled. Seats.
Well, it was over before it really began, but Batteries Not Included, a valiant effort, and getting back into the arena from earlier on.
So do you think that was all because of the damage done by Titan, or was there other things at play?
The tyre came off of Batteries Not Included, which obviously hampered it on the one side, and I think that probably ultimately is what killed it. But we have to remember as well, Titan did also smash up Step Up earlier, and maybe a little bit unfortunate they're actually in this position in the first place. So we'll say hello, Gareth. I'm going to ask ketchup or brown sauce. I'm going to go for ketchup, please. Thank you. Gav has made his way over to the interview booth, and next fight will be a all-tooth affair between Keith the Teeth and Fang. Iconic if you're a dentist.
Is that really your best joke?
I'm not very funny.
Well, let's gloss over this as we get our competitors in. So Titan, come on over. You are the victor, and you made short work of that fight, didn't you?
Yeah, that went well after the last fight where I found our battery had exploded, which is why we died. But fresh battery in there seems to be working well. Yeah, that was by the numbers.
So define exploded. What actually happened to the battery pack?
So with batteries, I'm guessing it's faulty or something, but it's gone from about this thick to about this thick.
So it's properly ballooned up.
Yes. Oh yeah. Definitely one for the bin.
Oh dear, that's not very good. Well, you're through to the next round, so congratulations. Who do you want to avoid?
All of them.
You just want to go into the arena, have a nice little run around by yourself?
I suppose the big ones really, quite like to avoid things like Oobly and Baby Shrek. They appear to be like the big favourites around here, so any of the big players like that, until maybe a bit later on, I'd be happy with that.
Brilliant. Well, let's get batteries not included, and let's get the robot on the table here, because there's a bit of damage to talk about, isn't there?
No, not really.
No, Titan, would you agree with that?
It's a mere flesh wound.
Ruined.
It's not ruined. It's repairable. Of course, it's repairable. So talk us through that fight.
I think I got stuck on the pit, inside the pit, and they come behind me and flipped me to the ceiling, which is fantastic. Did a great job. Really, really good hits.
So even though it's your pride and joy, your robot, you love seeing it get thrown into the air.
Well, that's what we're here for.
See, I love that spirit, and I told you, everyone spectating, the more you cheer, the louder you cheer, the more they're willing to destroy their robots. So whiteboards are still open later today. Are you going to be entering any whiteboards?
I'll have a go. We'll see if we can put the hot loose and wheels back on. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, best of luck. Hope you've enjoyed your time today, and I'm going to head over to Sam, getting ready for the next fight.
I have a mouthful.
So we did have Keith the Teeth and Fang in the arena. Keith the Teeth struggling for a bit of traction on the floor. I think it was a fork problem. One of their many incisors at the front, I think, keeping them off the floor.
I am loving your dedication to these teeth puns.
Yeah, it's pretty savage, really. There's a lot of wisdom in it, though.
Oh, really? Even one more? Even one more? Well, enough filling. Let's get in here now. So, the fight is about to begin. Fang in the red corner, Keith in the blue. Cheer them on as they begin to fight.
Begin.
I wonder who's going to be smiling at the end of it, though.
You are too far now. So Fang doing a fantastic job there. Keith the Teeth avoiding Fang there. That initial hit's doing a great job to try and get around the
Big
back.
smack there from Fang, and I think might have damaged one of the drive sides because it's now crab walking around.
Well, both of them are crab walking. So this is an interesting battle now because neither of them are in full control.
It's literally become the physical embodiment of the batarang, hasn't it?
It really has swinging around like that. But look at the speed. It can get a lot of speed. It almost turns itself into a weapon by itself.
Absolutely. The pit's available to whoever wants it. Keith the Teeth taking a big chunk of plastic off the top there.
And as I'm watching Keith, they look to be drifting around the arena more than anything else. I thought Keith was going to go straight for the pit button. They might be trying to hit him, but they just can't get the right angle. And they're desperately getting closer. Maybe Fang there, maybe Fang hits him, but not quite. Keith the Teeth now trying to get Fang away from that pit button. They want a clean run.
They do. All those teeth as well. Well, one has been removed there, but all of them are now bent back on themselves. So that is damage sustained. Fang struggling to transition towards Keith the Teeth, and
going
the pit
down.
has been activated.
So with
Going
under
down.
1 minute left on the clock, we're going to get ever closer to the pit because that really is Keith's strategy. And Fang willingly going over to the pit themselves.
Absolutely. Maybe they're trying to bait them on and try and draw them in. You know, Keith the Teeth. They've been to friends before, but I think this is either their first or second Beetle. So it's very much, you know, early days for them. John Luke at the controls of Fang, very experienced, has run Igor for years, and now starting to cause the damage.
So Keith the Teeth getting on the right side of Fang. They are able to push if they are able to get the traction and the maneuverability. But Fang getting a little bit of damage in with that spinner, slowly chipping away at Keith the Teeth as Keith the Teeth skirts around the corner, the edge of the pit.
Down to the last 10 seconds, and a big impact right at the end there.
So that's a big amount of damage, and Keith getting very close, but not quite in. This is going to go to a judge's decision.
It is, and what a fight. Very tactical.
Well, neither roboteer had the battle they wanted. No. Both robots were struggling to move around the arena.
They did. I think that very first initial impact from Fang, something's gone wrong with one of the drive sides. It's not, you know, easy to control a robot like that with a big horizontal weapon. So that's going to affect it. Keith the Teeth, even before the fight, had issues. So, who knows?
Who knows indeed. We can only wait as it has gone to the judges, the 3 judges, and well, I don't know if we've spoken about it yet. What are the judges looking for?
Well, they're looking for aggression, how aggressive you are towards your opponent. Control, how controlled are you doing the, you know, executing the strategy that you want to do. And then, as opposed to damage, weapon effectiveness. Normally the criteria is damage because, you know, it's very obvious. You see bits flying off, it's damage. However, the limitation with that is if you don't have a big spinner, you tend not to see the big damage. So if you're more effective in your weapon, that's more of a fair way of doing it. And I think you're going over to the interview booth.
I am. We're going to run off, but thank you for your explanation.
Thank you. I think that was right. Right? Am I right? I got a nod, I promise.
Hello, Fang. Thank you for waiting for me very patiently there. So the start of the fight kind of went off to the way you expected it, but then what happened?
I believe the wires have got caught in the wheel, on one of the wheels.
So your internal wiring for the electronics?
Yeah, they're very close because of the shape of it. The wires go behind the wheels, and I think what's happened is they've just fed into one of the wheels, so I could just crab walk it. I could go backwards, and every time I went forwards, it took it back in again.
So I guess you're going to have to take the top chassis off, and then you'll actually see what damage has been done?
Yeah, I think that's what it is, though, definitely, because I found that in the last fight. They got trapped.
So what are you thinking? How can you fix that? Is there anything you can do? Maybe more duct tape?
Yeah, more duct tape, mate. Yeah, that's usually the way.
It's the only solution. Let's get Keith the Teeth in here. So not too much damage there on Fang, I don't think, but Keith the Teeth, talk us through what little bits of carnage has happened on your poor little robot.
As you can see, we've suffered almost no damage.
He says as he carefully places multiple pieces onto the table.
Yeah, they were all sacrificial parts. It was completely fine. The wires dangling out the back are also sacrificial. That's completely fine. But yeah, it was. I was pleased to go the distance really on that one.
And Sam will hate me if I don't ask. How many teeth did you lose in that fight?
Let me just check. Only one by my count.
Only the one. Well, I think the arena is ready to go fighting. So
before that, though,
the judge's decision.
We have the decision, and it is a split decision. Ooh. Ben, who did you go for? Ben, Hassan, Keith the Teeth. Ryan, head judge. Who did you go for? For Fang, Simon. Fang is the winner on a split decision.
Congratulations, Fang.
We're currently loading in our next redemption fight. It is Axolotl, which was meant to be a Hammersaw but isn't, and carbonated beverage, which is meant to be a drink, but it's actually a flipper.
Well, it does encompass the drink portion, where it has a pressurized, drinks bottle. You have multiple drinks bottles. So is that redundancy? Is there 2 for redundancy, or is it just extra volume? I'm not too sure.
I think it could be capacity. I'll be honest, I'm not sure. If you're interviewing next, why don't you ask?
I was going to say, that's a question to definitely get in and ask them. So I'm expecting, I think this fight is going to be quite clear. Axolotl is going to be targeting the bottles with its vertical spinner, and Carbonated is going to be doing their best to just flip Axolotl and make that not a possibility.
It is interesting because, as I say, at the moment, for me, so another thing that I find really interesting about carbonated beverage, their transmitter is unique, so the controls that they use is unique. You tend to see a lot of off-the-shelf models. The driver of carbonated beverage is using a PlayStation 2 controller.
And there's a bit of work taken in place. Must have been a bit difficult to hack into.
I don't know how he's done it, but I mean, again, something to ask him later. It's so lovely, the fact that he's just kind of gone old school and used a gaming.
Well, I was going to say, so anyone who plays on a console, you can literally jump in and take control of that robot.
In theory.
Love a theory. So we're seeing a bit of work being done on the robots here. So Carbonated is I think removing a bottle.
I think it could be high centered on something, possibly. Not sure.
So we're not giving up on this fight just yet. We are going to stick with it. Hopefully we'll get going.
Absolutely. What's been your favourite fight so far, Gav?
That's an interesting one. I think for me, I actually really enjoyed the cluster bots, Bish Bash Bosh, teaming up against Angel Slice. And you know, that was really a method that was executed perfectly. Angel Slice didn't see what was coming. It was 3v1. And it was just an interesting fight from the get-go because, you know, we saw Angel Slice get pinned between the two robots, and then as soon as their weapon was damaged, Bish Bash Bosh took full control, and it was the controllability. It's not just all-out aggression with a spinning weapon. It was actually
very strategically driven. I think for me it was the I'm going to go the opposite. Zephyrus's melee.
The utter chaos.
Unbelievable. Well, I think we are ready. Axolotl in the red square. Carbonated beverage down to 1. No longer double
Robotics,
targed.
stand by.
So Carbonated already at a disadvantage. 1 bottle down, that's going to reduce their volume. So the flipper isn't going to be as beneficial as possible, and immediately dug into the side but didn't go in for the kill. And now Axolotl starting to get their weapon close enough to do damage.
That enormously long flipper blade as well of carbonated beverage is going to make it a little bit difficult to maneuver around to the side of Axolotl, who has pinned itself to the wall and has tapped. There we go. Excellent sportsmanship there.
So there's a bit of sportsmanship there. Round of applause, everyone.
So it's over. But that's the end of Axolotl. Carbonated beverage.
Despite the quick little bit of work it had to do before the fight even began, despite going in at a disadvantage, Carbonated Beverage managed to get the win because Axolotl, I'm not sure what happened.
I think just kind of the entire interview area has just been blown over by the wind. If you heard some feedback, apologies. Yeah, Carbonated Beverage, despite that kind of initial scare, kept his cool, and that was the end of poor old Axolotl.
We're professionals.
Well done, Joe. Proud of you.
Don't worry, Joe. The camera isn't on you guys. No one knew. No one knows.
No one saw it. Next up, we have End Boss and Kenneth. Can we get Mother Loader and Nemesis to the ready area, please? Yes, that is a shark. The next few fights, as you can see on screen, End Boss and Kenneth, Zephyrus and Rudimental, Antithesis and Bento, Boring Bot and Ryukishin, Mother Loader and Nemesis. And Felix, I believe, is now very kindly going over to the interview area. Hello, Felix.
Hello there, Sam. Thank you very much. So who have we got here?
This is Axolotl, spelt wrong, of course.
Lovely, lovely.
Yeah, it was working, but the fuse blew, so maybe 30 amps isn't enough.
So what's that? So you've got a little bit of fuse wire on the end of your link there, and basically the robot's drawn too much current, and it's just gone pop, and then all the power's gone.
No, the fuse connects the battery to the rest of it, so without the fuse, the robot doesn't work. So. Right, I'm ready for whiteboards, so if anyone wants to fight a robot that doesn't drive, I'm challenging.
Oh, come on, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. Well, lovely robot, I say, when it's been going pretty well, I think. So, unlucky, and get a rip to whiteboards. We'll see it again.
Thank you, everyone.
Carbonated
Big round of applause, please, for Axolotl.
Next up, we've got Carbonated Beverage, which is an absolutely brilliant robot. As soon as I saw it, and I saw a massive Coke or Pepsi bottle hanging off the back, instant favourite. How do you think the fight went?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you never want to win a fight because, you know, the opponent's link will didn't work or whatever, but he did flip, which I'm really pleased with. So yeah, and learn some things for the next one, hopefully.
So at the start that we saw you had to remove one of the bottles. What was that about?
Yeah, so the bottom bottle was beaching it, was lifting the wheels too far off the ground for it to be able to move. So it was a quick fix, took one of the bottles out, but should be able to get it running back with 2 for the next fight.
I'd say it was a reasonably quick fight, but at the end there you did get some good flips in, so you've got to be happy about that.
I'm very happy the flipper works.
Splendid, thank you very much. I'll let you go on with any repairs or whatever. Thank you very much. Can we get a round of applause for Carbonated Beverage?
We are loading our next combatants into the arena. Kenneth, which I believe was finished either yesterday or first thing this morning. It's exceptional. Taking on N-Boss, very dangerous with one hit. There goes the interview area again. N-Boss actually won the February event here. Not since then though, he came second in Rapture. Bit of DIY maintenance happening over at the interview area. Again, very professional. Dave has closed the arena. We are moments away from our next redemption fight, which will see Kenneth take on N-Boss. N-Boss, once again, go for those long forks. Interesting, because it didn't really pay off in that first fight. And Gav's got his mouth full, so I'm just going to carry on and...
Robot ears, stand by.
So we're about to begin.
3, 2, 1, begin.
N-Boss up to speed. Kenneth lightning quick out of the traps, but N-Boss up to speed now. Circling around the back of Kenneth.
And you can see N-Boss's spinner sparking off of the axe of Kenneth, and now Kenneth getting some axes in there.
I wonder if Kenneth could slide one of those weapon belts. While self-rising is Kenneth. I think the zip tie has gone from the removable link out the back. That's very close to getting removed.
And I think N-Boss there is quite clear. They were going to go for an Uta zone because Kenneth, they want to get him up into the air just like that.
Big smack onto the ceiling, back down to earth with a bang. Kenneth under pressure here, one-sided drive struggling. N-Boss
really hunting his prey there. They're waiting to see if Kenneth taps out or if he gets counted out.
Joe is counting him down. I think Kenneth is going to be eliminated and is the winner. N-Boss. Surgical precision from Shane there.
So, Kenneth, bless him, up into the air, going up and down. N-Boss really having their way in that fight.
Yeah, you can see here, N-Boss circling around the back. That come off that little black piece in the centre of the arena. That is off the removable link, so I'm amazed that he just didn't power down immediately. But credit to him, they kept going. N-Boss giving out as much punishment as they could do, and this shot here, bang, off the ceiling, back down. And I think that's what killed one-sided drive, and as soon as you get that kind of punishment given to you, it's curtains.
There was a lot of damage being done by N-Boss. I think Kenneth will be glad to get out of that relatively unscathed, despite going up and down around the arena.
Absolutely.
We'll see them in some whiteboards, I'm
almost
sure.
certain of it. Yeah. And, credit to N-Boss, they did lose that fight. They just fell down the pit with a second to go, hit the floor as the lights went off. They had to win the fight to get back into the comp. They are back in the comp.
I was going to say, one more fight to get to where they want to be, but now they are. And absolutely. I think Felix is going over to conduct the interviews.
I hope the wind doesn't blow over the interview area again.
So we've got Shane with N-Boss here. That was a pretty good performance. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, that was far better than the first one. It drove so much better. I could control the fight quite a lot. Yeah, that's how N-Boss should perform. Roofing stuff, breaking stuff, and there's more to come.
It did look a lot more control. It looked like he had, I don't know, just looked like a bit of an easier time in the arena. Much to do before your next fight?
No, just check the batteries, stick it on charge, and then, yeah, put it back in, ready to go.
Very nice, Shane. Thank you very much. Can we have a hand for Shane and N-Boss? Here we have Kenneth, the robot. That was a pretty impressive performance there. You took a lot of hits from N-Boss, a lot of nice gouges, and you kept going. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, I am so impressed with just how Kenneth ran. I was expecting to be dead when I got roofed or about 5 other hits. I'm really impressed. And also I managed to hit N-Boss once with, of course, the axe, so that's the only win I need, really.
You got a lovely weapon to weapon at one point. There was a nice array of sparks coming up. Can we show some of the damage on the front here?
Robot ears, stand by.
Absolutely lovely. Let's get a hand for Kenneth.
3, 2, 1, Begin.
In the arena we have Zephyrus in the red square, Rudimental coming from the blue, and a big smack from Zephyrus.
So now we're actually seeing Zephyrus' weapon working the way it's intended, but it looks to be trying to go forward and going absolutely nowhere.
They're high centered on that seam there, and they've managed to get away just in time.
So Zephyrus only really managing to go backwards, putting themselves back in the corner. But let's talk about Rudimentals.
Rudimentals have been counted out. I'm assuming that was a knockout for Zephyrus, but I'm not really sure. Blink, can you miss it?
Well, we were too busy focusing on Zephyrus. It was rotating his wheels and not going anywhere. Meanwhile, I didn't realise Rudimental up on the pit wall.
Yeah, upside down.
On the arena wall.
I think eliminated, Joe? Was Rudimental eliminated there? It was. There you go. Very quick fight.
Very quick fight.
Normally you get a bit more craziness from Zephyrus.
Well, that's going to enable us to get through the redemption round a little quicker.
Absolutely.
And maybe get to some more chaotic whiteboards. So some whiteboards are really an opportunity for Roboteers to challenge anyone.
Yeah, and a few, test some alternative setups, that you don't really want to risk in the main competition, or do some silly, fun games, in terms of you could have a 2-on-2 fight or things like that. Coming up next, we have Rust in Pieces and Mr. Pointier. After that, we have Oobly and Jack Tweedy's Toxin. The Jack Tweedy from Vanguard from BattleBots is Toxin.
Same.
Antithesis and Bento, Boring Bot and Ryukishin, Mother Loader and Nemesis and Revice, and Deja 2 Multi-Grab Drifting. That was a mouthful, wasn't it?
Sorry, lunch is fighting me at the moment.
Big indigestion at the moment.
I think there's a bit of bacon just refusing to go away.
Absolutely. So currently in the arena we have the Clusterbot Rust in Pieces. Always a dark horse. You can, it's very simple, the concept of Rust in Pieces. However, they're always very effective, and they're both very well driven, both well made. Gav's destroying his own setup at the moment. There we go.
Yeah. Sorry, everyone.
There we go. Beautiful. Love that. And then going into the arena, we have Mr. Pointier. Of course, earlier on, flipping over Red Riot, I think it was, and having its face caved in. Has recovered now, though. Thank you, Stephen.
Right, sorry, I think I'm back.
You're good now.
I needed a moment. I needed a moment.
Excellent.
That last fight really got to me.
Big shout out to Stephen as well, running the stream, as always. Absolute legend, tech wizard.
Well, I'll just actually give him an extra shout out, because not only is he switching between the arena, he's switching between us, and he's also going to the interview booth as well. So he is running around, keeping cameras in check, and switching between everyone. He is doing a fantastic job. Well done, Stephen. As we get ready for this fight,
we have Rust in Pieces in the red square,
3,
Mr. Pointier in the blue.
1. Begin.
And away we go.
Mr. Pointier going to be trying to grab in, getting into the jaws, and we can see Rust in Pieces now dividing and conquering, but Mr. Pointier running through the two of them.
Absolutely. Now, Rust in Pieces, generally very well controlled, well maintained, and obviously well driven, but they've had a lot of upgrades internally. They're going to be wanting to see some big results this weekend.
And you can see they're starting to use those arms to really control where the robot, their competitor, can go. So they get the shovel in underneath, and then that really controls where they can robot and push them around.
It is enabled. Minute and a half to go. In underneath goes Rust in Pieces. One of them is caught in the jaw of Mr. Pointier.
And that has been pressed. The pit button pressed, so now Mr. Pointier stuck a little bit under Rust in Pieces. They don't want to go anywhere near that pit zone, but Rust in Pieces now doing their best to get Mr. Pointier over to that side of the arena.
In underneath goes one of the Rust in Pieces clusters. Can they lift the whole robot? Not quite. Both of them together, though, they can.
So that is now Mr. Pointier kind of up into the air, and it looks to be a little bit stuck as they're waving their jaws, not able to do much. They're not in this fight the way they want to be. Rust in Pieces controlling the battle so far.
Yeah, so far so good for Rust in Pieces. In underneath once again, lifting up Mr. Pointier. They guide them maybe towards that pit, yawning chasm as it is.
So less than a minute to go, and Rust in Pieces, they're controlling this fight, but they're not really in full control. I would have expected Mr. Pointier to be over to that pit a lot sooner.
struggling to get in underneath and like use the lifters effectively as well. They can't quite turn it over completely, can they? They're trying to line up. Disappointed to give it a good old heave-ho. Now the pit can't quite do so just yet.
So we're coming into the final 20 seconds of the fight, and we're getting ever closer to the pit, but pirouetting around. Mr. Pointier is escaping the jaws of that pit, and Rust in Pieces is getting closer once again. But the robots, they need to team up, but they're not quite doing it.
Not quite happening, but I think he's going to survive to a judge's decision here. Mr. Pointier just about does. Goes the full 2 minutes against Rust in Pieces. That was a good fight. Well, I mean, that sums it up really, doesn't it, for Rust in Pieces? It's a frustrating effort.
A very frustrating effort. I think one of the challenges that they had is that their robots weren't on the correct side. So the arm that they have, they needed to switch places really, and then they could have made most effort of it. But the way that they were in the battlefield, the arm was kind of hindering their ability to control Mr. Pointier.
Absolutely, and you know they did tangle a few times with each other. You know, I say it is hard to control, you know, two robots at once and kind of work as a team, kind of almost telepathically. Mr. Pointier, for the majority of the fight, I feel like was corralled a lot, but it did have good control in the sense that it was able to escape danger several times.
And it definitely wasn't really in threat of going down the pit. They controlled their ability relatively well and stayed away from the pit area.
And rest of the audience that are here with us, if you think Rust in Peace is the clusterbot one, give us a cheer.
Oh dear.
If
they
you
didn't
think
like that.
If you think Mr. Pointier in the reds was the winner, give us a cheer.
Yeah!
The people have spoken, and Joe, I think you're going to speak to Mr. Pointier now.
I'd love to. Well, the audience think you won that. Do you think you won that?
No.
Love the confidence. But still, this is your second event with this Beetle, is that right? Version 2?
Yes, it is.
And how are you feeling it's performing?
That motor keeps falling off, but apart from that, it almost works.
I think it was great. I love the personality. I think moustaches make robots better. Everyone knows that. And the weapon was great. And you fought some of the best drivers in this competition. You held your own, so really well done there. Let's hope the judges agreed with me that Mr. Pointy is supreme. But let's go chat to the Rust in Pieces boys now. Thank you very much. Round of applause, please, for Mr. Pointy! The people's champion of our previous event. Rust in Pieces boys, you are veterans of the Beetleweight scene now. You've been on many very big web series. How do you think today went for you?
Really bad so far. They are practically undrivable today.
Oh dear, why do you think that is?
Well, we've got new brushless drive motors. They're really twitchy, really overly responsive. It's not great.
You're not having a great time driving it, Isaac?
No, it doesn't help when you're thrown in with a vert first fight and all the wheels come off, but you know, we'll make it work.
But you got out of that fight, you repaired, and you got into this fight. Couldn't quite pit him, but you were probably on there on control, I think. So we've got a judge's decision. Let's go over to the judges and find out what they said.
Yes, we do, Joe. So it is a unanimous decision.
Ooh. Can we get a drum roll? Drum roll.
Unlike the winner, Rust in Pieces!
Hooray! How does that make you feel?
Relieved.
Relieved. There you go, you're still in. Get back to fixing that robot again. And a goodbye to Mr. Pointier. We'll miss you, but we'll hope to see you in some whiteboards. Yeah. Now we've got the next fight ready to go, it looks like.
Next fight. Now this is two big spinners, two potential competition winners here in Oobly and Toxin. Toxin struggled in that first fight, the weapon bell getting removed. Oobly, of course, gyroing into the pits.
And, well, the Roboteers standing on opposite sides of the arena as well. I'm not too sure if they're bad blood between them. Hopefully not. There's all love and war in the Roboteering community.
It's just intense, isn't it? You know, you've got to keep that focus.
3,
2, 1, begin. And we're going to see the spinning weapons immediately begin. And look at that, Oobly thinking about getting closer. A little bit of sparks off the shield.
Toxin struggling for drive and traction on the arena floor, and something's come out. It's all the electronics have come out.
So Oobly got right underneath Toxin, and they did enough damage to pull out the kill switch.
It's been gutted like a fish.
Honestly, we talk about Surge's decision. That was absolutely clinical. The knife was taken to the back end of Toxin, and they were out of this competition.
I've never seen a robot damaged like that before. And gyroing around Toxin, struggling for traction on the arena floor, struggling for drive, and then bang, all the gubs from underneath the robot pulled out. And that is the end of Toxin in this competition. Oobly with the win.
So Oobly progressing. We do not need the judges for this decision.
I'm fascinated to see the underside of Toxin.
Well, I think David's now having a little look before he hands it back over to the Roboteer. He's holding it like a newborn baby. The poor thing has been ripped to pieces, and well, does that put Oobly up in your rankings of favourites to win this competition?
Oobly is very, very dangerous. You know, it came second earlier here in the year in February. It came third at Scout Showdown. It won Summer Showdown last year. It's a force to be reckoned with. You know, it was beaten by a Mexican bowl once. Craig has asked me to remind the audience.
It's very strange. It seems like Tweedy's just teleported over to the interview area. I don't understand. Hang on, there's two Jack Tweedy. Can we get Jack Tweedy and Jack Tweedy to the interview booth, please? Jack Tweedy, how did that fight go for you?
That wasn't really that ideal. The situation could have gone better. Look at that.
Jack, how do you think that went for you?
About as expected.
Okay. How do you feel about these tattoos?
Terribly applied, because I did them.
So you applied the tattoos to this Jack Tweedy? Okay. Well, this is the spookiest thing I've ever seen. I don't know about you guys. Is that the end of Toxin for now, Jack and Jack?
Yeah, this is for it for a good while. Needs a rebuild.
Tell you what, we'll come back with a better Toxin than before. Again.
Thank you, Martin. Okay, let's chat to Oobly. Sam, if you want to come over here. Jack and Jack, if you could go away now. Round of applause for that. We didn't ask for that. That's just what we got. This seems like Oobly returning to form. Do you agree?
We'll see. It's lost its first one last time and it's won now, so just have to see.
See, you're getting in the zoo. You're getting in the zone. You know, you won your second fight pretty quickly there. So, who do you not want to face next, and who do you want to face?
It's normally Sam Price or Boss really, but we do scrap quite often. Probably one of them two really.
All right, so it's the sort of northern vert crowd you're worried about. There we go.
Zephyrus.
Zephyrus. Ooh.
It's just chaos, uncontrolled chaos. You just got to avoid it. Any good control bot as well always worries me. Lancer Frog, that's a worry. It is, because I'm not, he pushes me around and that's it. So, yeah, thank you for that.
Well done. Congrats on your win. Round of applause for Oobly. Yeah, very good stuff. Very clinical, I think. Yeah, my God, I still can't really handle that double Jack Tweedy act. It's kind of messed me up.
So, our next fight I think is going to be Antithesis and Bento. After that we'll have Revis, or Revice, against Deja 2, Multi-Grab Drifting, Blast Furnace and Red Riot, Boring Bot and Ryukishin, and ignore what it says at the bottom there will be another fight after that, which will be Mother Loader and Nemesis. Joe has fixed my laptop so I can now see which order the fights are in. Thanks, Joe. Yeah. Sure. Got some very exciting round of 32 matches and not too far away as well, which could be very spicy. Easy on screen there. Boom Zoom will be taking on End Boss, which is a bit of a clash of the titans, really.
It's going to be a really interesting one. Boom Zoom has great manoeuvrability and great purchase on the metal surface.
Well controlled as well.
Really well controlled. End Boss has good control, but they really rely on the spinning weapon to get the job done, whereas Boom Zoom doesn't. So if Boom Zoom can outmaneuver End Boss, it's going to be a really interesting battle. We might even see End Boss up on its side, or maybe turned upside down.
Absolutely. Hello, Stephen. He's behind the camera. You can't see him, but he's there.
He's going to extreme close-up time.
So currently loading in, we have Antithesis with the Crusher, Bento, which has now adapted its self-righting mechanism. No longer the chopstick that it had before, now a big slab of plastic.
And I want to give the people watching on the live stream a little bit of love.
Yeah, absolutely.
Someone giving Felix a bit of a praise there. That was a brilliant Jack impersonation.
It's true. It's true. I mean, let's face it. He's a character, isn't he, Jack Tweedy? And we love him. We wind him up a lot, but we do love him.
And I'm sure he appreciates it. I mean, I'm not really sure where Felix got that outfit from, but it was spot on.
It was perfect, and God bless Felix.
So in the blue corner we will have Antithesis. In the red corner is Bento. And Bento with the little flag there. Look at that! I love a little flag on the robot.
Excellent. Well, they're all loaded.
And we're ready to get fighting.
Robot
So
in.
audience, help
Stand
count us
by.
in.
Here we go.
3,
3, 2, 1. Begin.
Bento straight out of the trap set and heading straight towards Antithesis. Much better this time around by the looks of things, Bento.
And Antithesis there getting a little bit caught on one wheel, swinging into the wall. So that gave Bento a little extra time to get in there and outmaneuver. And now we're seeing Antithesis up against the corner. They're being held in position.
But you can just see slowly down comes that crusher, and can they get a good grip on the front of Bento? Not quite there.
And Bento now escaping, getting a little bit of distance between him and Antithesis. I thought they were going to go for a charge there, not quite.
It's enabled. Bento heads towards pit release, the pit release.
Going down.
Wasting absolutely no time there. We are getting the pit absolutely in play. Bento, that is their strategy. They wanted the pit button activated. Antithesis staying well away from the pit zone.
Absolutely using the indestructible eBay titanium chopsticks is how the builder described the weaponry of Bento.
And it's doing a fantastic job keeping Antithesis at arm's length. They cannot get the jaws around them.
No, they can't. And I think Antithesis is struggling as well with weight distribution. It keeps wheeling backwards, can't get the forks in underneath, and as a result can't effectively use the crusher. Bento chasing Antithesis round.
And Bento doing quite a good job pinning their opponent up against the wall. They've done that a couple of times this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. They're only holding there for 10 seconds, but I think that's all they're going to need.
And am I seeing the forks? Are they lifting Antithesis just enough to get him into the pit?
Yes, they are, and down goes Antithesis. A win for Bento. Through to the round of 32, sorry, not 16. I got ahead of myself. I've been asked to announce there is a 2 p.m. ant-weight tournament for any of those ant-weight competitors. There is a 2 p.m. ant-weight tournament, which is in 15 minutes.
So 15 minutes until ant-weights get going, but Sam, what are ant-weights?
Ant-weight, so these robots in the big arena in the middle are Beetleweights, 1.5 kilos. Ant-weights are 150 grams. They're teeny, teeny tiny. Very zippy around. They're wonderful to, excellent starting points for building robots.
And they are not going to take part in the big arena. They have a little mini arena over in the corner of the centre where we are today. So if you want to see some smaller robots, maybe even have a go. I'm not too sure if they'll let you loose with the robot controller.
Some people might.
Some people might if they're nice enough. One of the things about these events is brilliant to see that there is a young community here. It's a family event, isn't
Absolutely.
it?
And I'm actually going to throw over to Craig now to talk to our winner from our last fight, Rob.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Rob, driver and builder of Bento and other marvellous creations. How was that for you, Rob?
Yeah, that was really nice. It was the first time I really got to properly shake down Bento in the arena after the first fight. But yeah, it controls really well. It sticks to the ground really nicely. It's got a decent amount of push. And yeah, and in the end, it was pretty good, to be honest.
Definitely did the wedging with those fancy eBay titanium chopsticks. Look at those, everyone. Ooh, what a creation. Very proud of you, Rob. Very excited to see you in the next round. Is there anyone you don't want to face next round?
That's a question. I think I probably wouldn't like to fight Night Fury. I think he's been vying for me after the Die fight a little bit. So yeah, Night Fury.
I think Night Fury is on everyone's feared list, so you're not alone there. Thank you, Rob. Congratulations. That was a great win for Bento. We'll see you soon. Congratulations. And then we have Antithesis. Yeah, big claps for Rob. Yeah. Antithesis getting wedged in the table there. How was that for you guys? What happened?
It wasn't great. I think
So we've had a couple of transmitter issues. My transmitter died, so we were on the backup one, and getting it back online, and the drive is way off, so it just spins in circles when we try and go forwards. Backwards, absolutely fine, but forwards doesn't like it.
That's a real shame because we've seen the power of this crusher before in previous tournaments, and you haven't really got to use it this time.
So last tournament we had a couple of crushers, but we didn't hit anything valuable. We were really hoping to get some
Robot
valuable
is
this time.
stand by.
Well, hopefully we'll see it in the whiteboards, but now we're loading it for a new fight.
We're off again with Revis in the red square, Deja 2, multi-grab drifting with those amazing omni wheels. It can kind of strafe from side to side. It's a wonder, and it can also suplex just like that.
So, although it's a cluster bot up against a single lonely bot, Deja 2 really getting control and manhandling the cluster bots there. Poor little Revice. They're now fighting each other. They're not too sure. I think they need to have a little word with each other and then they're going to get back into this competition. But Deja 2 drifting beautifully around the arena.
So it sparks joy when it moves. It really does. And now trying to circle around to the back once again, spinning around one of the Revice clusters next to the arena wall.
And now we're going to see another suplex. Unfortunately,
going
not,
down.
I think Revice is stuck.
So one of the Revice twins opens the pit, the other drives down it, and the other is pinned in the wall.
So that is, I think, the end. I think there's going to be a count out because, Revice is out of this competition.
A win for Deja 2, multi-grab drifting. And Revice,
we joked about it. We joked about them not being on the same page. They needed to talk to each other and get their tactics in line.
It's not as easy as it looks.
It's not as easy as it looks. Next thing we know, one hits the pit button, one falls into the pit, whilst the other one's stuck.
Yeah, unfortunately, the blue Revice twin has kind of pinned itself in the wall with its forks. That's the danger of running the low forks. You get stuck under the wall, then that's it. You can't get out.
So, of course, for the cluster bots, both robots need to be immobilized for that robot to be out of the competition. It's a bit of a challenging concept, but yes, you only need one moving robot if you have a cluster bot.
Unfortunately, clearly the tactics weren't on the same page. One ended up driving straight down the pit.
And I feel like Deja 2 would have been hoping for a couple more suplex than just the one. It was a good demonstration.
One is better than I think they got in the first round where they got decapitated quite quickly.
Yes, that's very true, very fair. But let's not dwell on the past. They are through to the grand final rounds.
Yep, round of 32 for Deja 2, multi-grab drifting, and unfortunately for Revice, that's the end of their competition run.
And we have Craig waiting for the competition to go over to Craig and talk to them. I'm going to take a break here. Craig, take it away, please.
I'm
spare
here.
me.
And so is Deja 2. How did that go for you? That looked great.
Yeah, it went much better than the first fight.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. It looks great. But was there a lot of tactics involved in your win there?
I think they were just unfortunate there.
It was a rough time for them, wasn't it? I think all round. So good to go for the next match.
Yep.
Anyone you are scared of?
All of it.
All of the verts. So I'm glad there's absolutely no vertical spinners here. Absolutely none of them. I'm sure you've got it. You're going to drift around them, you're going to get it. So we'll see you next time. Get it charged up, and good luck. And Revice.
Got a bit of post-fight damage here. This just fell off the robot.
It fell off as you were on your way over here.
Yeah. So I guess you get the points for that.
I've seen a lot of Netflix documentaries about cults and stuff. Was there something going on there? You just decided one of you was going to tap it and the other one was just going to go for a dive?
No, I went for the pit. I just knew immediately that I was going to get stuck. I had this feeling. But I didn't see that he was already over it, and then...
I have to say, I've never driven one of these things before today.
In that case, big up, because it's not easy driving these things. Well done. And are we going to see you guys for some whiteboards later on?
Well, here's hoping.
I'm hoping for a cluster bot whiteboard personally, but just saying. We'll see you later. Thanks, Revice. Back to the boys.
Thank you.
Round of applause!
Round of applause for Revice there. So,
We've actually, in our fight list, got some round of 32 fights. So if Boom Zoom and End Boss, Abracadabra and Zeitgeist, and Ultraviolence and Bento can make their way to the ready table, that would be fabulous. In the arena currently, though, we have Mother Loader in the blue square and Nemesis in the red square.
3,
Who's money on, Gary?
2,
I'm
1.
going to call Nemesis, but let's not wait too far. And actually, as I say that, Nemesis, no, they do get out of the corner well. So now we do have a fight on hand. And Mother Loader doing way better than their first fight. They've got much better traction.
And zipping around quite nicely, and that hammer swinging down. Terrifying.
So, let's see, this is a shunting match. They are going head-to-head quite nicely. Nemesis, I thought, would be trying to avoid the pushing match because that's heavily in Mother Loader's favour, but they're not shying away.
They're not. I think one of the wheels of Nemesis might not be happy, and I think for a second it's a bit statuesque, but moving again.
But the weapon of Nemesis is just not really doing anything, so this is a pushing match. The pit button is now enabled, and I think, is that Mother Loader getting stuck on the wall? It looked like it was.
Freed itself and chasing down after Nemesis. I don't know what Nemesis is doing.
And then they've got the speed, but they don't have the direction or anything to target. They are just flying around the arena. And now that the pit has been enabled, that's really dangerous for Nemesis. They need to slow it down.
Absolutely, just under a minute to go, and Mother Loader cornering Nemesis, and now down comes that hammer once again. Whoa! Straight over the pit, just about surviving, and back into the action once again.
And I'm not really sure that axe of Mother Loader does much to really impact the fight, but their pushing power cannot be understated.
Absolutely not. I mean, I think the hammer is terrifying, personally. Oh, it's caught itself on the wall.
Oh,
and
no,
it's free.
It's fine, it's fine, it's okay. So, Mother Loader's still in this, but look at Nemesis taunting Mother Loader over to the pit. There is 30 seconds left of this fight, and is that in?
And Nemesis beats the pits. Mother Loader the winner, and through to the round of 32.
So before that fight began, I said to Sam that my money's on Nemesis. How wrong I was.
I mean, I think we're 0 for 2 at the moment.
My turn for jinxing someone with the commentator's curse there, but Mother Loader, much better showing.
Better in terms of drive, I think less happy with the weapon. I think the weapon was more effective in the first round, but I'm sure Harry will get that fixed very quickly indeed.
And Nemesis here, they really were playing with fire. Every time you get close to the pit, you're putting yourself at risk of doing just that, falling in yourself.
So, you know, I tried to do that exactly the same thing with one of the drivers of Biff Bash Bosh in the summer, and it worked for a little bit, and then I ended up driving down the pit myself. So sometimes it do be like that.
And there's just not much you can do. So who is waiting for our competitors? I got the word out this time, Craig. As he is stunned, smiling.
In the meantime, I said earlier, can we get some more round of 32 robots? Can we get Sir Lancerfrog and Zephyrus, please?
And just another reminder, 5 minutes, there will be the ant weight competition taking place in the corner. So we'll have an ant weight competition taking place at the same time. It's all happening here.
It is all kicking off, absolutely. As you can see there, we have the upcoming fights. Our next fight will be Blast Furnace and Red Riot. And then our final redemption fight will be Boring Boss and Ryokushin, and then back onto the full competition bracket.
Okay, we're here with Nemesis. Definitely got driving really well that time, didn't it?
Yeah, actually, I was worried about driving, and that worked. I wasn't worried about the weapon. A weapon and it didn't work, so that's sad. But you know, I will try to fix it so I can have some fun.
Well, you took some devastating axe blows there from Mother Loader.
Well, yeah. Yeah, actually. But, well, it was fun. That's what it matters. So.
That's what's most important. What happened at the end?
I was not used to drive with the weapon working, and that fucked me up, actually.
Well, it's been amazing to see you. Thank you so much for coming over. Can we give it up for Nemesis, everyone? Well done, man. Have these bits, they're yours. Harry, bring it in. Now, your axe was running so fast, it looked like it was actually going in slow motion.
Oh, absolutely. It was so powerful that the Earth actually shifted, so we're like several meters away from where we should be now.
Makes perfect sense, makes perfect sense. Mother Loader moves forward into round 2. How do you feel about it?
Surprised and disappointed, because that one was better.
Well, deal with it because you're through. I'm looking forward to seeing the next one.
Roboteers, stand by.
Big up Monologue.
Blast Furnace in the red corner,
3,
Red Riot in the blue.
2,
I'm not sure who's going to win, but
1.
let's watch and see.
Begin.
Up to speed, Red Riot, that spinner.
And that's a very interesting tactic there. Red Riot diving right over to the red zone and showing the rear end. I'm not sure what that was about.
Taunting. At the moment, Blast Furnace struggling to get going. I wonder if there's any life in that machine.
Well, Blast Furnace, they came down with the axe, but that really seems to have hampered them. Something internally might have been severed when that axe came down, but that's given Red Riot the opportunity to run circles around them and maybe get some damage done.
Red Riot, of course, struggling in that first fight, got turned upside down, can't self-right
Enabled.
at the moment.
And the countdown has begun from the head judge.
Pit going down. Pit going down.
3, 2, 1. That is Blast Furnace counted out. The winner is Red Riot.
Shame really for Blast Furnace because he never really got to see what he could do, but I mean, to be fair, couldn't really see what Red Riot could do either.
I feel that there's a lot of gremlins about today in the robotics community because we've seen quite a few robots really just struggling of their own accord and not necessarily because of battle damage.
There's a lot of new robots in the field today, and I think that could be one factor. I think the other thing is, I mean, people like Felix who build a new robot every event because they must hate themselves.
They got plenty of time to burn.
Absolutely, absolutely. But you know, these things aren't easy to make. Ultimately, it's hard work, and to get them working exceptionally well is even harder.
Well, so we'll get the competitors going over. Once again, we have Craig, and Craig is now going to talk to Felix.
Felix Townsend taking the win there. How do you feel about that?
Good, but also, yeah, it could have been better. But yes, a win, I guess.
A win is a win. However, unfortunate it may be for the opposing robot. I'd just like to raise the attention of the audience to this robot. Didn't quite get working in the end, but this is meant to be a tantrum-style kind of punching spinner, right?
Yeah, should have been. But
Felix, as always, bringing the weirdness, bringing the exciting designs. Anyone you do not want to fight next? Now you're into round 2.
Well, now I've made it this far, I can't really complain, so...
Take them all, Felix, take them all. Well, thank you, and good luck in your next fight. Big up Red Riot. Can we get Blast Furnace? Man, what happened?
I think it just took too much damage in the first fight. Didn't recover from it more than I thought, sitting in the pits. I'll have to take it apart now and see what is up.
It's unfortunate, it just didn't seem to get going in there at all. I mean, was there any kind of obvious damage? I mean, it's still pretty bad from last time, but otherwise.
I mean, I knew I was going in with only 3 working motors, so I thought I'd just have a problem driving, but for some reason it wouldn't move forward at all. Probably the same thing on the other 3.
Well, hopefully you can get it running for some whiteboards later on.
I hope so. The more battles I get, the better.
Amazing. Well, thank you, James. Good luck, and we'll see you later. And back to the arena.
Thank you very much. And we have our last redemption fight. It is Boring Bots in the blue
Roboteers,
square.
stand by.
It's Ryukushin in the red square.
3, 2,
Final place in the
1.
round of 32 up for grabs.
Begin.
Away we go. Boring Bots straight out of the traps.
And immediately taking control of this fight, putting Ryukishu up against the wall, into the corner. Boring Bot now giving some space so that they can do it all over again.
But over the top of that wedge there of Ryukushin, like much slower to the ground in this fight, and of course they're to repair that damage they took earlier on. Their wedge got ripped apart. They've had to scramble it together, and they have done a great job.
And Boring Bot opting to keep their forks up into the air at one point. I'm not sure what the strategy was behind that, but still finding themselves going up and over Ryukishu, but not this time, up
Great
against the
attack
wall.
there from Boring Bot. I think they were trying to use it as a grabber initially, but they've managed to turn over Ryukushin. Can they right themselves? They're really struggling. They're trying their best.
Well, I think Boring Bot's considering maybe some sportsmanship. Do they self-right? But this is Robot Wars. It is a competition, and I think Ryukishu is desperately trying.
But it is a win for Boring Bot. It progresses through to the round of 32. Hard luck for Ryukushin. It was a great effort, but Boring Bot turning on the style towards the end.
So Boring Bot once again back in the competition.
You love Boring Bot.
I absolutely adore Boring Bot because it's called Boring Bot and it's nothing but. But we have to say a special shout out to Ryukishu coming all the way over.
Yeah, from Germany.
From Germany. So hopefully not the end of their competitions. We want to see them in some white tables later today, some whiteboards, sorry, later today. And what a fantastic robot! Honestly, for your first competition, it was a good time. First
we have a round of
competition in
applause,
the
please,
UK.
for Ryu Kushin. It is now time for the Amway competition downstairs. It's in the corner, over yonder. Joe is also the person to see for whiteboard fights if you are currently out of the competition or if you have reserves or whatever else. Go and see Joe Brown.
In the interview pod, we're here with Boring Bot now. Alex Shaky Shakespeare. A very good win. Your drive, man. Ooh, spicy.
It's done the classic thing of the drive not working for the first fight. I spend ages fixing it, and then it works again. Ta-da!
Honestly, Boring Bot, could it be any worse of a name for this machine with that dominant drive and a great win there? Were you trying to use the lifter as kind of a grabber for a little while there?
I was a little bit. It was being a little weird on me, so I just went back to pushing around with the drive and managed to flip him over. That worked.
And took the victory. Well, through to round 2. Congratulations, Shaky. Big up Boring Bot. Woo! And Ryu Kishin. Yeah, come on, claps. Look at this machine. Big up the amount of lights and decoration you put into this machine, Jonas. It's a stunning machine. How do you feel that went for you?
I have to say thank you to Greg from the Netherlands and my G-Wars crewmates that showed up and helped me bring it back to life, basically. I'm glad it did not get destroyed and I get to make the whiteboards. And yeah, it drove way better than in the first fight.
I thought it was driving way better, and you had a great control of it, and you definitely got under him a couple of times and got a few lifts in.
Yeah, it's a shame that my gill wedge was destroyed in the first fight. I think I otherwise could have even self-righted, but yeah, it is what it is.
It is what it is. Well, now that you're done, you can go and speak to Joe Brown and get some whiteboards sorted, and we'll see you later on. Can we have a big round of applause for our German contingent, Ryu Kishin?
Can we please have to the ready table Night Fury and Oobly, very spicy fight coming up, and Dolos and Red Riot. I know, Felix, you've just sat down, you've got a little bit of time, don't worry. Now, serious business, round of 32 time.
Well, maybe, but before we do get into this, Roboteers with spare robots, go and see Joe. We want to see some wonderful whiteboard action. So please go over to Joe, get some extra fights in, and let's give the audience something to watch. Let's give them a spectacle.
Absolutely. Now, our first round of 32 fight is Boom Zoom and End Boss.
So, an interesting battle. We have one very powerful weapon in End Boss and one brilliant controlled robot in Boom Zoom.
I want to say as well, Boom Zoom was only started building robots this year, so it genuinely
Robot
is a very
is
quick
stand by.
meteoric rise in terms of the competitiveness of this
3,
robot.
2, 1.
So expect to see
Begin.
Boom Zoom come flying out of the pits. It didn't really do so, and up into the air immediately because of End Boss's spinner, but Boom Zoom now able to avoid it, and End Boss doing the best that they can, but they're not quite manoeuvring the way they need to.
The reach of End Boss's weapon and forks, well, that is evidence of that. The much longer forks able to get in underneath Boom Zoom a lot further in and hit them. Boom Zoom, meanwhile, struggling to self-right and does so now, but their
really
weapon is bent.
unfortunate.
They can't bring the weapon down, look.
Really unfortunate for Boom Zoom. They got thrown up against the wall and then they fell right back into End Boss's spinner. But now they're coming back into this fight. Look at the control that they have over End Boss.
Excellent driving so far. They're pinning End Boss against the wall. They can only hold them there for so long.
But you are right. I think they've got some damage there on that fork that they're showboating a little bit as they're up against the wall.
Now released, and the pit button has been pressed.
Oh! It was so close to the
But
Uta zone.
that weapon is now down, and it's hit the ceiling. Back into the action again goes Boom Zoom. End Boss lifted up by Boom Zoom.
So Boom Zoom once again taking control of this fight, taking End Boss up against the wall, and now they look to be a little bit stuck.
Can Boom Zoom carry End Boss a bit? Not on this occasion.
But now End Boss is in the right position, and in goes.
A valiant effort, I think we can all agree, from Boom Zoom. But End Boss, the winner in the end. I nearly said Endgame then. That's not Endgame.
That was a brilliant, brilliant fight. We had some wonderful damage being done by End Boss, but the control, the nippiness, the little sprightly bursts of energy that came from Boom Zoom, it really felt it could have gone either way.
That momentary grab it has in that far corner, I thought for a second he's going to just turn it around and straight down the pit. But unfortunately for Rob, down the pits.
It is down the pits, but let's talk about the fight, because there was two brilliant holds. Boom Zoom did take control. They put End Boss up against the wall, not just once, but a couple of times.
That first kind of little hit there was enough to kind of unsettle Boom Zoom, and then there's a big impact there.
And then that was when it got bounced back into End Boss's spinner again, so two double damage really.
Yeah, and then at that point already, the weapon's already kind of bent to one side. It can't bring the weapon down. It reduces the effectiveness there of Boom Zoom. Ultimately, the weapon power, it was just flawed because it couldn't get a purchase of End Boss.
Well, I think Craig is over with End Boss now, so over to Craig.
That is the End Boss we're used to seeing, isn't it, Shane?
Yeah, definitely. After the first fight didn't go my way, I'm not messing around anymore. Costumes off, back to being my previous self, and I'm not taking no prisoners anymore, as Rob just found out.
Consider that a warning, fellow Roboteers. Shane is on the warpath for this victory today, and that was a dominant performance. Is there anyone here you're actually worried about anymore?
No.
No.
Maybe. No. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. It's the look of the draw at the end of the day. Like, some people will get quite easy fights, some will get hard fights and get loads of damage, and then it could be a different story, but just fight whoever's next.
That's the way of the draw. Well, amazing work, Shane. We'll see you later on. Continue that dominant performance. Rob! Oh my goodness, a man after my own heart with that courageous performance. Get it down. Let's have a look at that thing.
All the way into the pit.
That was so good, man.
Nice. Better than I ever could have hoped for, honestly. I just hope it was entertaining.
Was there a moment where you thought, I might have this, I might have it?
Yeah, and then I drove into the pit.
Roboteers, stand by.
Unfortunate. Can we get a quick applause for Boom Zoom?
3, 2, 1.
So Abracadabra in the red zone, Zoltgeist in the blue, and now we're doing battle. Two very impressive robots up against each other. They're circling around each other, waiting for some sort of engagement. Is this going to be a shunting match?
I mean, Abracadabra won his first fight by letting the other opponents kill themselves first. Zeitgeist has to work its way back through the redemption fight, beating an unlucky head for the exit, and Abracadabra turning around to the sides of Zeitgeist, avoid that spinner at the front.
Well, you can guess Abracadabra, their whole mission plan is to grab their robot.
Just like that.
And that is an impressive lift up, and that is completely up into the air. Look at this. Over to the Uta zone, but not much more they can do.
It is turned over, though. It's going to limit its maneuverability somewhat. It's got two wheels on the floor now. Can Zeitgeist escape from that corner of the arena? I don't think so.
Abracadabra is there, ready to shove them in. Are they going to go in the pit? It's on the edge.
It's teetering. It's in.
It's in.
And down the pit goes Zeitgeist. Abracadabra makes another opponent disappear.
What a fantastic competition there. That was an interesting battle. Abracadabra really taking hold of the competition.
Quite literally, it grabbed hold of Zeitgeist's wheel guard, I think, and just kind of plucked it into the air, carried it for a little tour of the arena. I think we're going to see it in a second, actually.
I was going to say, the judges, I have to say, they were very excited by Abracadabra.
Phenomenal driving there from Beckett, lifting Zeitgeist into the air, carrying it around. Lovely stuff, look at that. And then dumping it on the pit button, pressing the pit button. At this point, Zeitgeist has already got two wheels off the floor. It's not going to do it as effectively, and as a result.
And there was a split moment where you thought, oh, they can get out of here, they have a chance, but Abracadabra, they covered off the exit, and they really didn't give it much choice. And you can see Abracadabra being very, very careful not to go in the pit themselves. It's so easy to drive underneath the robot and find yourself in the abyss.
I've done it myself several times.
So Craig, they are making their way over to you. So now,
So
what questions do you want to ask?
Oh, I've got lots of questions I want to ask. And let's just appreciate how magic this machine is. Abracadabra there. You've got to be proud of that, Becca.
Oh, I'm thrilled. She's doing so well. Like, I didn't think I was going to get this far. I thought I was going out in round 1.
And now you're through into the round of 16 after plucking Zeitgeist into the air and getting a really good flip on it. That was a great thing to see.
Yeah, I'm thrilled. Like, she's performing so well.
Are you happy with where you got, or do you really want to take it further at this point?
My goal was to win a fight. I've now won 2, so this is like...
Why stop now? Let's keep it going, Abracadabra.
Yeah, let's take it as far as we can.
Congratulations. We'll see you later for the round of 16. Big applause for Abracadabra for that win.
Abracadabra.
Zeitgeist. Very quickly. A very sad loss, but you got plucked into the air.
See, I come to put on a good show, and that was a great show, so I'm happy. The loss of control was because I lost my drive belt, so I think she managed to just nip that with one of the little grabby things. But yeah, that was a brilliant move.
That was a great fight, and we'll see you for some whiteboards later, hopefully. Amazing. Let's have an applause for Zeitgeist.
So now to the arena, Bento in the red zone, Ultraviolence in the blue, and prepare your ears because we may see some absolute carnage and destruction.
I wonder how those eBay titanium forks are going to do against Ultraviolence on first evidence. Not sure.
Not too sure, but they're jamming into the drum binner of Ultraviolence, and now we're seeing Benotto up into his side, but they're back on the right way, they're back into this fight, and look at those forks, they're dangling, getting chucked all over by the egg beater.
eBay titanium not holding up, and a big smack there.
And look at the bend, the forks have been bent now, but now they're underneath, and they're trying to jam into the spinner of Ultraviolence, but I think it's too quick.
Those side panels of Bento are made out of wood, and they've been split down that one side.
Oh no, not the flag, they're now damaging into the flag. No, they went after it. And I think that is the end of the battle.
End of that. Ultraviolence causing some violence, and Bento all done. It's a shame really because it never really got going. It was that first initial impact straight in there.
Well, we're watching the replay now on the screen, and you can see there, yes, the first initial impact, and then Ultraviolence getting underneath Benotto. But and once it got onto his side, that was the challenge point because it's not able to self-right, really.
Ultimately, I think the plastic wasn't quite rigid enough. It kind of wasn't enough to kind of lever it over, essentially. And ultimately, if you can't be back on your wheels, there's not much else you can do. And Ultraviolence just took advantage and mashed him up, didn't he?
And look at the forks, they are bent over each other. I mean, that robot was ripped to pieces, Ultraviolence just going after it, and then the poor little flag, adding insult to injury, just running over the flag at the end of the fight there.
I think conclusively we can say the eBay titanium maybe wasn't a success.
Well, I think, to their credit, I think the forks themselves were okay. What they were attached to is the thing that got bent.
Very true. Craig, you look very ready over there for someone.
I'm waiting for someone.
Who are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for either Ari or Rob to come over and chat to me about their experiences.
In the meantime, can we get Abu Dhabi Do and Rust in Pieces, Luchador and Fang, and Bakugo and Bish Bash Bosh?
Oh no.
To the ready table, please. That would be lovely.
And now Rob is making his way over to the interview booth, so let's see the destruction of this robot. I'm very looking forward to this camera angle.
Rob, Bento got bent. It got made into lunch.
Well, I mean, the screen all day has been saying bent anyway because the special character doesn't exist in that font. That's very spooky for Halloween, very appropriate. But yeah, I think I might be asking the eBay seller who sold me these chopsticks a refund. That's a lot more bent I would expect titanium to be. If you look at where where it's held here, it's bent as if it's hollow. Which, you know, I can't actually really complain too much there about £3.
Have you got some spares for some whiteboards?
I have some wooden ones.
Hell yeah. Let's go, Rob. Massive applause, everyone, for Bento. Ari, bring it in, bring it in, bring it in. Ultraviolence. Continually living up to its name. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I feel good about that. Had some real troubles after the last fight. Had to basically rebuild the whole weapon motor. Other bits of bobs needed sorting. I'm happy that it's sorted.
It's definitely living up to its name still, and you've definitely got some big old hits. This is not that old, right? And it's like pretty beat up. This beta here. You look at all the scars on that, everyone.
It's done. This will be its 4th event with the same beta. It's 4140 steel, but it's not hardened, so it's sort of just like a tool steel. It's not really surprising that it's quite warm, but it keeps delivering the hits, so I'm going to keep using it until it breaks.
Keep going until you take home that trophy.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah! Let's have a massive round of applause for Ultraviolence.
So everyone joining us in the arena today, watch out because Zephyrus is back into the danger zone and is spinning up already. So let's put that to a stop.
And also in the arena we have Sir Lancerfrog. I think one of the crowd favourites, has to be said.
Definitely a favourite amongst Roboteers. So everyone in the battle zone today, let's count it in. 2, 1. Begin, and Zephyrus's weapon gets up to speed, but Sir Lancerfrog trying to put an end to that.
Now, Nick did say he had a new weapon for this weekend. I wonder if you're going to see it here.
And Sir Lancerfrog doing exactly what they need to do, putting them into the corner, diving to the side. They don't want to face that weapon at all.
Zephyrus has lost one side of drive, and Sir Lancerfrog piling the pressure on, pushing them into that corner.
And now Sir Lancerfrog trying to put them up against the wall. Can they pin them? Not quite. Sir Lancerfrog running away for a bit of a repositioning manoeuvre.
Bit of respite in underneath. Zephyrus once again avoiding that weapon very nicely so far.
Well, you can hear a little bit of grinding as that spinning disc does grind on the top of Sir Lancerfrog. It's a dangerous place to be. Anywhere near Zephyrus is a dangerous place to be.
Lancerfrog hits the pin button. Can they give them the big heave-ho? Zephyrus trying to use its gyro weapon.
And now we're getting into the zone where that spinning disc starts to hit the floor. It's disco time, everyone, as we are flying around the arena into the pit. It's holding on for dear life.
It's not in the pit, but it's in the pit. It's a win for Sir Lancerfrog. Zephyrus eliminated.
But not one to go down quietly.
Absolutely not.
Zephyrus giving us a show.
It's unfortunate that one of the drive sides went very quickly, but I think Sir Lancerfrog was in control of that fight the whole time, and we did get to see its new weapon. It has not only does it have the 4-bar lifter, not the only one in the UK, but it is a 4-bar lifter nonetheless, and it has a new front hinge attachment as well, so very nicely done, Nick.
Interesting. I mean, looking at the pit there, it was very unfortunate for Zephyrus. It was holding on for dear life. The wheel protectors was keeping it from falling into the pit.
Clutching on with its fingernails.
Clutching on, but the referees, the judges, they decided, no, that counts, that's in the pit.
Zephyrus is one of the most exciting robots here, isn't it? Like, no matter what happens in the arena, look at it, it's ridiculous.
Flying around and walking its way into the abyss, and there it is. It looks like it's sun lounging almost there.
I feel like it belongs there. I think that's the ultimate, relaxation for him. Craig, try and find out what hell's going on in that fight.
What the heck did go on? Come on in, Morgan. I love this machine so much. What happened?
I think it did a Zephyrus thing where it just falls all over the place and does damage to itself. Yeah.
Did you lose a side of drive fairly early on?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. It's quite difficult to tell. I can't tell if it was because it was upside down and high-sided on something or what was going on. But, not that it needed the other drive side to fall in the pit at the end.
As always, one of the most exciting robots in the entire room. So thank you for bringing it, and thank you for building the crazy stuff you do, Morgan. Can we have a massive round of applause for Zephyrus?
Can we get to the ready table, please? Vertex, Boring Bot, Lilith, and Titan, please.
Nick. Oh my goodness, Nick. Round of 16.
Round of 16. Can't believe it.
Absolutely deserved. Such a beautiful robot. I'm just going to point this out in case no one has already. Look at the artwork on this thing. Absolutely stunning robot. One of the best, aesthetically best robots here, and one of my favorite robots as well.
Thank you very much. I thought I wasn't going to put a Halloween costume on, so I put it on the robot, but it seems to be doing really well. I'm glad that I've got the opportunity to show it off at a great event like this. So.
Well, thank you, Nick. How do you feel that match went? Were you really nervous going in against something as chaos-inducing as Zephyrus?
I really was, because one straight hit, one mad bounce, and it could have hit anything. Sort of, it's not too thin, not too thick on the top, so it could have knocked something completely out of whack. But I think it was more to do with Morgan's difficulties than like me being able to control it. But it was a fun fight anyway. Definitely enjoyed it.
It was a great fight, and we're very excited to see Lancer Frog into the top 16. Massive, massive round of applause for Nick and Sir Lancer Frog.
Absolutely. Now our next fight is currently loading up. We have Oobly and Night Fury.
This is a fight to watch. This is going to be an interesting battle, maybe even a decider for who goes forward to win this championship. I think two of the contenders are in the arena right now.
Absolutely. It's a shame they've been drew together so early. Absolutely worthy of the final itself. Night Fury, the big horizontal spinner, very loud, very angry, very aggressive. Oobly, of course, those massive wheels, and also that fingertip head beater, so crucial.
So I think for me, Oobly, I think it's actually better maneuverability, because when that spinner gets going of Night Fury, they're a little bit stuck, the gyro effect.
But once it does get going, it's
lethal.
Phenomenal.
It is lethal. So,
I reckon the builder called
everyone,
Robot
we're counting this one in
stand
together,
by.
because I'm excited for this.
3,
3, 2, 1, begin. And both Roboteers letting their weapons get fired up. And look at this. Look at the speed and the carnage. You can hear the whining. And now the grinding is taking place.
Shredding one of the wheels there was Night Fury, but in on the attack is Oobly, in underneath. Night Fury gyroing on its side.
So Night Fury now stuck in a bit of no man's land where they can't get the traction they need on the wheels. Oobly doing their best to get in on this fight. A big hit there as the weapons engage with each other.
That was one of the side wedges of Oobly ripped away, so that side's now going to be slightly more vulnerable to Night Fury spinner. Over goes Oobly.
And it's interesting, they are putting their weapons face to face. They're not going after each other's weak spots. They want to deal with each other head on.
Oobly gyros itself back over, but that other wedge at the side is bent, and Night Fury is causing the damage. Popped into the air by Oobly.
So Oobly now taking a moment to think about his next move. Up into the air once again, Night Fury flying down from the sky. It is flying around this arena now. Oobly is taking control.
Trying to, it hits the ceiling, but back down on its wheels, and Night Fury with a big smack again. Over goes Oobly, and Oobly's now unbalanced. One of the teeth might have come out.
So the wheels of Oobly are really hampering it. Night Fury there doing a good amount of damage to the wheels once again. They're getting back into this fight after being thrown into the air multiple times. Speaking of which,
the weapon has stopped on Night Fury. That could be crucial. But Oobly's struggling for traction. He can't transition across the arena.
So the pit is now activated. Night Fury is going to be desperately trying to get around the back of Oobly and push them towards the pit. But Oobly pirouetting. If Night Fury isn't careful, they'll be in the pit themselves.
They've got just enough traction to maneuver itself around the arena. Night Fury hit against the wall and stops.
And that is
such a shame. What a phenomenal fight between these two. Night Fury pinned on the wall. Oobly is your winner.
7, 6.
That was sensational.
We almost went down to the wire. You can hear the clock countdown now for the referees. Wow, what an absolute mammoth of a fight.
Can we have another big round of applause for those two, because that was such a phenomenal fight, worthy of the grand final certainly. Night Fury out, but definitely some scars on Oobly for that one.
Yeah, so we're going to get the close-ups on the camera there. Night Fury, it did its mission. It went after the wheels of Oobly. That was his game plan. And, well, I'm not sure if it was Oobly's intention to send Night Fury into the sky, but they did it more than once.
It looks kind of like a blackbird, I suppose, so it kind of makes sense. But Oobly, you know, careful at the start, didn't quite, you know, rush out as you kind of, you know, might expect. Had Night Fury gyring on that wall for such a long time, and I think eventually just those big hits from Oobly, something must have bent inside Night Fury, and it's just, obviously the weapon's died, and it's unfortunate. There's an impact coming up there where one of the wedges comes off of Oobly. Those are designed to kind of deflect the horizontal spinner, make it unbalanced. Without those, Oobly a lot more vulnerable. But they kept at it, even with all those hits to the wheels as well.
And the one thing I was most surprised about was the willingness for them to go head-to-head like they did there. They just were very happy to put their two weapons into each other and see what happens. Night Fury coming off for the worse 9 times out of 10.
So many big hits. And another one, look at that, another hit into the ceiling. Lots of air miles. Craig.
Hello.
I hope you've got lots of exciting questions ready for these two.
I've
because,
got very exciting questions. You wait.
Did you enjoy that fight?
I thought that was a great fight. It was yet another Sam on Sam matchup.
There's a few of them. I think
we've had a few, because reportedly there are a few Sams in the Beetleweight scene. Would either of the Sams like to come and stand here so I am not awkward like a lemon? I don't mind, whichever one of you. Hello. How was that?
That was fun.
That was such a great match.
I think it's okay as well. I think it's just eating something.
Some whiteboards later?
Maybe, if it spins.
Nice one. Like, honestly, going head to head with a thing like that and proper unbalancing it as well. There were a few moments near, kind of before the weapon died, you must have thought you had it.
I feel like it's pretty back and forth. Yeah, like I think it was even pretty until then. Yeah.
Well, one of the most exciting, explosive matches we've had so far. So congratulations, and we will see you hopefully again very soon, Sam. Can we have a big old round of applause for Night Fury and Oobly? Come on in. Oh. Some big old chunks out of these, Sam.
He broke off, whether it's my welding or his power, but he's broke off one of the anti-Sam wings, so he's got that as a memento. But yeah, good fight.
Anti-Sam wings. Is that these triangles at the front just to deflect Night Fury?
Knocks him up onto the weapon or protects the bulkhead. There's a bit of method there, but yeah, it went well. There's the big gouge. That side is just cleaved straight through. He's very good opponent. I would have been happy to lose to him.
You know an opponent is scary when people start making attachments for that robot, right?
You can't sleep on a robot like that. You've got to have an idea for it. But no, it did. It was very, very good, boss.
Well, congratulations, Sam. Well done, and we'll see you in the round of 16.
Yes.
Woo!
Can we get Baby Shrek and Mother Loader to the ready table, please? And in the meantime, we're currently loading in Abu Dhabi Doo and Rust in Pieces.
Yeah, so not to be too harsh to these robots, but this is going to be a bit of a change of pace from the last fight.
It is. A lot more tactical, I think. And I think what's interesting is Abu Dhabi Doo is obviously twice, or almost, twice the weight of a regular Beetle. And of course, Rust in Pieces is half, because they're a cluster bomb. So it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with the larger shuffling robot as well.
And I'm looking at Rust in Pieces, and some of the ramps on those robots, they don't look to be flush. They don't look to be in good nick.
It's funny. I spoke to one of the builders earlier and I said to them, is it all new? And they said, I was going to get new titanium, and I saw how expensive it was, so we just used the old stuff again. So it's recycled, but it is, it's effective nonetheless.
So it's in a couple of battles, got a couple of scars on it. Maybe that's hampering Rust in Pieces' performance, but as you mentioned, yeah, the heavier robot of Abu Dhabi Doo, that's going to make this a very interesting combative fight. Abu Dhabi Doo not without its own weapon, it does have a flipper.
It was struggling earlier, if you remember, Rust in Pieces, to turn over its opponents in its redemption, wasn't it? So that could be a factor again, considering the opponent is heavier now.
Absolutely, so it's going to be an interesting one. I'm going to predict it goes to the judges, but I cannot say which way.
I think we could be spot on.
3,
We'll see.
2, 1, begin.
Away we go.
So Abu Dhabi Doo in the red corner, and now we're starting to see the tactical incoming storm that is Rust in Pieces as they take one to the left side, one to the right side, and working together. But the shuffling bot of Rust in Pieces, the shuffling bot of Abu Dhabi Doo, it's not going anywhere, and Rust in Pieces is struggling to get underneath.
I think one of them's caught underneath and can't get itself free, but it is pushing Abu Dhabi Doo against the wall.
No, it is able to get itself free. They're just containing it. I think they're sacrificing one cluster bomb,
putting it down the pit,
so
like
that other can do the yeah. That is absolutely the game plan here. But Abu Dhabi Doo shuffling away as quick as it can scamper. So they have gotten away from the pit, and now it's back onto Rust in Pieces to get to where they need it to be. And they're going to work together.
Excellently done by Rust in Pieces. And they go through Abu Dhabi Doo into the pits. Shame, really.
It was a shame, but clearly the extra weight from Abu Dhabi Doo didn't really help them in this contest. And honestly, the tactics that we saw there, that was fantastic. One cluster bot holding the robot over the pit zone, whilst the other one went and hit the button.
It's clever stuff. You know, they're very tactical, Ed and Isaac, and they've worked on this for years. You know, it's not the first time they've done this. So, yeah, brilliant driving it through to the round of 16.
So we're whittling it down, we're getting ever closer to that grand final fight. And we will be getting some whiteboard competitions. Roboteers, if you want a whiteboard fight, please talk to Joe. I think we've got a good list already set up. Yeah, waiting for confirmation.
Absolutely. Felix over in the interview zone, but in the meantime, can we get Step Up 3D and Deja 2 multi-grab drifting all the way to the ready tables, please?
So Felix, over to you, my friend.
So here we have Abu Dhabi Do. That was a little bit more of a leisurely fight than the last one, which was pretty all out, but how do you think that one went?
It was inevitable that I was going to go down in some way. The walking mechanism, the legs and the camshafts are a lot smaller than the previous ones because they got destroyed, and it was literally all I had left. And yeah, it's going to have to be 4 legs next time and something a lot bigger.
I was going to say there's a lot more feet on it, and it was a little bit it was less jumpy. So did it drive any better, or was that a hindrance really?
I wouldn't say it made any difference in terms of how it drove. It's just more the speed that's the biggest issue. But next time around, I'm going to hang on to this for a 4-legged system on each side. But after this, I'm definitely going to start working on a newer version that's a roller, and will be 6 all over with an additional layer of spinners.
Thank you very much. Can we have a hand for Abu Dhabi Do? Next we have Rust in Pieces, Ed and Isaac.
Sorry, Felix.
Stand by.
Really good, well done. Cool.
Rust in Pieces, if you stay there, we'll come back to you after the fight. Fang is in the blue corner, Luchador is in the red, and Luchador first to get out of the corner. Fang waiting to get their spinning weapon up to speed, and now you can hear it grinding into the right-hand side of Luchador. Look at the damage done to that ramp, it's already splitting half. But Luchador not staying out of this fight. They are now charging into Fang, and down came the fangs of Luchador. They did a good bit of damage there. I think they've disrupted the weapon of Fang, but that time that now has given Fang this weapon to come back up to speed, launching Luchador into the wall.
Pit enabled.
So the pit button is now enabled. Fang moving straight over to hit it.
Going down.
And that damage on Luchador it's really hindering it.
The wedge off Luchador, I think, split itself as well. Look at that.
Yeah, it's absolutely split in half by Fang. And now Fang getting in onto the side of Luchador, doing some extra damage. Really impressive speed there as it dived over to Luchador and slowly nudging over to the pit we go. And that was very close there from Luchador, but it's just seesawing his way away.
A big smack down the pit, and Fang circled in the lights, and a great win for Fang. So Luchador there, generally has a decent effort against horizontals. The wedge, unfortunately, splitting in half. I think what's crucial about Fang, it also has a set of forks as well to disrupt that ground game that the wedges tend to have.
Yeah, so it was interesting watching the battle, because Luchador's, the sides of Luchador was actually low enough where the forks of Fang couldn't actually get underneath it, and that was protecting it. But enough damage was done. The drivetrain was broken on Luchador. It was, it only had one side moving as it was seesawing around the arena. And once Fang realised that, they positioned themselves beautifully and slowly, carefully nudged Luchador over to the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Luchador relies on its control an awful lot, and unfortunately, once that's hampered in any way, it becomes a flawed beast. Felix, do you want to find out some information for us?
I am. So first off, we got Fang, fresh off the fight. Now that was a pretty good performance right there. There were lots and lots of big hits there, and it looks like you did quite a lot of damage to Luchador. How do you think that went?
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to work. I've fixed the wire problems, so now the drive's good. The speed of the motor for the weapon, I'm very surprised how powerful it actually is. So, yeah, very good. Yeah.
It was extremely impressive, and Forks did their job beautifully. Spinner did his job beautifully. Robert did his job beautifully. So, well done. Can we get a hand for Fang? Well done. Jack Center.
not often, but we've actually got a little respite in the moment, haven't we?
A lot of dead air there.
Yeah, so
Entering the arena next is Bakugo and Bish Bash Bosh, which I actually found out earlier from Craig are just named red, blue and green. So disappointing. I expected better.
Well, I feel like as the commentators, the power of the microphone, it allows us to bestow a name onto them. So, well, as they've lined up, I guess blue is Bish, green is Bash, and red is Bosh.
We'll go with that.
There's no way we're going to remember that as this fight commences.
No chance.
So they will remain Bish Bash Bosh. But the dangerous robot of Bakugo is in with them, and I'm not sure what the game plan will be. It's not as easy for them to really damage this weapon. It's a much more robust weapon than what we saw with Angel Slice.
I will say with Bakugo, I think in the first fight, it was struggling with hitting the floor, not leaving enough clearance for its weapon to spin around fully. I don't know, it's going to be interesting to kind of corral it in the same way that you're right. And obviously, Angel Slice struggled with its weapon early on. We'll see.
So one of the Roboteers being distracted there as they get some food, but this isn't time for food. This is time for war. And Bakugo is in the blue corner. Bish Bash Bosh in the red. It is 3 against 1. You're not deceiving your eyes. Good luck to all competitors.
Begin.
Away we go. Bakugo up to speed. It goes blue, trying to get in underneath. Green. Hit through the air. Bakugo gets a good little nibble on it, trying to get that weapon up to speed.
And you can't really see it because of how fast it is spinning, but that is spinning at a fantastic rate of knots.
The fork off of blue there.
And green seems to have lost their fork as well, as red is almost in the Uta zone. Up into the air goes blue.
Bakugo self-righting there expertly was red. Green pushing Bakugo back. They just kind of pin it in the corner if they want to have any chance of survival.
But it looks like red is slightly immobilized there, although it's getting some traction. It's now down to blue and green, so I have to say it's almost a 2 against 1 situation. The pit has
One
dropped.
of the wheels has come off blue, and now goes green. Straight out the arena. Red has been smacked around a little bit. Bakugo has lost its weapon belt, though. That's going to be crucial. Can the remaining Bish Bash Bosh robots corral it to the pit? I wonder. It's got to be their only hope, surely.
Well, between
like
them.
that! Exactly like that! Bakugo had the
into the pit!
And down they go. Bish Bash Bosh.
So it was a 3v1 turned into a 2v1, but the remaining Bish Bash Bosh robots, they only had 2 wheels between them. There was 1 wheel on each of them, and Bakugo, a momentary lapse in concentration, caught themselves on the pit edge.
They didn't need to do it. They could have probably hung back and just held off for the judges' decision win, but they wanted to keep going. They wanted to keep pursuing, and unfortunately it bit them. They've ended up caught on the edge of the pit. They're trying to chase some rounds.
So watching the replay now, because I didn't quite see how Bakugo got themselves there. They were trying to push blue into the pit, and that's what got them caught.
And red, with the final coup de grace, down goes Bakugo. Bish Bash Bosh, a lot of repair work to do.
Well, a lot of repair work to be done, but wow, I cannot believe that they've made their way through to another round. I don't want to call it an upset, but they're really proving themselves.
Because, you know, Bakugo has some pedigree, has fought before, I think. Bish Bash Bosh, new for this event, not fought yet.
And honestly, the tail of the damage, if you looked at what was left in the arena, you would say that Bish Bash Bosh were ripped to shreds. They were ripped to shreds, but they still won.
They kept it going very well indeed. Can we have Icebreaker, Red Fox Rampage, Dolos, and Red Riot to the ready table, please? Felix, are you going to interview those pesky boys and find out what's going on for us?
Well, once they've got their pile of damage.
Boys. You've still got a nice little stack of robots there, and they've done incredibly well. They've done incredibly well. What was your take on that fight, Garrett?
We took quite a beating early on, and in the middle, and towards the end. I think we got very lucky that his weapon died. And yeah, just about enough of Joe was left working to push him over the edge into the pit.
Quite often at the end of the event, Joe is just about working enough to get it over the end. So that's a good one. You've done incredibly well. There's got this damage here. Well, I hope you're ready for your next fight. Can we get a big round of applause for Bish Bash Bosh? Come in, Chris. We'll make it quick, don't worry. That was...
robots.
No, you don't. That's a lie. You were doing incredibly well. You've done incredibly well all day. This has been an incredibly destructive robot, and you should be really proud of it, because...
Yeah, I'm really proud. It's the first natural spinner I've built myself. I've been doing this game for a long time now. It's the first one I've built myself.
Robot
so
is stand by.
And please, how when it's worked.
Well, congratulations.
3,
Very well done.
In the arena we have Boring Bot and Vertex.
Begin.
Boring Bot coming from the red square, Vertex from the blue.
And look at Boring Bot there, getting right behind Vertex. What an upset! What an upset! Boring Bot into the Uta zone.
Wow. What
That
a
was
hit.
the first hit of the match. The first hit of the fight. Boring Bot got out of the blocks amazingly, got behind Vertex, and I thought from there they was going to control the fight. I mean, but for some reason, look at that brilliant control. But then all Vertex did was position themselves. And look at it.
I have to say, I am gutted on behalf of Shaky because Boring Bot is anything but boring, as you said earlier. But Vertex, that was...
I'm stunned. Look, Boring Bot got out of the block, got behind Vertex. How did it end up in the Uta zone?
From halfway across the arena as well.
That was unbelievable. I've seen the replay and I still don't believe it.
Look at it again.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Stephen. Look at that. Got behind. Brilliant. And there was just a momentary uncertainty. And it went well.
Unbelievable.
Well,
all
take
over in
it
8
away.
seconds.
Congratulations, Vertex. You're through to the next round. And, well, I think we're going to run over and interview him.
Yeah, go for it, Gav.
Oh, shaky, Boring Bot. What are you doing over here? You should still be fighting.
I flew.
So talk to me about that fight, because you got out of the blocks really quick, and then you got behind them. You must have been feeling good.
Yeah, the bot was driving nicely. It had good control. I was getting around the back, but that's the thing with fight robots. You make that one little mistake. I lined my robot up wrong for a charge, got punted straight into the outboot zone, and I'm going to hand it to him. That was a hell of a hit.
And to be fair, it was somewhat of your own making. You lined yourself up with your back against the Uta zone.
It was a bad positioning on my behalf. Sometimes it happens.
But lessons learned, so won't be repeating that mistake.
Oh no, I'll probably make it a few more times.
Of course. So I don't want to say goodbye to this robot. Will it be in any whiteboards?
If I can, it seems to all still be working. It just flew a little bit. It seems to have suffered no actual damage from it. But
well, let's talk to the robot that gave you permission to fly. Vertex, come on over here. Congratulations. Boring Bot got behind you. Were you worried at all? Because you made your way into the middle of the arena, and well, it was history from there.
Yeah, so when it spun up, it kind of started to gyro a little bit, but then kind of managed to get square on with him, and it flew.
It really did. How shocked were you when you saw it go into the Uta zone?
Pretty, because it wasn't particularly high on the throttle, so I'm pretty scared of what it can do.
So wait, hang on, that wasn't even full throttle?
No, I think it's probably about half.
What is the tip speed? How fast can this thing go?
It's about 189 miles an hour total. Full pace.
So that is a lethal piece of kit. That's very dangerous. I'm not too sure who you're up against next, but I wish you the best of luck in the competition as we head over to the arena.
Yeah, and currently loading in, we have Lilith and Titan. Lilith, the forward hinge flipper. If you're American, forward thrust flipper. And Titan, the Fingertech egg beater, made its way back through the redemption fights. And a tough match against Lilith here. I don't really know which way this one's going to go.
Yeah, and before they even do combat, they're already shaking hands. So absolutely what we love to see. Good sportsmanship. And well, now that they have shaken hands, the gloves are off.
Absolutely.
Robot is stand by.
Very, very excited. Let's count this one in, everyone.
3,
2, 1, begin.
Titan straight up the speed, Lilith straight across the arena and putting it against the arena wall, bouncing down is Titan.
So Lilith was there, sparks flying off of Lilith as Titan really gets the spinner up and running, and unfortunately Lilith did not get close enough and did not stop that from powering up.
I know Dave won't be happy that the paintwork is coming off Lilith, look at that.
now they are trying, or getting caught on the arena pit floor there, but now they're dodging each other quite expertly. Lilith doing everything it can to pin Titan up against the wall.
Snagged on one of the horns, look at that! But escapes. Titan stuck on top of Lilith. Lilith pushing Titan against the wall.
And now Lilith putting Titan into the wall and grinding away is Titan.
Turning it over as well, not going to improve. Titan's big smack there, and something's
Going
come
down.
off. I think it was the back panel maybe. Off of
Going down.
So it's, I'm pretty sure, looking at the paintwork, it's definitely off of Lilith there. More shrapnel, that is the same shrapnel.
And Titan gyros down the pit. Lilith the winner. And a reaction from Dave, he was very, very happy with that one.
Look at the damage though. Lilith absolutely has had a new face covered. Like, look at this carnage that's been done. That's definitely a lot of battle scars.
Absolutely. It was incredibly well driven there from Dave, holding Titan against the wall. One momentary lapse of judgment maybe where he got caught by the weapon. But other than that, I mean, I can't actually work out where that's come from. I have no idea.
I'm pretty convinced it's come off of Lilith, but I just cannot work out where. And yeah, the gyro effect of Titan is what threw itself into the pit.
Unfortunate for Titan, you know, they've had a couple of fights today where it's just not quite worked out for it, but a formidable opponent, certainly, as Lilith has subsequently found out.
So Lilith there really does use the power of the drivability and putting up any spinner up against the wall. That's their game plan.
Yeah.
Put the weapon up against the wall.
Saw it with Angel Slice earlier on today, and it worked magnificently. And of course, Titan, similar issue there. I'm going to go and talk to them.
Please do, Sam. Please do, Sam. Make your way over as the brush is being used to remove all of the carnage and destruction that was taking place that fight. So David is through. He is through to the next round. We'll get Sam over there talking to the competitors as they assess the damage. I am very looking forward to seeing the new face of Lilith, because that paint job has been ripped to pieces.
Come on over, Titan. Stick it down. What happened there?
Oh, it was a good dance around the arena. Lots of movement there, and I think because I was upside down, I think I just pressed the wrong direction and just went back straight into the pit.
It was very unfortunate, but you've not without, you know, some scars on Lilith, because I think Lilith has taken a bit of a battering there as well. You've got to be happy at least with the performance in the arena, because ultimately, you know, you were still working at the end. It's just end up in the pit.
Yeah, disappointing end, but very, very well done today.
You'll be doing some whiteboards later on?
Sorry?
You're going to be doing some whiteboards later on?
Well, hopefully, yes.
Fantastic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please, for Titan. Come and talk to me, Dave. I want to know where that piece of metal's come from.
That was from the front edge. That's my leading front edge. The hit has managed to shear out 4 bolts in the process.
So basically, it was where kind of your ground scraping wedge. You still had a wedge shape, but obviously it wasn't quite on the floor. It was a little bit off the ground. But in the end, it didn't need it.
No, I think because Titan was gyroing up, I was able to get underneath the forks a lot, because those forks are ground scraping. That's why it got underneath me and tore the front end off. But thankfully, after a bit of maneuvering around, the forks, I could just go around the forks. So I'm rather thankful I did. That was a terrifying fight, I'm not going to lie.
Easy enough repair though. For round of 16, Lilith's still performing pretty well, I have to say. How are you feeling about it?
Nervous. I know that I don't have another spinner in the next round, whoever wins that fight, so I'm thankful for that at least.
Quietly confident?
I'm never confident. I'm going to go drive down the pit, you just watch me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, Lilith through to the round of 16.
And David, I think you might be needed over in the arena. David, we might need your help here. It takes a very special touch to close the arena door, and only David knows how.
Just like that, you see? Now
Just
this.
like that, there we go.
Baby Shrek and Mother Loader.
So Baby Shrek in the blue corner, Mother Loader in the red. I just want to warn about a little bias from the judges there. The judges saying Mother Loader must be protected at all costs. So I think they're a little concerned for it going up against Baby Shrek.
Harry, all I'm saying is if you run away for 2 minutes, you're going to win the fight. I am joking. We're all loaded. Baby Shreks spinning up a little bit. Well, Phoenix has pressed the button, but the arena... Oh, there we go.
Robot is stand by.
All right, counting this one in.
3,
3, 2, 1. Begin.
Baby Shreks up to speed from the word go. Mother Loader trying to position itself nicely towards Baby Shreks. Oh, it's inevitable that kind of thing will happen.
And
again,
not only once, but
the
twice.
hammer's gone off of Mother Loader. That's the end of the weapon. Oh.
3 times. Let's count them down. So, Baby Shrek really taking control of this fight, and there is the axe on the floor.
Mother Loader still... That's 4.
That's 4. I reckon we'll get a couple
I think that's
more.
it, though. I think that's the end of Mother Loader. It stopped moving.
Enabled.
Well, I think a round of applause for Mother Loader for taking so much punishment. Baby Shrek is scary.
It can be.
It really is. Sam, that was unkind. Come on now. There was no need for that.
And well, I've just heard a unanimous decision in favour of Mother Loader.
Excellent, well done.
So there It is officially in writing, but no, that is Baby Shrek going through, staying in the competition.
Camera didn't focus, Stephen.
And well, that's some of the damages, the downside of having a front scoop like that. It allowed Baby Shrek, once it got a hold of it, once it got underneath, the shield really turned into a lever point that it could throw up into the air.
Baby Shrek's like, as soon as it gets a sniff of victory, it's just straight away, it's on you.
It just doubles down.
It's unbelievable, and it's just the way that it's
the way
intense.
your eyes have glazed over, it sounds like you're speaking from experience.
I fought Baby Shrek in February, and it started well, and then ended very badly. Right, I'm going to go and see what they've got to say.
Oh, well, yes, no, carry on with your conversations. So I think first up we'll have Mother Loader to be interviewed by Sam.
Yes, Harry. I mean, it was a valiant effort, and you kept going after, wow, I mean, completely snapped off the hammer after 4 roofings. Amazing.
Well, you know, my axe is so good. It had to just be taken off. Yeah, there's no chance with the axe working. But it's all right.
It seemed like most of the robot was still functioning. There was a little bit of a twitch. I wasn't sure what was broken at all. Any ideas?
The fact that it was upside down. The axe was off, so it couldn't get back over. And it had been hit several times by Baby Shrek. So that tends to do it.
I hope we're going to see it for some whiteboards later on, because I think... Oh, really? Oh. Well, is that you're in your axe? Oh, no. Sam, how could you, man? Come on. Honestly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please, a big hand for Mother Loader, a phenomenal robot and one of our favourites. Thank you. You won, Sam. I hope you're happy. I mean, brutal, absolutely stunning effort, and it just seems to be purring at the moment.
It's working really well. We've not really changed much, and it's just every event is really consistent.
Is the consistency like playing in your favour, because it hasn't changed much from earlier in the year?
Stand by.
Is it that good now as it has been always?
I think it's just dialed in. Like, I've run it at a lot of events and like loads. It's done like 40 odd fights.
Begin.
It's really dialed in.
Thank you, Sam.
So we're back into the robot arena, and we have Step Up against Deja 2. Deja 2 currently up against the side with Step Up taking control of this competition. This is going to be a grabbing battle between the two, and so far I think Step Up are really getting the better of it. Although Deja 2 has the option to drift around the arena, the traction isn't so much a strong suit, but as I say that, it is giving Step Up a bit of a shove back.
Step Up, of course, earlier on today, absolute pasting from Titan, has recovered well. Deja 2 lifting Step Up into the air, but now caught on the wedge of
It wasn't
Deja
quite
2.
a superplex, and really that just lifted them on top of themselves, and now they do look a little stuck. The wheels of Step Up are just getting themselves free.
So we were about to do an unstick. I think we're okay though, because they've unstuck themselves, so crack on.
We will have a countdown
Robot
to
is
recommence.
stand by. 3, 2, 1, begin.
We're back into this, and now Step Up with that shovel, put it in.
There you go.
Two
Much
driving
more like it from
right
Step
into the
Up.
corner.
And Deja 2 turns, Step Up 3D, up and over.
So again, not quite the superplex that we've seen from Deja 2, but that is very important for the judge's decision if it goes to it. We have a minute left.
Some lovely drifts as well from Deja 2. Once again, almost got its fork caught in the pit there. And
It is getting caught, but they're lifting up, trying to drift around, and yes they do.
Going down.
And, well, very sneaky of Step Up there. They moved over to the pit button whilst Deja 2 was getting stuck on the floor.
I think they kind of realised that this is their opportunity to kind of just launch them down, because unfortunately, like, they can't self-right with their weapon that they have, and I think they've actually stopped on the arena floor.
The count out has begun for Step Up whilst Deja Vu continues to move around.
Deja 2 spins around and tries to suplex, but fails and pulls itself over.
But it is able to self-right, so that is fantastic stuff for them.
10,
I can hear the countdown
9,
still going
8,
for Step Up.
6, 5,
End of the fight, so we've got 4, 3, 2, 1 second. And it goes to our esteemed panel of judges.
So, for the first time, this is a proper tough decision for the judges. I haven't seen a fight this close go to a judge's decision so far today. So, I think it's only fair to ask the audience, Sam.
Absolutely. So, if you think Step Up 3D won, give us a cheer.
Yes, excellent. Wow, okay.
And if you think Deja 2 multi-grab drifting was the winner, give us a cheer. Well, the audience think Deja 2.
Indeed, and it's interesting. It is interesting. I'm going to put you on the spot. How are you calling it?
Well, Deja 2 turned Step Up over. Step Up couldn't get back over. I've got to give it to Deja 2, but I'm not a judge. I was once.
But not today.
Not today.
So, well, I think that gives us an insight, though. We have an experienced view of who might be winning that fight. What was the reason for that, though? Why did you go that way?
Well, I say because Deja 2 turned their opponent over, they were able to control the majority of the fight. Who knows? Well, we have a decision.
We do. The paper's being slid over. No one is at the booth to interview the guys. So Sam, if you make your way over, and I will announce that it was Deja 2 was the winner.
Yes. Well, Thomas, happy with the result?
Yeah, I think that was a very close fight because he had the first half definitely.
Did seem to struggle with the grip. Obviously, having the Omni wheels and the ability to drift is great in one sense, but you do lack a little bit of pushing power. But obviously, it's kind of a sacrifice, one way or the other. It doesn't really matter. In the end, it didn't matter for you because obviously you end up winning the fight. But is that a concern of yours going forward? Obviously, you don't really have that kind of grip to kind of bully people around the arena. Is that a concern going forward?
Yeah, it's definitely a concern. I've tried playing with Magnus, but I haven't got it quite dialed in yet. So there's none on there, but I'd like to get some on.
Well, it's a win. Well done. Round through to round 16. Everybody, Deja 2. Oh, Eli. The wonderful Step Up 3D, as portrayed on top here. A big repair job from earlier on. It did very well, though.
Okay, I think to answer a question you didn't ask, I think what happened was it got stuck on this bit that got damaged in the first fight, which I didn't bend out properly. So 2 of the wheels were on the ground, but not all of them. And yeah.
So when you were upside down, you only had 2-wheel drive essentially, and that kind of limited your ability to manoeuvre.
Yeah, it looked like it was only on one side. I think if I just flatten this as much as I can, it's designed to be able to be invertible. I've got to see what happened there. It's over at the Amway arena.
Well, a sterling effort. You did get your win in the first round as well. So amazing journey. Well done, everybody. Step Up 3D.
So loading into the arena now, we have Icebreaker in the blue zone, Red Fox in the red. It's almost as if they planned that. The color coding is brilliant.
Yep. Absolutely intended, I'm sure.
And now, just some conferring with the head ref and the Roboteers as we get ready for this fight.
Stand by.
Icebreaker, of course, a former event winner.
3,
Red Fox Rampage,
2,
I believe it's his first event.
1. Begin.
Away we go.
So the spinner getting going of Icebreaker, and now Red Fox not quite going up the ramp of Icebreaker. They're actually getting underneath Icebreaker and they're taking control.
Slowly manoeuvring towards the sides, of course, that long front lip, if you like of Icebreaker is good in the sense it can get right underneath and scoop people into their weapon. However, there's a lot of robot to turn, and that will limit them somewhat.
And Red Fox, I have to say, is doing a fantastic job of getting around the side, but now up against the wall, Red Fox skipping out. And it took one hit.
And that is the end of all of Inside Red Fox Rampage. A message of Icebreaker cheated. I don't know about that. I think it just won fair and square.
Absolutely, I think it won fair and square. Icebreaker taking Red Fox up against the wall, and then eventually flipping Red Fox over the side.
So what's happening in the arena right now is because when Icebreaker hits Red Fox Rampage, it went through the LiPo batteries. All the robots have LiPo batteries, same kind of thing you have in your laptop at home. And basically, when it hits a LiPo, they tend to get a bit crispy, and it's now being taken outside to essentially just burn out. And we have our safety team on board to ensure that it's well out of the way of harm's reach.
Yeah, so there are safety precautions in place. It is at this point it's a tried and tested method, and it works absolutely brilliantly. Yep. The LiPo, the damaged LiPo, has been removed from the venue, so now that is all safely contained inside the steel container. And this new fancy, I haven't seen the extraction system before.
Nunu, it is literally Nunu from Teletubbies. Is that showing my age? Teletubbies.
That is the name of the show.
Oh, right.
So we're taking a slight pause in the moment whilst we let the arena ventilate and then clear out all of the smoke.
I might go and see what the competitors have got to say. What do you reckon?
I think now's a good time to do so, but you may not have the robots.
No, Craig's going to do it. Hello, Craig. You alright?
I'm good. How are you, Sam?
I'm fascinated by what's going to happen now, because obviously that LiPo's been removed. It's nice and safe out there.
It's a smell. There's definitely a smell in the air. The smell of LiPo.
Delicious. Look at the screen here, like you can see the ESC hanging out at the bottom there of Red Fox as well. It wasn't really damaged as much as it was shattered, so there's nothing left at the back end. You see here, Icebreaker pushing Red Fox against the wall, over it goes, flies to self-right, bang, big hit, and everything comes out. You can kind of see there where the LiPo is, a little gash in the outer casing, and eventually this just starts smoking. LiPos are pretty sensitive little things, and out comes the smoke. It was a pretty good fight up until then, and Craig, you've got some roboteers to speak to?
Yes, we've got Icebreaker over here. How do you feel?
Speechless. That was great.
It was that one magical hit, right? That's all it takes sometimes to really take a match. And quite literally in that case, just obliterate the opponent.
Yeah, I put it up to max speed and straight at the back end.
Sent it.
Yeah, it just disintegrated.
Yeah, I think it's in a couple of pieces, including a few that are currently outside the venue. So congratulations for that. Moving forward to the top 16. It's keeping its reputation as a bot to be feared. How do you feel about that?
Again, speechless is... I don't know.
Well, fair play, that was a great match. I'll let you go and get this ready for your round of 16 match. Congratulations, Icebreaker! Woo. Red Fox is currently in pieces outside the venue.
It really is.
Being photographed. If only there was a better camera that could be streamed.
Red Fox.
In here. Red Fox!
Sev!
Don't care. Don't care.
No. Craig, how are you today?
I'm right, thanks.
Yeah, how's Bish Bash looking?
Alright.
Oh, you've got Sev.
We've got a Sev. And the remains of a Red Fox. Oh! Icebreaker cheated! You wrote that on before the fight. Right, okay. So how did that go for you?
I think I did really well, actually. Like, unironically, I think the first 30 seconds was great. I'm just a little annoyed. The pushing power was terrible. I only had one chance to flip him over and I missed it. And
and then it was just his long wedge just. I think if I had the forks a little thinner, would have been better, but his wedge just went straight under the flipper. So as soon as he backed me against the wall, again, no pushing power, he just pushed me up. And as soon as, I was there, it was up to my face, like there, and I'm like, don't flip, don't. And it's carved through the back, hasn't it? That's... The back was supposed to be machined out of HDPE, but it kept going wrong, so I tried to 3D print something solid, and that kept going wrong. So I have this 0.5mm PLA. Structural 0.5mm PLA, I might add. And so the battery sits in the middle, and all the other components sit just at the back. The disc has gone between the motors into all the spaghetti, and yeah. But despite all that, I think all it needs is just some soldering and the spare battery, and I think I could probably do a whiteboard later. Yeah. We'd love to see it back. We'd love to see Red Fox Rampage back. Give Sev a massive round of applause.
Can we have Ed Boss, Rust in Pieces, Abracadabra, Fang, Ultraviolent, and Bish Bash Bosh to the ready table, please?
Why?
And currently in the arena, we're loading up. We have Dolos and Red Riot. Dolos with the hammer saw on the top of your picture, Red Riot towards the bottom with an unusual armor setup, I have to say.
Well, I was gonna ask, can you actually explain what their intentions are here?
I think what Felix has done is, well, he's trying to close the door. Felix has kind of put the armor above where a lot of the sensitive components are to try and stop that hammer saw going straight through it. Whether it works or not, will have to remain to be seen. But it's going to be an interesting matchup, this one. Dolos, of course, winning its first fight, has those enormously long forks at the front, probably longer in length than the entirety of Red Riot. So
Red Riot really looks like it's puffed its chest out for this competition, doesn't it?
Robot here.
It's been the
Stand
It's got the
by.
shoulders beefed up. It is in the red zone.
3.
Dolos is in the blue. And we're getting ready for competition.
Begin.
Away we go. Dolos up to speed, Red Riot up to speed as well. Red Riot trying to get round to the sides of Dolos.
And Red Riot doing everything they can not to get caught on the forks, but Dolos rotating at the right point, and that's the wheel coming off.
And it has come off of Dolos. Now Dolos is down to one-wheel drive already. Can Red Riot take advantage here?
So I think we're seeing Red Riot, yeah, absolutely, trying to get to the left-hand side. And is that Dolos out of commission?
Well, he's been pushed against the wall, he's escaped. Still got that one-wheel drive, he's struggling. It's not running freely at all.
And
Pit
Red
is
Riot
available.
there, getting an impact on that wheel, but the spinner I don't think did as much damage as they were hoping.
No, definitely not, but Dolos is still struggling and it can't quite transition correctly across the arena. Red Riot trying to get away from the pits.
Well, he's having to find
He's now
himself
stuck on a seam of the pits.
And it does look to be immobilized, it does look to be stuck, so I don't know if they can reverse out of the situation. Desperately moving their controller.
I mean, that's the end.
That's the end of Red Riot. Red Riot is out of this competition.
Stuck on the pits, and that's that. Unfortunately,
a victory for Dolos.
Despite losing a wheel within the first few seconds. I mean, it's very unfortunate for Red Riot, but that is the way it goes sometimes. It was theirs for the taking. Unfortunately, they just got stuck on the pit, and that is their race run.
The main takeaway for me is that even though the pit wasn't down, it is still a dangerous area to be.
Seams on the arena floor are a nightmare for anyone because obviously you don't build. You build with a flat terrain in mind. It's not quite flat, and seams around the pit, seams on the arena floor, a nightmare.
But it is the same arena for everyone, so it's a fair competition, it's a fair battleground. People just need to design their robots with that in mind, and I'm going to run on over and do some interviews.
You go ahead, Gav. Can we also get Salanza Frog and Vertex to the ready table, please?
So I quickly caught you, Felix, because you were going to run away, but let's quickly talk about the fight. And first of all, let's talk about the armor. This looks really cool.
Yeah, well, it's the normal side armor that I had in the first fight, but it stops. Engagement is very good once it's on, but because it was an overhead weapon, I wanted to protect as much as possible with as little as possible. So, yeah, not bad.
And it was a nice nippy robot. Obviously the forks were getting caught a little bit. And then what actually got caught on the pit wall, on the pit floor?
I think one of the forks just got jammed in between the pit, the actual door of the pit and the side of it. So yeah, a bit of a shame.
But it was an incredible shame because you were ultimately winning that competition. We saw that the wheel had come off. You made one attempt to get the other wheel. Were you hoping it would come off in the same hit?
No, I think I nicked it, but I haven't got a particularly powerful weapon, so it wasn't going to come off.
Well, let's get Dolos over in here. Let's see the carnage. Thank you for talking to me, Felix. And well, congratulations, Felix. Round of applause. And the amount of foam you need to protect this weapon is a bit ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just covered in spikes, so it's required to not just slice myself open, frankly.
No, and I'm glad you're not covered in plasters. So talk me through that fight. Obviously losing a wheel, not ideal.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened there. We swapped the wheel to a wheel that was holding on a bit better, cranked down out with the Allen key, put Loctite on, and apparently not enough. So we're going to go
Robot
and get
is standby.
a pair of pliers on it and really tighten it down now and hopefully
Three.
swap again.
Brilliant. Over to Sam.
In the arena, we have Inertia in the red square, Chucky in the blue. Good start there from Chucky, turned over. That front plough once again, very resistant but stuck up and over. I think that is the end of Chucky. You come back, Gav, and the fight's finished.
I've literally just sat down in my chair and Inertia has done all of the damage it's needed. Unfortunately, Chucky out of the competition.
And a win for Inertia B4 through to the round of 16. I mean, do you want me to describe the fight for you?
I think I got to see pretty much everything. So the fight started, Inertia got their weapon up to speed. Chucky thought, I'm going to have a go. And that was pretty much the end of it.
I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, we can see here, activates, straight out Chucky. First, again, that wedge at the front, very good at deflecting the hits.
Inertia was bouncing off of Chucky, and then I think it was once the back was exposed to Inertia, that was when the damage was done, and obviously that was when Chucky was immobilized.
Absolutely, and I think ultimately, you know, Inertia's a dangerous vertical spinner as well. Like, there's a lot of them. It's absolutely there with the rest of them. It's as good as your end bosses, your Baby Shreks. You know, it's definitely one to watch out for going forward in this competition.
The one thing that Inertia suffers from, I think, more than the others that you mentioned, is the fact that it loses control. Yet the bouncing, once it gets up into the air or one wheel off the ground, it really struggles to regain control.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think as the competition goes on, that will hurt them more. I think they need to be a little bit more careful, but a solid effort nonetheless. I'm going to go talk to them.
Absolutely, please do. As we get ready for our next battles, Resistance, Carbonated Beverage, End Boss versus Rust in Pieces.
Well, Will, that was absolutely clinical.
Yeah, I've been waiting a while. It's been like a couple of hours since the last fight, so I was hoping for a slightly longer one. Thought it would be, but glad to get the win and go through to the next round.
As much as, you know, the win was fairly quick, that front end of Chucky, it didn't really make a mark on it. It just kind of bounced straight off. It's amazing.
Their idea with that TPU front end is it's a really cool one, so I've actually borrowed it for this one. So I've got the same thing with the forks going on, and I've used their own design against them. So yeah, a bit of luck on my side, but hopefully it works that way for the next fight.
Round of 16, how far can you go?
Who knows? I think I used up all my luck last year with Inferno, so anything's a bonus, really.
Well done, Will. Get repairing. I don't think there's much to do, but exactly, there you go. So, round of applause, please, for Inertia. Absolutely. And Chucky, I mean, everyone's been talking about that gummy front end. It did its job again, but unfortunately, what happened?
Well, I think we lost the lifter early on, so then I got turned upside down. I can't really drive without
So you're pinned upside down?
Yeah, and it's taken quite a big hit, so it really wouldn't go upside down.
Good fight. Again, no major damage, just couldn't run upside down. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause for Chucky.
So we have robots loaded into the arena, but Carbonated Beverage having a little bit of issues. So I think they're going to just have a little adjustment of the robot there. So we got a bit of time. Resistance in the blue zone. So whilst we wait, we're going to cool the other matches that are due to take place. So after this, it is Emboss versus Rust in Pieces. Then Abracadabra versus Fang. Ultraviolence against Bish Bash Bosh. That's going to be carnage. Sir Lancerfrog versus Vertex, and Deja 2 multi-grab drifting versus Lilith. That's going to be a very, very interesting fight.
You've got 5 fights. Deja 2. In the arena currently, we have Resistance and Carbonated Beverage. Back with the double bottle setup. Resistance fully forked up, has its outer arm on as well.
Robot is stand by.
And we'll see the blues and twos of Resistance start to come
3,
on.
2, 1. Begin.
Away we go, straight
And
out of
we-
traps.
So Resistance in hot pursuit of Carbonated Beverage. Carbonated Beverage the wrong way around to be doing what it needs to do with its flipper. Look at the bottles flailing around.
Absolutely amazing. It's so ungamely, I love it. And Resistance trying to chase him down, trying to enforce itself into the arena wall.
And I think we're starting to see some pins now up against the wall, so that's Resistance putting Carbonated Beverage up against the wall. That's exactly its game plan. Wait until the pit becomes active, then maybe use the button, or they'll just control the fight.
Over goes Resistance, a flip there, a popular flip indeed from Carbonated Beverage. Resistance struggling a little bit. Maybe lost the corner of the drive, I'm not
Going
quite
down.
sure.
And I think that's Carbonated Beverage
Going
getting a
down.
little stuck under the wall, but using their flipper, they got this stuck. That's a terrible way to put it.
They freed themselves. Resistance in underneath now, pushing Carbonated Beverage towards that arena wall, and inexorably, I think, towards the pits. Carbonated Beverage.
It's a very slow process. There's a minute left to go, and both of them, you go first, sir. No, you. They are taking it in turns. They don't know who's going to be the one to go into the pit.
Resistance trying to get round to the back of Carbonated Beverage, but because of its own drive issues, is struggling to get away.
And I want to say that the long nature of Carbonated Beverage is really close,
And
but
it's
it
escaped.
flips. It saved
Frees
itself.
itself from the pit.
The long-
Resistance is very close. Carbonated Beverage.
The long body of Carbonated Beverage is, I think, hurting it here because it cannot quite get around that corner. It is stuck. So Resistance is going to be trying to shove it. It's getting closer to the pit. It's getting closer to the pit.
I think Carbonated Beverage has also lost the side of drive, which means it can't escape the clutches of Resistance. So I think Resistance is just holding it
There's
there.
15 seconds left. Can they hold on? It's going to be so close. Carbonated
no.
Beverage over
It's
the corner.
going, it's
It's
going,
flipping
it's
itself
going,
in.
it's going.
5,
5, 4.
Hold on for the judges,
3,
Carbonated Beverage.
2, 1.
It goes to the judges, just about. There's a bit of confusion. So, we're trying to work out whether
Let's
it's a
leave them to
pitting
confer. Let's leave them
or a
to
judge's
confer. Let's
decision.
talk about the fight. So we got one flip up against Resistance. That was great to see. Carbonated Beverage doing his job there, using the flipper. I'm not sure how many flips they have in that robot because it seems to keep going.
It's a plenty, clearly. I mean, clearly enough, you know, it has the two, you know, bottle setup. I think the other issue is they lost the side of drive quite quickly as well. So they couldn't maneuver away from that corner. They kind of had to keep crab walking towards the pit. And unfortunately, because it's so long, it couldn't really escape from that corner.
No, and
Resistance
that is
gets
the
pressure.
challenge. It can't get around, and so Resistance just waited, bided its time. And as you said, seesawing, flipping. Unfortunately, Carbonated Beverage just got closer and closer to the pit. So I'm going to look to see if there is an official decision.
So we're told it wasn't a pitting, but there was a count out. Henry? Head ref Henry? Henry Strang, everybody. Our head ref. Explain.
I'm the co-deputy ref, actually. So basically, the carbonated beverage, that movement, was immobilised exactly on the start of the 10-second countdown to the end of the match. Apparently, that means that when it gets to 0, Resistance wins because carbonated beverage was counted out by the end of the match.
So it was a immobilisation rather than a pitting or a judge's decision.
It was an immobilisation, yeah.
There we go. So Resistance is the winner going through to the round of 16. Thank you. And Craig. Heading over to the interview booth now is Craig to talk to Resistance.
Hi Gareth. I didn't see that match. How was it?
It was great. You really should have seen it. You'll love watching the replay back, I imagine.
I'm sure I will. No, I know there was carbonated beverage in there. Were you scared going in against such a potent Beetleweight pneumatic flipper?
I mean, you laugh, but it did flip me over. And honestly, you have to go into every fight respecting your opponent.
I'm not laughing because of it.
Yeah. Genuinely, he showed me a lot of bottle in that arena, so it was a good fight. Very close, I think.
Well, fair play. You're through to the round of... What is it now? Oh, no, this is the round of 16, I think, isn't it? 32, the last one of 32. You're into the round of 16. Congratulations. We will see you shortly, I am sure. Can we get carbonated beverage in here? Now, like I say, I didn't see that match, but it's still the best robot here.
Oh wow, that's high praise. There's some really cool robots here. Yeah, that was good fun. I managed to get a really good flip in, but he's just a better driver than me, and I had some issues on one of the wheels.
I saw him at the end pinning you. You're in that kind of corner, right? Like that deadly short corner. I'm going to call it to be BattleBotsy. What was your strategy at that point?
At that point, just try not to fall in the pit. Try to get out of the corner, but like with drive missing on one wheel, and then what I was really pleased with is like by using the flipper, I could like jump myself off whenever I got stuck. I got stuck under the arena wall at some point, and the flipper managed to get me free. So I'm really pleased with how it worked.
Robot
It's an
is
improvement,
stand
but
by.
I'm really happy.
Well, congratulations. Big up carbonated beverage.
Endboss is in the red zone,
One.
Rusted Pieces in the blue.
Begin.
Let's see what happens in this fight. And straight away, Rusted Pieces up into the air.
Recovering well though, Endboss trying to chase after the other twin of Rusted Pieces. Up and over are both of them at the moment. They don't have their wedges on the floor.
And then getting spun around in a complete flat 360. Endboss is doing a lot of damage, but it is being swarmed by the two Rusted Pieces cluster bots.
It's not the easiest thing to eliminate because there are two of them and they are quite more difficult to control. And there's multiple opponents you've got to aim for.
And I think if I was Rusted Pieces, I'd be staying over to the outer zone. That is one down. And now there is one left. Endboss is now in a one-on-one fight, and it is upside down. Rusted Pieces is upside down.
It is, but Endboss is stuck on. For a little moment there, I'm sure Shane Lale's heart skipped a beat as the weapon spins down.
Well, this is going to be an interesting battle. I know Shane likes his maneuverability. He fancies his chances, but it's risky.
Yeah, he's. I know why he's done it. He's because before, people have bounced out into the user zone by accident, and he's definitely powered it down himself. I wonder if that'll backfire though, because Rusted Pieces is well driven.
And I want to say he's being brave. He's putting his back towards the pit there when they were in the blue zone. And now we have a pushing fight, and now it's getting stuck.
And Rusted Pieces down the pit, and as you say there, Endboss spins up once again, and is your winner through to the quarterfinals.
So what a fantastic battle there. Rusted Pieces, it did come out fighting, it did try and get into the fight, but straight away Endboss was showing them they're in trouble by throwing them into the air.
Absolutely, that weapon is just so deadly, especially when it gets up to that, killing zone essentially, and it absolutely dominated the fight. That big roof hit on one of the parts of Rusted Pieces out of the arena, of course, and then at that point when you kind of narrow it down, it's just a one-on-one fight, it's going to be a lot harder for them to maintain that level.
So whilst we are waiting for the interview booth to be ready, I'm just going to talk about the next couple of fights. So, Abracadabra vs Fang is the next fight up. Sir Lancerfrog vs Vertex, get ready to the tables. Deja 2 vs Lilith, and then Baby Shrek vs Icebreaker. Get ready on the tables, please. After that will be Oobly vs Inertia, and over to Craig.
So Shane, the big question: did you turn the weapon off?
Yeah, the one that was remaining was upside down, so I knew I had the ground game, and I knew I had the better traction, and yeah, I knew if I got him stuck on the fork, I could get him near the pit, and that's what happened.
Feeling good about taking it all the way at this point?
As the rounds move on, it's getting more nerve-wracking because the opponents are getting better, and yeah, it all depends on the draw. I'm not saying yes or no, it all depends on the draw.
Well, good luck, Shane. That was a great fight, and we will see you in the round of 8. Congratulations, Endboss. And Rusted Pieces, boys. You're all right.
Yeah, we're not too bad. Not too bad. It could have been a lot worse. I mean, the lift is a bit banana-y, but apart from that.
So one of you got ooted, the other one pitted.
Yeah,
could have been worse.
Yeah, we could have been ripped to shreds, so we'll take it.
So good to go for some more whiteboards, or perhaps later on if there's a bit of time.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think anything's actually broken inside. So
Robot is
Excellent.
standby.
Round of applause for Rust in Pieces.
So we have Fang in the blue zone, Abracadabra in the red.
Begin.
Away we go. Abracadabra, of course, so far so good. 2 wins out of 2. Fang has had to fight his way back through the redemptions.
And already Fang doing some damage there to the back of Abracadabra. So that weapon's doing some damage. Grabia trying to get underneath Fang so that they can lift him up, but listen to the grinding.
Big hit there on one of the wheels, and off comes a whole tyre and wheel, and it's punted away, and another one, and I think that's enough.
I think that is Fang.
Has had enough, and Fang, beautifully done, is through to the round of 8. Clinical fight there from Fang.
So there was a moment out of the blocks, we saw that Abracadabra actually kind of sideswiped Fang and just avoided that spinning weapon. From there I thought they might be able to do some damage because they've avoided that first attack, they might be able to get behind, but Fang very much regained its composure and it was destructive, none to say the least.
Absolutely. As soon as that first wheel got shredded, you kind of thought, the rear end of Abracadabra on that right-hand side, the wheels not quite turning how it should be, limiting its traction. As soon as that happens, Fang was able to pick its spots, and ultimately, a win for Fang and through to the round of 8. Very nicely done.
Very, very nicely done. It's an interesting robot, Fang, because it's quite a wide robot, which to me means there's quite a lot of faces that you can attack without fear of the weapon.
But to get round to the back of it, you've got to go a long way.
That is very true, and all Fang has to do is swivel on its 2 wheels.
Exactly.
Interesting tactics that we've got going on. Absolutely. I think we have people ready at the interviewing booth. So Felix, if you can do the honours.
Thank you, Felix.
So here we have Fang of another very impressive victory. I think you'd agree with that?
Pretty good. I'm very pleased with that. Not unscathed. We've lost a fork and we bent the other one, so.
Is this self-inflicted damage, or?
I think it is. Yeah, I think the spinner must have hit them. Yeah. Thank you.
Too much to repair? I know you've got the forks to repair, but everything else pretty sound?
No, I think everything else is pretty much undamaged, so yeah, straight back in, hopefully.
If I'm not mistaken, it's top 8 now. Happy about that?
Very, it's the best we've ever done.
That's absolutely brilliant. Well, we'll give you some time to change your forks out and stuff. Can we get a hand for Fang? Abracadabra. How do you think that fight went?
Ouch. That side's just gone, which, yeah.
So it looks like you've lost the mounting for a motor, some wheels, got a little bend on the front panel here. Is it as bad as it looks, or are you going to get back together and get some whiteboards out of it?
Yeah, it's repairable. I'll get it a whiteboard, yeah.
How do you feel the competition's gone for you so far? Because I think you've done incredibly well.
Yeah, I beyond expectations, to be honest. I thought I was going out wrong, so yeah.
Well, it was an absolutely amazing run. Put your hands together for Abracadabra.
Currently loading up in the arena, we have Sir Lancer-Frog and Vertex. I'm not biased, but let's go Frog. Also coming up, we have Deja 2 Multi-Grab Drifting versus Lilith, Baby Shrek and Icebreaker, Oobly and Inertia, Dolos and Resistance, and Ultraviolence and Bish Bash Bosh.
I'm just reading the comments there. Fang reminding people a little bit of Night Fury.
Robot is standby.
It's a black spinner with an orange horizontal, I guess.
So Sir Lancer-Frog in the red zone, Vertex in the blue, prepare for some destruction and some fantastic driving. Sir Lancer-Frog immediately trying to go to the side, but up it gets Fling.
But in underneath goes Sir Lancer-Frog, and in underneath it turns Vertex over. Self-rights, and a big hit there from Vertex, and again, and again.
So putting them up against the wall there, giving no mercy whatsoever, and Sir Lancer-Frog not the way they want to be, but I'm sure Vertex with one more hit will sort that out in a heartbeat.
Grinding away at the front of Sir Lancer-Frog, which has its wedge bent as well, which won't help it. Lancer-Frog away very speedily.
And I can't count the number of flips that did there, but Sir Lancelot trying to get some respite, trying to get away so they can get some more purchase in this fight, but no, Vertex immediately put them in their place. How many flips has this been?
The tip of the lance of the frog has now been ripped away as well. Over it goes again, but it's still going, Lancer Frog, and again.
Here's a hardy robot, but look at that mangled face that it has now. The flipper is not going to be working, so this is going to come into a shunting match, unless it gets into the outer
Once
zone.
again, Vertex for the second time today, from halfway across the arena, launches its opponents into the outer zone. What a fight.
What a fantastic fight. Sir Lancerfrog did not give up. The amount of flips, that frog was jumping up into the air relentlessly.
It's so hardy, that frog, and like I'm sure as soon as Dave takes it out of the outer zone, it is still going to work because it is just that guy.
Absolutely, but Vertex there, a very commanding fight actually, very different to the last fight.
Yeah, Vertex, to be fair, the last fight was one hit and done, but Vertex has quietly gone about his business in this competition, into the top 8, nicely done so far, very good.
And I'm seeing some very upset people in the live stream chat though. The Froggy is out of the competition.
Everyone loves Lancer Frog. Everyone loves Lancer Frog. I have to say, Craig is looking absolutely ready to talk to someone. I don't know who it could be, but
he's an eager beaver. So Sir Lancer Frog making their way over to Craig for an interview.
Froggy! Oh. Hey Nick, how are you?
I'm better than the robot at the moment.
That was a great fight. The fact that you have built something that can just take the punches over and over and over again, and the only way you managed to end you was getting you over the wall. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I feel pretty good that the fight lasted as long as it did, because I always think when I've got a chance, I'll take that chance. But Vertex is just, it's a phenomenal bot. Kept hitting hard, never gave me sort of a chance to get around the side of it or around the back of it. So phenomenal driving from the driver as well.
Elliot just does not let up with that thing. It's brutal. Froggy, beautiful as always. Slightly beat up. Still running though?
It will probably still run, but it is a bit
chewy. Ooh, let's get that on there.
The longer you look, the worse it gets. So let's not look too long.
Beautiful, Nick. Thank you so much. Can we have a massive round of applause for Sir Lancer Frog? Elliot, bring it in real quick. Tell me how it went.
Well, I mean, it stood up amazingly to any hit that I kind of put in. So getting it out of the arena was really the only way to knock it out.
Was there a moment you were a little bit worried?
Yeah, so right at the start, kind of when he started to get some lifts in, it was a bit nervy, but then I managed to kind of capitalise when I flipped him over.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you in the round of 8.
Robot is
So Lilith in the blue corner, Deja 2 in the red, and there's a little bit of shrapnel left from the last fight, just a bit of card, I think. But let's get ready for this combat.
Away we go. Lilith slowly out of the traps there. Took it easy. Deja 2 getting in underneath, beating Lilith's front wedge. Over goes Deja 2.
And is that it? Is that it for Deja 2? They're stuck on their side. I don't think they can do anything. They're trying to seesaw. Lilith is already showboating.
Oh, Lilith absolutely just dominating straight away. And poor Deja 2 didn't really get a chance to show what it could do. Lilith is your winner through to the round of 8.
That was incredibly quick. I mean, a bit of luck there, you have to say, from Lilith. But Deja 2, if they only had rounded sides for protection, that would have saved them so much better.
Just didn't quite fall the right way, did it? It just got stuck on its side and wasn't quite enough
a little more
purchase.
momentum to knock it over a bit more. Then maybe the grabber, the flipper could have done some work. But Lilith making his way through in surgical fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. Lilith has really done quite well. Again, also quietly gone about his business, similar to Vertex. Nothing too spectacular, winning fights in the simplest way possible.
And it is one of those robots. It is quite a simple, understated robot, but actually the control that David has over that robot, and also the ability to pin people up against the wall, it's really good.
It really is. Our next few fights are going to be Baby Shrek versus Icebreaker, Oobly versus Inertia B4, Dolos versus Resistance, and Ultraviolence and Bish Bash Bosh.
Oh no.
You'll be fine, Craig. Relax.
I'm in danger.
Well,
let's have some friends.
Craig, come and have a chat with our friends Thomas and David.
Thomas, what happened?
It has a death angle. I didn't realise it had that.
It has a death angle. Would it usually be able to get down from its side, or is that something you've not really tested?
I've not tested it.
At least it's easy to solve, right? And you know for next time. It's had an amazing run. Getting to the top 16. So congratulations. Do you feel all right about the performance?
Oh, I'm really pleased with how it's done.
Amazing. Well, a well-deserved top 16 performance. So let's have a massive round of applause for Deja 2. The wonderful Dave. Hello. Look at you, making it to the top 8.
And this is as far as I'm going. Have you seen who got the next one?
I have not.
End boss.
Ooh, some spice, my friends.
I have a lot of respect for Shane, but I hate his robot. I'm going to get yeeted into the roof and then probably into the Utah.
You're not the only one that hates it. I don't want to fight it either, so don't worry. Lilith has done amazingly. Top 8. How do you feel?
Not bad. I'm considering she's a secondary robot, I thought, to my vertical spinner, but yeah, the girl's doing well.
You should be very proud of her. I'll let you go and get her repaired as we are ready to move on to our next match. Well done, Lilith.
Our next round of 16 fights
Robot
is
is
loaded up. We
stand
have
by.
Baby Shrek and Icebreaker, 2 former event winners.
3.
So Baby Shrek in the blue, Icebreaker in the red.
Begin.
And we are off and underway. And straight underneath is Icebreaker, that low front scoop, getting in underneath Baby Shrek's forks. Interesting.
But now Baby Shrek returning the favour, getting underneath Icebreaker. And Icebreaker doing a great job to position Baby Shrek close to the Uta zone. But now Baby Shrek returning the favour again.
One of those forks is bent on Baby Shrek. That won't help him.
And the low scoop of Icebreaker. I think so far we've seen that the scoop of Icebreaker is better suited to this battle. But Baby Shrek once again getting underneath.
The pit is enabled. I don't know if either of these two will want the pit, because if they start bouncing around, that could be a problem for either of them. Baby Shrek's form seems to have repositioned itself.
And Baby Shrek definitely the more manoeuvrable of the two. It's been running around this arena looking for an opening to get under Icebreaker, but Icebreaker is still lower to the floor. Baby Shrek trying to do anything to get around, and the floor of the arena now coming into play.
Manoeuvring very carefully here, Icebreaker trying to get round to the front. Oh, and a big hit on Baby Shrek. That's the first meaningful damage we've seen from Icebreaker.
But now again, Baby Shrek getting underneath Icebreaker, so it is tit for tat. This is going to be very difficult if it comes to the judge's decision. Less than a minute to go.
It's amazing. Both of these robots have amazingly powerful vertical spinners, but neither of them have had a chance to use them.
And it's almost as if the forks of Baby Shrek and the ramp of Icebreaker has given him enough distance. A little touch there on the forks.
Oh, and a big hit from Icebreaker, pirouetting through the areas, Baby Shrek, and returning the favour.
So it has been tit for tat. This is incredibly close as we come into the final 30 seconds. Shout and cheer for who you think's going to win. Icebreaker once again up into the air. I think the favour's in Baby Shrek's play.
It is now. I think Icebreaker needs to get some points on the board, and quickly. Icebreaker now starting to be damaged by Baby Shrek. That wheel is pinned, and I think the weapon is slowing on Icebreaker.
And there it comes. The wheel is now fully dislodged. So Baby Shrek getting the...
And he's tapped out by the end. It's a win for Baby Shrek through to the top 8. Hard luck to Icebreaker. It was a stunning effort, but Icebreaker tapping out. Your winner, Baby Shrek.
That was incredibly close. If they didn't tap out, they only had 5 seconds left. If that was me, I would have at least gone to the judges, because it was tit for tat. Absolutely. It was incredible roboteering.
The thing is, like I said, it was very tactical as well. Like normally with these big spinners, you see the big hits, they go flying into the roof, as we've seen earlier today. Neither of them really wanted to give the other the opening, and they were both very cautious, and I think that kind of played out in the fight that we got.
And I'm not sure about Baby Shrek's centre of gravity, but it landed on his wheels pretty much the right way up, pretty much every time. So that robot flips beautifully. So when it does take a hit, it actually gets back into the fight really quick.
Sam has refined that robot so many times. You know, it's 3 or 4 iterations in. So yeah, it's exceptional, and a big win there for Baby Shrek.
And if there was any doubt, it is a unanimous decision by the judges. They would have ruled in favour of Baby Shrek.
Craig, hello.
Sup, Sam?
You've got some people to speak to?
Absolutely. I again didn't see that fight. I was wrestling with a display board.
It's been
been causing problems all day, hasn't it?
I've just closed the door. Close the door.
Very good.
Come on, one of you come in. I'm talking about wind.
Baby Shrek, come on, make your way
Sam.
over to Craig. He's desperately needing some content.
Desperate. You right?
I'm shaking a lot. That was brilliant.
I didn't see that fight. Talk me through it.
It was really back and forth. Like, he was lower, but I'm sort of more manoeuvrable, so I can get around him. But like, he hit me, I hit him. I managed to get a wheel at the end, but that was probably the closest fight I've ever had. It was so good.
Damn. Well, massive congratulations. You're through to what is it the top 4 now? Top 8? Ooh. Think you can make it?
There's a lot of good robots in it, though.
That is a lot.
I'm happy I got this far, so see what happens.
Well, massive congratulations to Baby Shrek, taking it forward to the round of 8. Icebreaker. Doesn't look that bad. It's just the wheel.
The bottom looks a lot worse.
Oh, let's get a bit of that on the. Ooh, hello. Look at that.
It's not great. I couldn't move much during that fight. I think this big wedge it's got a lot of friction, so it's hard to lift or right first.
That's fair enough, but it served you well getting under stuff.
Yeah, that's its strength, so that was good.
So, victor of our last tournament, making it to the top 16 this time. Got some ideas to make it bigger and better next time?
Yeah, some internal changes, that's it.
Awesome, nice one. We can't wait to see it. Massive round of applause for Icebreaker.
Yes, commiserations to Icebreaker, a former event winner, of course, in the summer. Next up in the arena we have Oobly and Inertia B4.
And if Dolos and Resistance can start to get ready, you're going to be coming up after Ultraviolence and Bish Bash Bosh.
Dave has once again fixed the arena. Thank you, Dave.
It's a skill. It is a skill closing that arena door.
I think
So,
it's a gift.
a gift?
Yeah.
Not something that can be learned.
No, I don't think it is.
Well, moving on, Inertia has moved to the red zone, Oobly to the blue. This is going to be one of those fights where you may need to cover your ears, so audience, stand by.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's going to be a very violent fight, I'm sure.
Robot ears, stand by.
So everyone count us in as we get ready to fight.
3,
2, 1, begin.
Begin.
And the spinning weapons get up to speed, and Inertia making the first move. And Spinner v Spinner, that was a massive amount of damage.
Hit again, Oobly into the ceiling, and the weapon on Oobly has stopped. Shredding the wheels is Inertia at the moment. Oobly doesn't know which way it is.
So Oobly has lost its weapon, but Inertia staying down to the ground and doing a lot of damage. They are now in full control of this fight. Look at the wheel on Oobly, absolutely ripped to shreds, as
And
there
up it
goes
comes.
the other one.
The whole wheel has come off, and I think Oobly has had enough.
It didn't take long.
With the win, moving on to the round of 8. Oobly battered, bruised, beaten, but what a fight.
So it wasn't much of a fight, but what there was fantastic combat. We saw the weapons going face to face. It impresses me that Roboteers are willing to put their weapons face to face against each other.
That initial fight, initial bite,
the touch, yeah.
Yeah, and when the sparks flew, definitely hampered Oobly from the get-go. We're going to see it on the replay here.
So talk us through the replay, Sam.
Oh God. Okay. So
The pressure.
No pressure. So obviously, wait for it. All right, activate. Both weapons spin up very quickly. Circle around, bang, straight away. Over goes Oobly. This second hit here, the weapon of Oobly has already stopped, and then Inertia can get to work relatively risk-free and just causes a lot of damage very quickly to Oobly and throws it around the arena quite a lot, doesn't it? It's incredibly violent the way that Inertia's been, not only bouncing our opponents around but itself today, and in good form, I think. And that was enough for Oobly. I think there was no way back from that.
It's the karma of these types of robots, isn't it? They dish out the damage, but there does come a time where they face up to a robot who gives it back.
Absolutely.
And, well, Oobly, unfortunately, it was its time to get destroyed. And, well, we'll talk to Felix now to get the reaction of the Roboteers.
So I got Will with Inertia. That was a pretty good fight. It's been pretty dominant all day and carried on the reputation in that fight.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rematch. We fought each other last year, I think, at the Summer Showdown, and Oobly got the better of me that time. All the changes though seem to have made a bit of a difference, and it's still working. So yeah, round of 8 now, I think, is it?
Yeah, so this is the round of 8, if I remember correctly, and so it'll be about the round of 4 or so. But anyway, that was an absolutely incredible performance, and guessing nothing really to repair, maybe charge the batteries.
I'll check it all over, charge the batteries, and yeah, see who we got next.
Awesome performance, thank you very much, Will. Round of applause for Inertia. Beetle. Could have gone better. Oh. Well, I can instantly see some damage. Yeah. It wasn't perfect, but how do you think the fight went in general? Are you happy with the performance?
Yeah, it is what it is, isn't it? You hope for the win, but you get bested and then you learn what breaks and you fix it. And you come back next time and hopefully do a little bit better.
Louis is always great at taking big hits and just keeps going, and you know, right up until the last wheel you were still probably very much in it.
Yeah, I think once he gets on me, it's very hard to shake him. I think if it was the other way around, maybe the damage wouldn't have come out as late, but once he's on top of you, there's not a great deal I can do, you just got to take it. So, been a bit beat down, but he'll be back again.
Thank you very much, Sam. We have a round of applause for Beetle.
Robot ears, stand by.
And in the arena, in the red, well, mostly in the red square, is Bish Bash Bosh. And in the blue square, we have Ultraviolet, the Egg Beater. And straight away, off comes one of the forks, and Bish Bash Bosh Blue has taken a beating.
So Blue decided to sacrifice itself first to go in against Ultraviolence, and now look at the clustering. They are trying to control Ultraviolence, but they're just getting ripped to shreds.
The weapon of Ultraviolence, though, has slowed to a stop.
So now it is a pushing match. It is
gone,
3 versus 1. They overwhelmed Ultraviolence and they did their job. They broke the weapon.
They absolutely have. The weapon belt has come flapping off of Ultraviolence, and now it is a pushing match. A 3 against 1 pushing match nonetheless. The pit button has been pressed. Red has lost the side of drive.
I was going to say, red and green, both of them look to be on one-wheel drive at the moment. The pit has now fallen, so this is going to bring it right into contention for any one of them. Of course, Ultraviolence needs to get 3 robots into the pit to win this match.
Absolutely, and Ultraviolence, they are being surrounded here by the 3 Bish Bash Bosh bots. And, well, Ultraviolence trying to get a 2 for 1 here. Can they do it? They get neither. And Ultraviolence in the pit! And Bish Bash Bosh have won again.
How do they do it? How do they do it? They survived the carnage, the initial onslaught of Ultraviolence's weapon. Look at the debris. Look at how much plastic has come off those robots.
I am speechless. I expected them to be in the bin already by this point, but they're still, somehow still, Joe's very confused.
Joe is very confused. So you said, yeah, they enticed Ultraviolence in, that 2 for 1 offer. It was too good to be true. They both got out of the way, and it went Ultraviolence down into the abyss.
And that was all she wrote. That weapon going down ultimately was always going to hamper Ultraviolence. And Bish Bash Bosh, the 3-way cluster, progresses to the round of 8.
So watching the replay, I think Ultraviolence was actually the one to lower the pit button, and really, as soon as that happened, that brought the fight, it changed the complexion of the fight completely, because instead of being swarmed, it was now a case of who could get swept up into the pit, and slowly the fight manoeuvring over to the pit. You can see them clustering, and there was that 2 for 1 offer you mentioned.
They tried it, and then Ultraviolence got greedy, and down the pit they went, and all 3 of the clusters survived again.
So over to Felix and Craig to talk about that fight.
Craig, can you sum that fight up for us?
We keep cheesing it.
You do keep cheesing it, Craig. What is this about? We've only got 2, where's the 3rd? It's still in one piece. Well, boys, it's been a pretty good performance. I got to give it to you. I think you're doing pretty well. Were you rather happy when the weapon stopped spinning?
Yeah.
Good. Well, boys, congratulations. Well done. Don't win your own event. Can we have a big applause for Bish Bash Bosh?
Can we have Dolos and Resistance, please? Preferably now. Well, in the meantime, we are one fight away from our round of 8. Our 2 predictions are still in, Gav. You went for End Boss. I backed Baby Shrek, I think.
Can you remember?
No idea. I think it was Baby Shrek.
I remember saying a number of robots, Night Fury being one of them, but
Yes.
that's now out of contention. So I guess, yes, I will stick with Emboss. I will stick with Emboss because the 2 events that I have been to, I've only been to 2 so far, and they've all been fantastic. End Boss is either one or comes second. It's always up there. It's always in contention.
Yeah, and having fought Sam at the last 2 events that I've participated at, he beat me both times. I'm not bitter. Hello, Sam. Love you too.
Oh, that's a lovely way.
And they're pitted next to each other as well, which I find very interesting because obviously they can both see what each other are doing, they can both see how they're preparing for each other. And I think at some point there's got to be a fight of those 2 on the cards, hasn't there?
Well, at some point. If not, maybe a whiteboard, but you have to say they'll probably stay in the competition too long to get the opportunity to do a whiteboard.
Absolutely.
I do really like the wide view shot we have of the arena today. Yes, the tables where everyone is working, there is an open floor plan. Competitors are right next to each other, they're working side by side, they're sharing parts, they're sharing tools. It's a really nice community, and then of course we've got our wonderful spectators up in the bleachers.
Are you all having fun?
That's a way. Are you having a good day?
Excellent.
Yeah, they are. That's fantastic. You can see their arms on the camera there just as they put their hands up. Get the shadow puppets out. So a little bit more time waiting. I think we're restructuring this fight actually. Different robots are entering the arena.
It is Dolos versus Resistance, our last fight of the round of 16. And I'm thinking, well,
I'm not too sure when the whiteboards are going to start in place.
Are we doing whiteboards after this fight? This is the last, yeah, so obviously we've got this last fight of the round of 16, then it's well, anyway, in the meantime,
Robot
while we're doing
is
some background
stand
prep
by.
work, we have Dolos in the red square, Resistance in the blue
3,
square. Our final berth in the
1.
round of 8 is up for grabs.
Begin.
Away we go. Resistance straight out of the traps. Dolos with those forks at the front, trying to prevent Resistance from going around the side, and has got Resistance pinned into the corner.
This is really a battle of long forks versus short forks, isn't it? They have both got them. And now the hammer coming down of Dolos there, grinding against the floor of the arena, not quite hitting Resistance.
So far, so good for Resistance avoiding that weapon, but Resistance hasn't really scored any points of its own. It needs to get around to the back and stop commanding the fight.
And now they're both driving into each other, and I think Dolos has got a good grip there on Resistance, but not quite enough to get the weapon into position.
Not yet. Resistance trying to circle around the back. And
This
now
is
Dolos
it, this
has
is it!
Surely, and sends it into it and hits the forks.
So you can hear the cheer from the crowd there. Only one hit though, only one hit.
It is available for those who want it. Dolos trying to maneuver around to the side of Resistance once again, or pin it out of the arena maybe. Can they push them out?
Not quite sure, but Dolos there, it really is a robot of expectations because
Going
the
down.
anticipation whilst the hammer winds up and then
they're
comes
slowly
down.
maneuvering Resistance to the pit. Beautifully done. Dolos pisses Resistance and is through to the next round.
So we are now well done to Dolos, that was fantastic. But the whiteboards, we are now getting ready for the whiteboards, and it is a 4v4 format. So can we please have Mr. Pointier, Raju Kitchen, and Kenneth, and Brug. I haven't seen Brug before.
We also get Imposter Syndrome, Head to the Exits, Angel Slice, and Wastelander, please.
So if you've heard your name called, please make your way up to the arena or the ready tables. We're getting ready for some 4v4 action.
That hit from Dolos was excellent, like the way that it got Resistance stuck on the forks, Resistance couldn't get away, and as a result, there was only one way that fight was going to end, Dolos commanding that all along. And
I want to say, for me, that was the real first showing I've seen of Dolos where, you know, they were actually taking control and making good use of their weapon.
Just like this hit, pin them on the forks, deliver them to the pit, down you go, nice and easy, down they went. And Felix, I think you might have some people to talk to in the not too distant future.
I hope so.
Over to
We've
Felix.
got Gareth with Resistance. Really good fight. Fourth. Thought Mike had gone there. Very back and forth. Really struggled to get under him. Those long forks are a real menace, aren't they?
Yeah, unfortunately, I only just got this repaired in time for this fight. One of the wheels went again. First fight, I had a wheel knocked off, and it's just been playing me up all day. So tried to repair it in time for the fight, and I just couldn't get the setup I wanted onto it because it just took so long to take the robot apart and come back together again. It's just luck of the draw sometimes, isn't it? So
that's fair enough. What kind of damage have we got on the top? I see a little bit of damage. Is this from this fight?
No, all of this is all.
Oh, it's all damage. No damage. But anyway, congratulations on a really good run of the competition, and you're going to get ready for some whiteboards?
It's a bit ill.
A bit ill? Yeah, give it a go. Anyway, round of applause for Resistance. We have a dollar. That was a pretty clinical performance there. A lot more control than I thought I'd get out of a robot like this compared to something like Resistance. But how do you think that went?
Yeah, that went about as well as I could expect. I thought I was going to be bullied all over the arena. I thought that was me out really, but no, it pulled through and it got underneath him and brought the hammer down and threw him in the pit. So
yeah, it was lovely to see a proper good hammer hit. You got one on a bit of the lid and then one on the forks, and then some beautiful control on the end there. Must have been. Were you a bit when you had it on the forks? You were slowly getting over to the pit.
yeah, it has the tendency of gripping really well on the end of the fork. So I was worried I'd get him over there and wouldn't be able to drop him. So, but no, I got him in, so I'm pleased. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. Moving on in the competition. Round of applause for Dolos.
So the whiteboard competitors are making their way down to the arena now. We do have a moment to just relax. It doesn't happen often at Bristol Mod Builders, but this is an opportunity to relax. So, whiteboard, Sam, what is the point of whiteboards?
For a laugh, really. It's get in there, have some more fights, test some new setups, and just have some fun. And ultimately, I think the fans are the winners for this one.
Especially when it's a 4v4. There's more carnage, more unpredictability. When the more robots you get in there, the more action there is to watch.
I mean, we're going to lose track. I'm going to have no idea what's going on. So,
I mean, as long as we don't do the all-in whiteboards that we sometimes do, where multiple, I think you end up with 12 robots all in the arena, no room to move, and it's just complete carnage. There's no point trying to commentate on it.
Absolutely not. It's just absolutely no chance of that happening. So who are we loading in at the moment? We have Mr. Pointier and Kenneth in the arena at the moment. We're about to see Ryukushin and Brug also go into the arena shortly. And then after that we will have Imposter Syndrome, Head for the Exit, Angel Slice and Wastelander. And then I think we're going to go on to our round of 8 after that, which will see N-Boss versus Lilith, Fang versus Baby Shrek, Bish Bash Bosh versus Inertia, and Vertex versus Dolos.
That's going to be interesting. Bish Bash Bosh up against Inertia. We're going to see robots fly.
I mean, they've been against every other spinner in every other round, so I mean, they may as well take on Will next. So
they're just going to run the robin and claim the roost.
See what they can do. Now, Brug, of course, wasn't in our main competition today. It was brought along as a reserve for this event. Hasn't got to fight, but if you bring your robot along as a reserve, sometimes you still get to have a little bit of fun in the whiteboards. Brug there in the red in the middle of the arena. Ryukushin as well is also loaded in. Kenneth on the far side. In the near side is Mr. Pointier.
So as they get into position, Sam, let's do a run through as they go into position. So who's in red?
Is it red versus blue? I think it is. Oh, it's 2v2. Okay. So we've got red team and blue team. Is that what we're doing here? So in the red square we have Mr. Pointier and Brug. And on the blue side of the arena we have Ryukushin and Kenneth.
And I think they're both trying to get onto the blue square. There's a little bit of shuffling going on. Okay, they are good. So,
Robot ears, stand by.
a very unique format, a two-way, a battle competition.
3, 2, 1. Begin.
Away we go. Red versus blue. Ryokushin's weapon working a lot more comfortably than it has done throughout the entire event, and the drive as well, looking phenomenal now at Ryokushin.
And I think Brugg ended up flipping itself over. It charged into the blue corner, but no one was home. They already made away. And that's Brugg now attacking their teammate.
I love the spear effort that Brugg is going with here. Like, it's a big old pointy stick out the front. Kenneth taking on Brugg. Ryokushin taking on Mr. Pointier.
And that's definitely Brugg now stuck against the arena wall. There's no way they're getting back out. So advantage blue team, and now they're going to be teaming up there on Mr. Pointier.
Yep, absolutely. Poor old Mr. Pointier by themselves. Ryokushin following up behind Kenneth, and Mr. Pointier trying to get round to, well, try to do something to either of these two. Ryokushin behind Mr. Pointier.
And we've got 1 minute left on the clock, and the pit button hasn't yet been hit. As I say that, or as if on time.
Going down.
Perfectly segueing into a pit button
Going
activation. Ryokushin couldn't quite get in underneath Mr. Pointier.
And they're slowly moving Mr. Pointier over to the pits, but actually Mr. Pointier, brilliant traction there, pushing over to the pit area.
Ryokushin, absolutely, and now Kenneth and Ryokushin taking each other on. I don't know whether that's a bit of friendly fire. And Kenneth towards the pit, one wheel over it, can they get away?
I don't think so, but there,
there's Mr. Pointier, and Ryokushin gets them both down and drives in sympathy. Well, blue team won, but at what cost of their friendship? It has to be said.
Well, I think as we see with the cluster bots, that is part of the strategy. As long as you get the win for your team, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
Absolutely, and Ryokushin gets Kenneth and Mr. Pointier down the pit at the same time. Beautifully done.
It's almost as if they wanted to win it for themselves, you know?
Exactly, yes. Next whiteboard will be Imposter Syndrome, Head for the Exit, Angel Slice, and Wastelander. Can we please get N-Boss, Lilith, Fang, Baby Shrek, Bish Bash Bosh, Inertia, Vertex, and Dolos to the ready table where possible, please. Thank you.
So a couple of robots left to retrieve from the arena. There is a little bit of an issue with Brugg getting stuck on the arena wall. I can see that a technical weapon has been brought to the arena called a hammer. This is used for a... Actually, that was very nicely and delicately done. That was actually very nicely done. So yes, a hammer can be used delicately.
Sorry, I'm being crisp. Brugg speared through the wall.
It did.
Yep, and it got tapped out.
It did. It was definitely stuck. There's no way that's getting out after that. And look at David hoisting up the robots, passing them over. There's a photographer.
Can we just have a look at the photo on the bottom of Mr. Pointier, please?
Once the safety link has been taken out.
So if I turn it round, viewers, this is nightmare fuel. It really, really is. Thank you very much, Mr. Pointier. That was fabulous and, a wonderful effort.
So yes, the whiteboard's just a bit of fun. Anna was great fun as well. So that match ended in a pit. I think with this next whiteboard we've got coming up, there's going to be a bit more of a destructive tone to it.
We could see some bits flying all over the place. And the way that Andy is grinning at me, the driver of Angel Slice, I think he's hoping the same thing.
Or is it nerves? It's hard to tell.
It's a bit of both, he's saying. So head for the exits. Of course, hopefully repaired from earlier on. Of course, it blew 2 fuses today, which is incredibly unlucky. It was in control of both of its fights. The fuse went in both of them, and that was the end of that.
It is an interesting issue because it was the combination of powering up the saw, but also the saw is on almost a hammer kind of lever. And that's, I think, the combination of the saw blade with the lever, that's what's really causing the fuses some issues and really drawing too much current. If you don't know, a fuse gets blown when it gets overheated. The way you heat it up is by drawing too much current, and that's basically what's happening. So, fingers crossed that they avoid that issue in this fight, and we'll have some fantastic fun. In the red zone at the moment is Imposter Syndrome. I think over the pit box we are going to have Wastelander, and now we're just waiting to see where the rest align themselves. As this is going to be a 4 robots. I forgot Angel Slice. How could I forget Angel Slice?
Yeah, 4 robots in the arena once again. Again, no bias here. I'm hoping to see Head for the Exit cut through somewhat today because, you know, they had 2 opportunities to in their 2 fights. They broke down immediately as they did so. It's come a long way. I want to see this robot perform as we know it can do. It is beautiful to look at. It's so decoratively beautiful. It's well driven. It's well built. And, well, Greg deserves better.
Absolutely, no, it does. It does deserve better. And as you mentioned, they've come a long way. The international teams that we have here today, it's fantastic, isn't it? This little event here in Bristol. No, it's a fantastic attraction, and the Beetleweight class is a real draw.
Absolutely, you know, it's easy enough to get. You can take it on a plane, no problem, because they are so small. You can put them in your hand luggage. It's fine.
You may get a couple of odd questions as you put them through the scanner.
I imagine that. Oh god.
But ultimately, everyone's interested in what it is that we're doing. It's unique. It's not common anymore. Robot Wars is obviously left mainstream TV, and well, there's a strong community keeping it going here in the UK.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So I think the safety devices are slowly being pulled off. Of course, we have to wait for Angel Slice to be loaded in before we can get everything taken off of the robots.
Absolutely, the dangerous spinner of Angel Slice. You know, you don't want to get any digits too close to that, otherwise there will be history.
Indeed, indeed. So, not too much long left of today. We're coming to the closing stages now, and I have to say this has been an absolutely fantastic event. It's been an interesting one. Some new robots, as Sam's mentioned, there's been new robots here today. So a little bit of gremlins here and there where they haven't worked first time. Obviously, how much practice can you really do before you get to this event?
It depends on your weapon, really. Like, obviously the spinners you can't really test outside because they're very dangerous. You know, if you have something that's a little bit less threatening, then maybe so. You can drive it around your garden or whatever else. But like, it's very hard to test anything. Like in this fight, for example, Angel Slice. You know, if you get too close, it will hurt you a lot. So, yeah.
So the last fight was a team battle. This is a 4-way fight. In the red zone is Head to the Exit.
In the blue zone we have Angel Slice.
Imposter zone is up against the Uta zone.
And
Robot
finally,
is
Wastelander is by the pits.
3.
Expect carnage.
2.
And there's
1.
definitely chaos.
Begin.
Away we go. Angel Slice immediately up to speed, and the track of Wastelander has been shredded.
And the two spinners going right up against each other. Angel Slice and Head for the Exit, showing no love lost between the two. What has happened to Wastelander though?
The other track has gone as well. Angel Slice has destroyed that too. Imposter syndrome caught on the wall.
And it's now being counted out, but I think it is a done deal. So Head for the Exit versus Angel Slice. No, Imposter Syndrome back in it.
But for how much longer? A massive hit there from Angel Slice. It wasn't working like this earlier. And another big hit, and there goes the little Lego driver of Head for the Exit. No, don't hit that.
So the driver's been disconnected, but the robot is still working. Jumping up and down a little bit as Head to the Exit.
He hit it. How could you, Andy? Come on now. There's no need for that.
And I think that is Imposter Syndrome kind of out of this battle.
Big
a big hit
Angel
there.
Slice.
Pit going down.
Head for the Exit, crowd walking towards
Going
Angel
down.
Slice. The pit has been activated.
And we're hearing Angel Slice there, grounded against something on the bottom. There's a metal piece of Head for the
Self-rights
Exit.
beautifully there, does Head for the Exit, but I think it stopped working. Angel Slice, after such a frustrating day, has finally come good and wins this whiteboard. A great fight.
So looking at the damage that's been done there, do you even bother trying to get the wheels back to the correct robot?
I mean, just sweep it all in the pit. I think that's the safest solution, isn't it?
Just contain it all in the pit, get the brush out.
Have a whip round afterwards and see what's what.
And this is why people bring spares. You really do need spares for this competition.
Oh dear me. Poor old, you know. Oh dear me.
Where did the Lego robot? Where did the Lego person end up in the end?
I think he's underneath Wastelander in the corner here. Both of the tracks, of course, removed. Head for the exit. I'm not sure what happened to head for the exit there. I'm sure we'll find out later on, but that was a brutal fight.
Well, so what I saw, there's that metal piece underneath head for the exit, and that was what Angel Slice started grinding against, and then it caught and I think flicked the robot, and as it did that, it must have caught the link of head for the exit, and that's what finished it. We're watching the replay now. You can see it on our screens.
Absolutely. And look at that Angel Slice, another big slam there. Head for the exit, doing really well, closing the angles down well.
And then Imposter Syndrome kind of getting back into the fight, making an appearance, but obviously not doing anything to really threaten the other two robots.
There goes the Lego driver. Poor thing.
So keep an eye on the Lego driver, see if we can see where it ended up. But that's where it started to, so as we start to watch.
Yeah, there goes the Lego guy. Head for the exit, and Angel Slice still coming to blows, and then you might see the power light go out in a second for head for the exit.
So the big hit, as you saw from both robots across the arena, and there's that metal plate. Angel Slice grinding against the underneath that metal plate, and then it threw head for the exit up, and
there
that was
goes
what did it.
That final hit there pulls the link out the back. Without the removal link, it is immobilized, and Angel Slice is your winner. Beautifully done.
Very beautifully done, and that was only a whiteboard. That wasn't even for a chance to win the competition. So that shows you how much these Roboteers want to do damage to each other.
Absolutely. So we move on now to our quarterfinals. Serious business. Our first quarterfinal: End Boss versus Lilith. Then it is Fang versus Baby Shrek. Bish Bash Bosh versus Inertia, and Vertex versus Dolos.
So Roboteers, get ready on the ready tables, and those spectating, get ready for the final 8. This is where the competition has taken another leap. It is definitely getting closer and closer. I can't believe Bish Bash Bosh is still in this thing.
I don't think they can. I think they're very surprised.
They didn't actually bring a... They might not brought enough spares, actually. They don't normally get this far.
We'll say that he's almost certain they're going to win.
So Inertia there, not backing themselves in that fight, but we'll wait and see. We will wait and see. As the arena currently gets a bit of TLC, of course the arena floor does get a lot of damage done to it, and we're seeing there just a little bit of repair work. I haven't quite seen the angle grinder come out yet.
No, not just yet. Thank you, Henry Strank, for fixing the arena. Currently, thank you, Greg.
So still a bit more repair work to do, as Joe is frantically running around with his white paper. So if anyone wants to get into a whiteboard, head over to Joe, and I'm going to talk to Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've been joined by Greg. That was much more like it, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I wanted to give this version of Head for the Exit a Viking funeral, because I'm going to completely rebuild it. And yeah, well, this was nice.
Good fight with Angel Slice. A competitor like yourself that kind of struggled today with reliability issues.
Yeah, I mean, it has a tendency of misbehaving, my robot, specifically when these events come around. Well, this was nice though, and I got a good slice in my previous fight, so that was nice as well. So even though I lost everything, I mean, it was a good day.
What can we expect from the next Head for the Exit? Because obviously, it's definitely a crowd favourite and a builder favourite. It's so beautiful and it's very intricately put together. What comes next?
Well, first of all, thank you. What I want to do is put more armor in the front, just reverse the chassis and make it a lifter saw, so I can actually lift other robots and saw into the bottom of the robots. That is the plan for it.
Sounds complicated. I can't wait to see it happen.
It's already complicated. I'm just keep on challenging myself.
Greg, thank you so much for some entertaining fights today. Well done, man.
Welcome.
I think we're about to start loading up into the arena.
Well, I think they're currently just looking at the arena floor, just making sure that it is, sufficiently ready for the round of 8. Of course, it needs to be pristine for this final round of competitions.
Absolutely, don't want any issues with the floor, interfering with any fights.
So that remaining shrapnel, and the debris doesn't look like much, but when it gets under the wheels, you do lose grip.
It's not just that; it can get sucked into the robot as well. Like with the spinners, it can act like a vacuum and kind of just suck a lot of debris into the robot and just cause all sorts of carnage. And it's not ideal. And obviously, trying to clear it up as much as we can before we get into these competition fights is obviously very important. And,
yeah. So dust in the bearings. That's a massive no-no.
In the motors, in the electronics, everything. It gets everywhere. Like glitter.
Like glitter, except you hopefully you're not still picking it out of you a couple of days later.
For months after
yeah,
this.
yeah. The stories these robots can tell, the battles that they've been a part of. So if you're wondering, yes, it is very unceremonious. Any discarded pieces of robots do just get thrown down the pit. So when you fall into the pit, not only are you fall into the abyss, you're met with loads of shrapnel from all of the fights that came before you.
It's funny, normally Monday or Tuesday after the events, we get a lovely photo from Dave, and he's got all the bits in the pit, and it's basically can you spot any of your stuff? It's really lovely.
And that doesn't mean you're going to get any of it back.
Oh,
it's
no.
just how much of your stuff ended up in the arena.
It gets melted down, and I'm sure Dave uses it for something, but it's maybe it is a little bit unceremonious, but I'm sure it cushions the blow for those that fall down.
I think he just keeps his memorabilia. The fallen victims that have sacrificed themselves in his arena.
It's like stick it into like a waxwork or something.
So I think a fantastic job has been done of cleaning up the arena. Just looking at the chat from the live stream, so going back to the whiteboards, someone called it in the chat, worried for the tracks of Wastelander, and well, as soon as it happened, they had to put.
Sure enough,
they called
away they went. It was very surgical from Angel Slice. I'm very happy for Andy. Oh, he's been giving it as a present. Oh, that's lovely. He's had a tough time. Andy, come and have a word quickly. Maybe in a bit.
In a bit, I was going to say, I have to be very, very quick because the robots are now in. And the safety links are being attached, the devices, the blocking devices are being removed.
Lilith with the wedge, N-Boss sticking with those super long forks which have paid dividends for it so far.
And I gotta be honest, I know I claimed N-Boss potentially being one of the favourites for this competition. Lilith is doing a fantastic job. I think they're going to be winning this.
One of only two non-spinners left in the competition, them and Bish Bash Bosh, and I think they've had a little bit more of a comfortable ride than Bish Bash Bosh. I feel like...
Well, a comfortable ride up until the point they had the front of it grinded apart, and the paint of Lilith is, as you can see on the screen there, the
very scuffed,
bare metal is now showing.
Absolutely. This is going to be an excellent driving fight as well. Both these two very experienced.
And immediately Lilith gets caught on the pit there, so the floor, there is some damage to the floor. The Roboteers are going to have to do their best to avoid those lips.
Absolutely. Lilith moving to the blue square, N-Boss in the red square.
And we are good to go.
Is ready. The round of 8 begins.
Stand by.
Right now. Give us a cheer, everybody.
3, 2, 1.
Begin.
Away we go. Lilith boosts first and straight into the air, and off comes that wedge for the second time.
So riding right up the forks there, and so close to the Uterstone. What's that being exposed? Is that anything exposed there by Lilith?
I think that's it. I think Lilith has no self-rising mechanism. It was damaged by N-Boss, and N-Boss through to the semi-finals once again.
Wow, that blinks and you miss it. Like Lilith, I thought wasn't going to go for it. Didn't want to drive straight into the forks of N-Boss, but N-Boss didn't give it a choice. They went head to head and up the ramp it went.
And as soon as they hit it, that front wedge that got damaged earlier by Titan got ripped off for the second time. And as soon as that happened, the ground game of Lilith is compromised in such a way where they can't just, drive underneath anymore. That is the end of Lilith's run, but what a great run in the end. Top 8s. Sniff that, is it?
Well, I'm a little stunned shocked, to be honest. I'm looking at the damage that was done to Lilith. That poor robot. But as you said, only one non-spinner. Only one non-spinner remains in the competition.
And it's Bish Bash Bosh.
And it's 3 cluster bots. But let's go over to Craig as they talk to N-Boss.
Shane. That was big, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was like some really big hits. Dave is a great competitor. I wouldn't mind losing to him, but top 8, it had to go that way for me. And yeah, David's done great all day, but you just can't beat the end boss.
You say that, but you confided in me before that match. You were genuinely a bit nervous because Dave is on top form with his driving today.
Yeah, he's been driving really well. Like, I do like driving fights, but not when it comes to this stage. I do like them quick because then I don't have to fix anything, or I don't have to stress about. Because me being stressed is not good. But yeah, all credit to Dave. He has done well all day. So I do feel a bit sorry, but not sorry.
100%, but End Boss continues to make its way towards the end. We'll see you in the semi-finals. Well done, End Boss. Coming in.
Well, just quickly, Craig, so Roboteers, there is 2 spots available in a spinning weight whiteboard, so go to Joe if you want to be a part of that, but quickly with Dave, very quickly, please.
Oh, Dave. You did amazing.
Roboteers, stand by.
We love you, Dave. Big up, Lilith.
Well done to Lilith.
3.
Baby Shrek in the red zone, Fang in the blue. This is going to be an interesting competition. Do they go head to head? Yes, they do.
And Fang with the initial early advantage. Look at that. And they've ripped off one of those falls at the front, have they?
And is that the spinner of Baby Shrek? Is it still working?
It's not working currently. Has it gone down? Fang here causing all kinds of damage to the front end of Baby Shrek. They wouldn't have been expecting this.
And Baby Shrek now doing their best to stay in contact with Fang, because that's what they want to do. They want their spinning weapon to do something. But Fang, no, you're right, Baby Shrek's weapon is not working.
It's not. I think the belt has gone on Baby Shrek, and he's bailing for the pit here. Baby Shrek's a struggle. It's up and over! And Fang has done it! Baby Shrek's up and over and out! And Fang through to the semi-finals.
And as Baby Shrek gets up onto his front, Sam falls to the floor with despair. What a shame. Erin Fang's going to do the honourable thing and, well, try and self-right, but no, it cannot do so. Watching the replay now.
That very first hit caused damage to Baby Shrek's spinner, and that final hit, they're doing the thing as it is wont to do. Oh, dearie me. Baby Shrek, my pick to win, eliminated.
So that is, well, you're going to have to pick a new one now, or maybe the honourable thing to do is you have to pick Fang.
I think so. Fang is on an absolute tear at the moment, a brilliant result.
But I've got to say, Sam, don't feel too disheartened. You've done a fantastic job getting to the round of 8.
It was a stunning effort, and, you know, anyone would have been surprised by that. And Felix, you're going to speak to John Luke, I think.
I'm here with another victory for Fang. Another one. Just keep adding them to the collection.
9, 8, 7, 6,
Absolute
5,
performance once
4,
again.
3,
You must be really
2,
pleased with that one.
1.
I can't believe what's going on. I must have disabled his weapon somehow, and then just flipping him over with the disc. I can't believe that actually worked, to be honest.
It was absolutely incredible. I say the weapon kept going. I don't think I saw it stop during that fight. So, absolutely incredibly powerful robot, and it's just done so well for this whole thing. Who do you want to fight or don't want to fight next?
I'll take on anyone at this point. I'm really quite happy with the way it's working, so yeah, anyone.
Anyone, absolutely brilliant. I see you've got a little bit of repair to do, so I'll let you get on with that. Can we get a big round of applause for Fang? Down in that fight then?
I don't know. After the first couple of hits, the weapon stopped. It's the first time ever the weapon stopped. And I obviously once I'm upside down, I can't self-right without a weapon. So
I know it's a little going, but we've had a pretty good day, pretty good run, like usual. You normally get a good run during any competition. You got to be happy with yourself, and yeah. Summarise your day for yourself.
it's been really good. It's been really good all day. It's done exactly what I needed to do. I can't be upset with top 8. It's nice to get further, but it's all right. It's good.
Well, massive congratulations. Can we get a big hand for Baby Shrek?
In the arena, We have our
Robot
third
is stand
quarter-final between Inertia B4 in the blue square and the Bodge together, Bish Bash
One.
Bosh.
Begin.
Whoa. That was a full I saw that from here.
Well, that gives us a bit more opportunity to talk about Bish Bash Bosh, because I think they're running out of forks. Look at them there. They've got a complete mismatch of what's on their robot.
They're all different lengths, they're all different colours. I think, I'm sure Gareth has been printing these all morning. He's heard of it.
Well, let's have a fair start this time. Inertia, Bish Bash Bosh.
Red goes straight to Inertia through the air, but pinning into the wall is blue.
And Inertia have their spinner absolutely not where they need it to do any damage. Look at that red bot holding Inertia up against the wall, but now it's loose.
There goes blue. I think that's the end of blue as well. Blue stuck on its end, I think.
So I think for the first time, Bish Bash Bosh are now actually down to 2 robots in a very early point of the match.
But look at this, green holding Inertia and now red underneath.
So they are sandwiching Inertia. It's a Bish Bash Bosh sandwich. And look at this, green. Green is having enough momentum here to hold Inertia up against the wall.
Oh, there goes some more.
Oh no, the blue robot! The fang of the blue robot is stuck in Inertia's weapon.
Blue from the dead is going to do some more work for Bish Bash Bosh. Surely not another fight where they're going to.
Well, there's nothing that they can do. Inertia is now carrying around a heavy robot. The red of Bish Bash Bosh close to the pit.
And green in underneath Inertia. Now the face of red coming off as well. Inertia still stuck with the corpse of blue, jamming the weapon. Now free, and now damage caused.
So the spinner was not damaged. It is now unleashed. And the red robot is being targeted, but now the green robot. Inertia hit the Ota!
BBB! Bish Bash Bosh, Inertia B4 out!
Can you believe it? For those who don't know what happened, Inertia for a split second hit the Ota zone. Once you touch it, you are oot.
The floor is lava. Inertia B4 hit the Ota zone.
How have they done it? Bish Bash Bosh, the only non-spinner, through to the round of 4.
It happened earlier this year. Baby Shrek did exactly the same thing against a robot called Sproing and lost that fight. It's happened again. Inertia B4 eliminated.
Well, let's talk about that though, because Inertia, obviously their weapon is incredible. They had control of that fight, but then somehow it sucked up the fork of the blue robot.
I know. Accidental entanglement device or something, but that was unbelievable.
And I was watching the Roboteers. Gareth, who I believe was controlling the blue robot, he put the controller down on the floor.
It was a dead robot. It was stuck in the floor. It's an obstacle in the arena. You know, ultimately they are a cluster bot. You have to eliminate all 3. They hadn't done so by that point. It's a hazard at that point. You kind of got to stay out of the way.
And it is as much as a hazard for the remaining cluster bots as it is for Inertia. Felix, I think you have Craig to talk to. They're having a personal little conversation here. We've got to a bit soon. Felix, over to you.
Well, I'm here with one of either Bish or Bash or Bosh. Craig, how was that fight for you?
I have never been in as much shock as I am after that fight. I'm really sorry, everyone.
Nothing to be sorry. I put it as quite a brave performance. You stuck in there, you kept going, and 3 robots, 1 piece all made it out, which is. That's Craig. That's still attached. Absolutely. Fake. Because you keep winning, Craig. That's why you're still here.
We shouldn't be here anymore. We need to leave.
Well, I know you've got a bit of repair to do. Can we get a really big round of applause for Bish Bash Bosh? Oh, well, I feel like at more than one point in that fight, it was very much going your way. And then, well, we'll start with the first notable bit from that fight where it maybe dipped the other direction, which was when you picked up the little blue robot and kind of hooked him on your back. And you must have, did you have a bit of nerves then?
Yeah, because he managed to get the fork jam right in the weapon, so that stopped it for a bit. Luckily, we got it free. He was able to spin up again. Although, to be honest, if I hadn't spun up, I wouldn't have gone out of the arena, so maybe I should have left it. But no, fair play. They did a great job. I did call it like that before the start of the fight. I thought they might do it. But what a way to go out, though.
It was absolutely superb. This robot has been incredible all day. He's put on a show every single fight, whether it's by dominating the fight or by bouncing around and showing off the sheer power of it. So, well done. Absolutely brilliant run. Can we get a really big hand again for Inertia?
I think very gracious in defeat there, Will, as well, because let's face it, that was his fight to lose, and he was dominating.
Well, he came over to us and quite humbly said, I'm going to lose. I mean, and looking at the chat, you know, Bish Bash Bosh is on a legendary run. Absolutely, yes, they are. I don't think anyone, including the Roboteers, they didn't think they'd be where they are today.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They made it through to the semi-finals.
It is 3 robots with plastic forks. How is it this far through?
The fact that it's still going as well. And I think every fight has either been a knockout or whatever else. You know, it's been unbelievable. Bish Bash Bosh. Who would have thought?
The more impressive bit, they're able to repair it in time. That's the really impressive bit. The amount of damage that robot has suffered.
Absolutely. Now,
well, those robots have suffered.
Absolutely. Into our final quarter-final match. We see Vertex in the blue square against Dolos in the red square. So far, Vertex had 2 big out-of-the-arena shots from halfway across the arena.
I don't think that'll be the case with the forks that Dolos has on it. But
know.
let's begin the combat.
Away we go. Vertex up to speed straight away.
And already that gyroscopic effect, but look at this, stuck on the forks. And now what does we do here? I don't see Dolos spinning up the hammer spinner, so I think they're just going to hold him and contain him. But unfortunately, the pin button isn't enabled yet, so there's nothing Dolos can do. Does this count as a pin?
I don't think it does. I think they're going to separate because they can't be separated. It wouldn't normally count as a pin as such or a grab, but because they just can't be separated at this point, and obviously they're just going to goal hang for a pitting, if you like.
And a little bit, I gotta say, Dolos, I'm a little disappointed there. They didn't spin up the hammer.
I mean, if they fire the hammer, it would go straight into their weapon. So I feel like it was a bit of self-preservation there from Dolos.
Cowardly self-preservation. We want to see destruction here.
Morgan, you've been called out as cowardly. I hope you realise.
We got a little bit of issues with the controllers here. The batteries have fallen out, so we're just resetting a little bit, but that's a view of what's to come.
Absolutely. Dolos in the ground game. So far, pretty good.
And the controller is working, so we're going to resume this match.
Robot
1 minute
stand
and 44
by.
seconds to go. So most of the fight's still to go. Still
3,
14 seconds to the pit is active as well.
1.
So of course Dolos could not
Begin.
wait out that pit button, and now we see Vertex going straight in. But are they going to make the same mistake? Dolos looking to pin them up, get those forks underneath Vertex, and no, Vertex is now doing some work to the forks.
Vertex in underneath. Well, it was underneath briefly, but now Dolos once again using those long forks that disrupt Vertex in underneath once again and push them into the corner, and a big slam.
And that was Vertex doing damage to itself there. Dolos able to throw Vertex up against the wall.
There
with
goes
the
that
spinner.
pit button as
Going
predicted.
down.
Dolos going for the big push
Going down.
of Vertex down the pits.
And really what Dolos is looking to do here, they're looking to throw Vertex up against the wall, get them onto the forks and then carry them over to the wall, the pit. But they're just not able to do that. Vertex is just staying off of the forks enough.
Absolutely, so far so good though for Dolos, and is carrying slowly.
Oh!
Well, they're both in the pit.
And the hammer's coming down. And that's it. In it goes.
Slowly but surely. Vertex hits the bottom of the pit first, and as a result, Dolos is your winner.
Well, I'm not too sure, but the hammer definitely coming in there clutch.
So, very exciting. Dolos through to our semi-finals. Can we get some whiteboards going? So, can we have to the ready table Antithesis, Blast Furnace, Anomaly, and Keith the Teeth? Then can we have Rudimental, Step Up 3D, Zeitgeist, and Nemesis? Oobly, Boom Zoom, Abu Dhabi Doo, and Bakugo, please. Morgan, bless him, has made it through to the semi-finals, and he's going over to Felix.
Well, I'm here with Morgan and Dolos once again. That was a pretty good fight, as always. Needed an unstick. Were you a bit nervous when it got to the unstick?
Well, frankly, it was sort of part of the plan was to get him on the forks and wait out the pit, but I sort of got him on a bit too early before the pit was activated, so I couldn't dump him immediately. And as soon as we were unstuck, he was sort of like right by the side of me, and I was like, I was just expecting to be ripped apart.
Well, I say the control in that fight was absolutely brilliant. And like the previous one, you got him on the forks, got a nice pin, and then got him to the pit, and then it kind of went boom and stopped. What did you think of that moment? Do you think that's going to be another unstick, or did you think you had it at that point?
Well, I thought if we both go in the pit, I'm the aggressor. But also, if I needed another unstick, I might have been disqualified for needing 2 unsticks. So I was just like, just get in the pit.
Well, absolutely brilliant performance. Going to get ready for your next fight. And yeah, big hand for Dolos. Vertex. Incredibly good run so far in the competition. How do you think that fight went?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of got stuck straight on the forks both times. Luckily, he managed to drive me over the pit just before kind of unstick happened again. And yeah, it is what it is.
It was an absolutely brilliant performance. You had a nice bit where you kind of hit the wall and you did loads and loads of somersaults, and it landed. And I saw the weapons were spinning, and I was like, I wonder if his weapon's gone, but got it back up to speed again. Those forks, they're a bit hard to get by, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, they cover kind of so much of the arena, it's almost impossible to get around them, yeah.
We did incredibly well. We're very proud of your position in the competition. Anyway, I'll let you get back. Big round of applause, please, for Vertex.
So it's time for some more whiteboards. Can we get towards the arena, please? Antithesis, Blast Furnace, Anomaly, and Keith the Teeth. I have to say the comments on YouTube are very much enjoying the run from Bish Bash Bosh, except for Bin Boy. Sorry, Bin Boy. So, got some more whiteboards. Got 3 more whiteboards to do before we get on to the main competition once again. And loading into the arena, we have, first of all, Keith the Teeth. Jack Tweedy doesn't actually know he's in this fight. Who would have thought? So Keith the Teeth into the arena. Next up is Antithesis. The Crusher Bot. Currently on the upcoming battles list as well, we have Oobly, Boom Zoom, Abu Dhabi Doo, and Bakuga. Apparently it will not be Oobly in the fight. We'll have to pull out due to damage. Next up into the arena, we have Blast Furnace being loaded in. Blast Furnace looking a little bit different from the last time we saw it. And there is Anomaly, the other robot of Jack Tweedy. The lifter bots. competitors. Anomaly moving towards the pit button. Blast furnace shimmying its way over towards the blue square. Antithesis by the pit square, and Keith the Teeth in the blue square.
Robot is stand by.
Here we go then. Another four-way melee. Grabbers and lifters and crushers and everything in between. Away we go. Anomaly shifting towards Keith the Teeth, lifting Keith up in the air. Keith the Teeth escapes, heading towards Blast Furnace, and there's Antithesis trying to get that crusher involved. Anomaly lifting up Blast Furnace onto its side. Can it get back from there? Don't think so. Maybe a little helpful nudge from Keith the Teeth, although Keith is trying to get a grip on it itself. Anomaly pushing Blast Furnace around. Down goes the crusher of Antithesis, and it's going through the plastic. Look at that! Crumpling down. Excellent stuff there from Antithesis. We haven't seen it use the crusher properly today, but now we have Anomaly and Blast Furnace having their own little private scrap, meanwhile the two grabbers having their own fight. Over comes Antithesis towards Anomaly and Blast Furnace. Blast Furnace backs away. Anomaly now taking on Antithesis and turning them over upside down. We saw them struggle earlier on with self-righting. I don't think they're going to get back from there. Blast Furnace, meanwhile, nudged onto the pit button.
Going down. Pit going down.
Pit descends. Keith the Teeth. A good grip there on Blast Furnace. Anomaly trying his best. Poor old Antithesis in trouble. Keith the Teeth almost over and out of the arena. Not quite. Blast Furnace lifted up once again. There's Anomaly. A little bit of a watching brief at the moment for them, although their fork is now pressing the robot off the ground. There's a bit of a lift. Keith the Teeth perilously close to the pit and push back. Anomaly in underneath and turns poor old Blast Furnace over once again. Keith the Teeth. Blast Furnace back into the action again. Keith the Teeth lifted up. Just over 10 seconds to go so far. Anomaly had a little private view with Blast Furnace.
6, 5,
keeping up with the action as well.
3
seconds to go. Can you get one more pitting? Not quite. Blast Furnace survived, and well, it survived to the end, but down the pits. And while the judges deliberate, let's have a quick think about the fight itself. Antithesis turned over by Anomaly. Anomaly throughout was harassing and bullying poor old Blast Furnace. Keith the Teeth was very much in there as well. Crumpled and sustained damage from Antithesis. It was nice to see it working though, that's nice. Fished out of the pit there is Blast Furnace. Dave bringing Keith the Teeth back as well. So, I've been handed the slip of paper with the decision from the judges. It is a split decision. Can I get an ooh? Thank you, beautiful, excellent. Ben, you went for Keith the Teeth. Okay, Ryan, Anomaly, Simon. Anomaly is the winner. Well done, Tweedy. You've won. Enjoy the money. Hard luck there for Keith the Teeth, but a valiant effort nonetheless. And Jack Tweedy with his first win of the day, so well done, Jack. Next up, can we have Rudimental, Step Up 3D, Zeitgeist, and Nemesis. So another four-way fight coming up. Coming up in the not too distant future, we have Icebreaker, Boom Zoom, Abu Dhabi Do, and Bakugo. Then it'll be our semi-finals between Endboss and Fang, and then Bish Bash Bosh against Dolos in the second semi-final. In the other whiteboards, coming at Deja 2, Chucky, Batteries Not Included, and Spookalele to the ready area. As well as that, Rust in Pieces, Luchador, Solanta Frog, Abracadabra, Carbonated Beverage, Ryukushin up there as well, please. Just get prepared. Maybe that one a little bit later on.
I think what's actually happened is because I wasn't using the forks, and it's only designed, was designed to prepare the program. The forks didn't get it without the forks.
So in the arena at the moment, in the red square, we have Step Up 3D. We have, on the near side as well, in the red, we have Rudimental, we have Zeitgeist, and of course, we have all the way from Spain, the name escaped me, it is Nemesis. I can't see the side from here, it's a long way away. Henry Schrank. Well, the lights are on. Gav has rejoined me. How are you, Gav?
Had food.
What'd you have?
3,
Food.
Nice.
2, 1. Begin.
Away we go. The spinners up to speed of Nemesis and Zeitgeist. There is Rudimental with a great little flick there on Step Up. Step Up well positioned for an Uta shot if anyone wants it.
I think Step Up is actually caught. I think they're stuck up against the wall there. Oh no, they've just been dislodged.
Zeitgeist being tossed around there by Rudimental. That little forklift looking very effective, and now hooking onto the spinner of Nemesis. Step Up, leaving it to the area again by Rudimental, turned over.
I don't know what it is about Step Up, but it just to me looks very bouncy, very late. It always seems to be quite light.
There's a lot of play in the tyres, isn't there?
A lot of spring in its step. So, Nemesis kind of in the middle of all of them here, and now thrown up against the wall by Rudimental.
Zeitgeist being corralled into that corner there by Rudimental, who is now stuck on the pit seam. We saw earlier Red Riot got eliminated as a result. The pit has been activated.
Step Up hitting the button there, and we're still seeing Zeitgeist and Rudimental playing dangerously close.
Playing with fire, and down the pit goes Zeitgeist, and we're down to 3. Rudimental now bullying Nemesis. Step Up doing whatever Step Up is want to do, to be honest.
Yeah, Step Up does its own little thing, but now we're getting ever closer to the pit, and Step Up does not really look to be in control. Rudimental, very much the pusher and the shunter of that fight, but now Nemesis taking the turn against Rudimental, as Step Up gets very close, but not quite into the pit.
Oh, very nice done there by Rudimental. Step Up into the pit. Rudimental now.
So 30 seconds left. Can we get one more robot into the pit? I'm not too sure. Looks like there's a Nemesis-sized gap. But there it is!
And he found that gap. And Rudimental is your winner. Slipping out of the way, and a win there for Rudimental. Well done.
I'm just going to go and choose my lotto tickets. I think I can see into the future.
Clairvoyance.
What a fantastic little battle, and it really was a shunting battle that ultimately hinged on the pit.
Absolutely. A brilliant little manoeuvre here from Rudimental and Nemesis, bless it. It was, how's these periods of inactivity then suddenly just burst into life like that? Found the pit of oblivion,
A
unfortunately.
slight little dodge from Rudimental, only the slightest dodge, but
Just
that's all
enough.
it takes.
Absolutely, it was phenomenal.
And it's so challenging when pushing your competitor into the pits, because you need to give them a good shunt, otherwise they're going to avoid it. But that little dodge, and you're in yourself, it's a dangerous, dangerous game.
Yeah, absolutely, especially for a control bot. You know, you have to kind of play that game very well, you know, skirt around the edge of the pits and be careful. Our next fight is a lot of spinners and the shuffler. Icebreaker, Boom Zoom, Abu Dhabi Do and Bakugo are next up into the arena, please.
I was going to say, Boom Zoom's not a spinner.
Boom Zoom is not a spinner, you're right.
I'm sorry, Sam.
I made a mistake.
I'm sorry, Sam. That was your one mistake of the day.
I'm definitely saying more than that.
But it's nice to see Icebreaker coming back. I'm very looking forward to seeing what that can do.
And it's spongy wedge. It's just so interesting.
Up against Bakugo as well. That's going to be an interesting combination. And Abu Dhabi, I don't know why they do it to themselves sometimes, but they have a flipper. Let's not forget, they do have a weapon.
A glutton for punishment, I think.
They welcome the pain. But no, they do have a weapon. They could get into this fight and, you know, one good flip against Icebreaker, and that could be Icebreaker's weapon made redundant.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. So another four-way match coming up.
And is it time to call the semi-finalists? Is it time to get them ready?
So, can our semi-finalists start making their way to the ready area, please? They are N-Boss, Fang, Bish Bash Bosh, somehow, and Dolos. Busy at work, the Bish Bash Bosh team. I think they have been most of the day, to be honest with you. They've taken such a battering. They had so many heavy hitters fight them.
There's not enough printing hours in the world to give them enough forks for this
Gareth's
competition.
printer is going to want a day off after this, isn't he?
But I don't think that's going to come, because they are going to be repairing all of the damaged components that they have had. So, everyone in the arena, welcome to Bristol Bot Builders. As we have Felix over my shoulder checking out the whiteboards. These are the whiteboards, so these are the fun, combative sessions. Roboteers go a little bit harder sometimes in these just because they want to have some fun. This does not decide the winner though. The winner is set between 4 robots who are going to do battle later. The whiteboards are an opportunity for them to do any repairs that need to be done, because you cannot go back into each battle. We've seen the damage done to Bish Bash Bosh. They couldn't go straight into another round. They need at least half an hour to fix.
Exactly. Ultimately, there's only so long between each fight, but the whiteboards is a good way to kind of give those teams who are still progressing just a little bit more time to make sure that they're fighting, because we don't want to send a half-working robot back in because the fight wouldn't be as good. So this is much more like, you know, give them a bit of time, and we also get some fun fights in the middle as well.
And I don't know what it is, but the shuffler robot, Abu Dhabi, always seems to go to that red zone. They always seem to be placed there.
You have to wait a long time for it to shuffle over to the blue screen. I think it's to save us our sanity, I think.
I don't know, it could be quite fun. A massive cheer watching as it gets over to the side that it needs to go.
Harry, if you do one more fight, go in the blue square next time, yeah? Okay. He's promised he will do.
Well, let's see if Bakugo will allow it to even remain in one piece after this whiteboard.
And of course, Icebreaker, as I say, a former event winner, winning the Summer Showdown event in June this year. Bakugo, relatively new robots from the many robots of the mind of Chris Sowry.
Robot ears, stand by.
We are ready to get going.
3,
Abu Dhabi do in the red square, Icebreaker by the pit,
Begin.
Bakugo in the blue square, and Boom Zoom by the pits. Away we go.
And Abu Dhabi is out of the red
Oh,
square.
it's been absolutely detonated though by Icebreaker. Boom Zoom.
But once again, it's out of the red square.
It's going. He's going. He's getting into the action slowly. Oh, there it is.
And
he's got a hold of Boom Zoom.
And then Icebreaker coming in and doing some damage. Bakugo and Icebreaker, they're really going against each other. There was a lot of damage done between the two.
Oh, and another big hit, and I think that one side of the drive of Abu Dhabi has taken a bit of a battering, and look, one of the feet is struggling to turn. I think that's it for poor old Abu Dhabi do.
But not for the remaining 3 robots. So Boom Zoom lifting up Icebreaker and Bakugo getting involved for some reason. I would just leave them two to it if that was me.
Have them destroy each other first, and now look, Icebreaker being carried towards the pit by Boom Zoom.
A bit of teamwork, but could we see Icebreaker fall in as a result? Yes, we will!
And
it is
down
in the
goes
pit!
Icebreaker.
And now Bakugo seems to have stopped. Is that the end? Is Boom Zoom the winner?
So Boom Zoom has somehow won this fight by avoiding any more trouble. Unfortunately for Bakugo, stuck on the arena floor. Boom Zoom is the winner. Well done, Rob. Well earned today. Icebreaker finds the bottom of the pits. Just like to see Abu Dhabi do get some, action in there. Got a good few hits.
There was a point, Abu Dhabi did try and walk itself into the pit, but it just didn't have the drive to be able to do it.
I think he lost one side of the drive system, and unfortunately that was enough to kill it off. Well driven there from Boom Zoom, driving Icebreaker into the pit. It's a shame that they end up having to fight a robot as good as End Boss so early on in the main competition.
I was going to say, Boom Zoom and Icebreaker, they were working together to get rid of the fork in the road, the obstacle that was Abu Dhabi, and put them into the pits. But Abu Dhabi, with its one-wheel drive, rotated a little bit, and that just presented Icebreaker to the pit. And Boom Zoom, bit cheeky of it, after working together, decided, nah, it's your turn to go in instead.
There is absolutely, nothing wrong with that. A little bit of opportunism, found the gap, and then saw an opportunity and thought, you know what, I can't be dealing with this big vertical spinner anymore. Down you go.
And I have no idea what happened to Bakugo, because Bakugo, in between all of that, just seems to have stopped.
Oh, it's high-centered, I think, by the looks of things. Just, the wheels were spinning, but just couldn't transition. So it might be stuck on something, might have been a little bit of unfortunate, maybe it's not quite got enough play to travel across the arena floor, but that is the end of Bakugo.
And, well, I think that was our last whiteboard until the semi-finals, so...
Well, we have now got our semi-finals. I'm going to bring in our crowd quickly because we have only got 4 robots left. So, our next fight is End Boss versus Fang. If you think End Boss is going to win, give us a shout. If you think Fang is going to win, give us a shout. Okay, so Fang is the crowd favourite. I think they've seen what it did to Baby Shrek. Did a number on them. Can it do it again against End Boss?
Well, I just want to bring it to everyone's attention. End Boss has actually changed their robot slightly.
They have.
The forks of old have been removed, and now we're seeing the ramp, which I think is much better suited to going up against Fang.
Horizontal spinners tend not to deal with wedges as nicely as verticals, so that is why Shane has changed over to his anti-horizontal setup. Obviously, Fang is a horizontal, makes sense. The issue with that is Fang has forks and can disrupt the wedge of End Boss and still catch all those lovely angles that it wants to. Fascinating to see how it plays out. I think you'd have to favour End Boss as the favourite, though they've won events in the past.
I gotta say, that's a brilliant bit of insight, actually. They can easily get under miss. The forks of Fang, yeah, they can get underneath the ramp of End Boss.
I say that. There are no forks on Fang. Fang has gone for the wedge on the rear instead.
So let's talk this through. So it's an open spinning, horizontal spinning weapon on the front, a defensive shield, almost a tombstone on the back. So that's really trying to protect itself. Or will it go front first into End Boss? How are they going to use that ramp?
They could go rear first and try and scoop them up. They might. Interesting. They could try and just get underneath, spin round and then bring the weapon into play, but It's going to be interesting to see how Shane deals
So
with this.
I think this is going to be a combination of who gets under who, and now, well, that's pretty much going to set the tone for the match. But I'm very excited. I'm not sure how to call this.
Robot
Everyone,
is
let's count it
standby.
in. This is our first semi-final.
3,
3,
2,
2, 1, begin. And Mboss up to speed, and right
Straight
away.
round. Sneak it. Oh!
Oh,
It's
it's out!
over! Oh, dearie me. One hit was all it took, and Mboss straight out of the arena. Unfortunately, there goes Fang. Didn't really get a chance to execute what it wanted to do, but as smooth as you like, another final for Mboss.
What a brilliant tactical gameplay though by Fang. Look at that. Watching the replay now. Immediately rotates around, presents the spinner to Mboss, but it was too late. It got out of the blue zone, the wrong side of the Uta zone, and Mboss took advantage.
I think as well, the sheer size of Fang played against it there, because it hit it as it was travelling away, and kind of the momentum just carried it straight over the wall, and that was all she wrote.
Very much. And do you know what? For how tiny that triangle section is, we've seen quite a few outs today. I'm really impressed, actually. And well, we mentioned like Vortex, I think, was one of the key users of the Uta zone. I didn't think Mboss would be using it in this fight, but little did I know.
Do you feel smug that you're picked to win the whole comp is in the final?
I don't feel smug at all. I don't feel maybe vindicated, maybe justified in my selection, but once again, your pick has now been dropped out, so you are now also supporting Mboss, I believe.
Possibly. I'm going to go and talk to them. Oh no, Felix is. He's taking my spot. Go and say hello to Felix.
You snooze, you lose, sir.
So, Felix, I believe we're going to have Shane and John Luke come over to you in just a second, but there is some absolutely incredible damage to Fang that you're going to have a look at.
Look at this fine, established gentleman. How you feeling, Shane?
Heart's pounding a bit. Yeah, that one. Definitely the start when I drove straight at him and got like stuck on him. That threw me off a bit, but yeah, that hit. Wow. Now get ready for the final.
I'd say you must be quite happy because the fight wasn't too long. It went quite nice in your favour, and well, no real damage from it as far as I can see. Might be some underlying stuff, but I'm sure you'll get to the bottom of that. So, well.
Yeah, obviously it's obviously better to take no damage. I'll have a deep dive, make sure no connections come loose, and yeah, I'll get ready for the final. Depending who I fight, because I don't know.
Shane, you've got to put the attire on for the final. Yeah. Well, he's not going to win it.
Well done, Mboss.
Oh, Fang! I can instantly see a bit of a chunk missing.
A slight problem there. Yeah. I didn't want to put the wedge on, but the forks were absolutely broken after the last fight, so there was no chance.
They're just running out of forks, so you thought may as well put a different configuration on. But he's done so well for the competition, and I thought that fight was going to go differently. I thought he's got this, he'll have it, and it'll cause some damage. Just really unlucky. It was just super unlucky. And, well, I'm sure you feel the same way.
Yeah, I tried to make him think I was going to ram him with the wedge, and then turn around and hit him with the spinner, but it just went all wrong.
But it was good tactics. I like the idea. Love the robot. Can we get a big round of applause for Fang?
Our second semi-final is ready to rumble. We
Robot
have
is
somehow got
standby.
Bish Bash Bosh in the red square. I don't quite know how that
3,
happened. And Dolos,
2,
the overhead hammer sword with
1.
the super long forks.
Begin.
Away we go.
And Bish Bash Bosh tripping over themselves a little bit and immediately going after the red robot and stuck into the blade. The red robot is now
Look at
attached.
that. The
And
wiring
look at this.
snagged the weapon. Oh no, it's not. It's the 3D print that snagged the weapon of Dolos.
So the 3D
Dolos's
print is
weapon-
sheared, and now that's entangled on Dolos' weapon, and blue and green can now go to work trying to contain. I think Red Robot is still in this.
I think, look, blue is goal hanging for the pitting because they know that Dolos can't escape that quickly.
I mean, this is an entanglement, surely.
It is. It's an unstick. Dave's going to try and separate the two now.
I think you're going to need some scissors or something to cut the plastic off of that spinner.
So far what we've learned is that Dolos does go through the front wedge of Bish Bash Bosh. They've activated the pit as well.
And this is a very delicate operation now because look at that, absolutely
all
cluttered
absolutely
plastic.
gummed up in there, isn't it? It is just absolutely. It's unfortunate, but I think has it? Oh, look at it, it's like spaghetti. Well, it's going to be interesting to see as well if the weapon of Dolos now works again.
And I'm pretty sure that all 3 robots of Bish Bash Bosh are still working. 1 minute 20 on the clock, so plenty to play for, plenty of time to play for. And there's a little bit of adjudication going on here because some entanglement was taken out of the weapon. Is that fair?
Correct.
And that's what they're just deciding now. So we're just waiting to see what the view is of the judges.
Ref and judges consulting one another. At the moment, we have, I'd say, just over a minute, well, just under a minute and 20 seconds left. So far as well, there was the 2 clusters of Bish Bash Bosh were able to hold Dolos in place. I wonder if they're going to try and use that tactic again and try and get it down the pit as soon as they can, because it is a dangerous weapon. It can't be taken lightly. Let's see.
And this is such an interesting situation. So we're now about to commence the fight. Or are we?
3,
2, 1. Begin.
Weapon spins up, but pit button activated straight
and
away.
Immediately, yeah, the pit is now down. But red and blue putting Dolos up against the wall. Look at that, that's fantastic control by the 2 robots.
Dolos using the spinner rearwards and pulling the whole face off of red there.
And once again, red is now stuck up against the whole of the plastic covering. It's come off of red, but blue and green doing their best. Dolos is now taking them over to the pit. Do we see green fall in?
But
no, it hangs on and it's
DNO.
now back to fight for more.
I have to say, if BBB do make it through this, how are they going to fix red? There's nothing left of it.
Or gaffer tape. If you can't fix it with tape,
We're off
put more
again.
tape.
Dolos has now been set free of red. Green and blue stuck together. Blue stuck on the forks of Dolos and it's got the fighting once again. So this is now the unstick for blue. We've had 1 unstick for Dolos already, which was the weapon, or the wedge, sorry, of red that was removed from the weapon. There was allowed their 1 unstick. This is now blue's unstick, or Bish Bash Bosh's unstick, I suppose.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but I am aware that the judges are discussing that with the head referee. So there is a little bit of back and forth going on the judging table. This fight is really making them work. They're really scratching their heads. What is the letter of the wording?
I mean, at the moment, I'm just happy that the judges are able to actually do some work for a change. They've been very quiet today. But the fact is, at the moment, we're just getting a little bit of chatter between the refs and the judges.
So we'll wait to see. We'll after this fight, we'll definitely get some wordings from the head referees just to explain everything that was discussed during this fight. There is 30 seconds, only 30 seconds left on the clock.
There's 41 seconds, sorry, we're being told by Dave.
So the live stream, so the arena of course has its own clock, and that is what everything is done off of. Our live stream is as close as it can be, but the arena has its own thing. Let's count it in. 3, 2, 1, begin.
And red immediately straight over to the back of Dolos. Can they give it the big old heave-ho towards the pit? They're trying their best.
Well,
Green
blue is now
away.
lifting up Dolos, so now they're underneath Dolos, and that is fantastic work by the team.
Dolos escapes though, and now has the chance to kind of manoeuvre itself away from that pit, which it needs to do, needs to survive. Bish, bash, bosh.
And I'm not sure what blue's doing. They're putting the backside, not the front side, not the shovel up against Dolos, but they're looking, red seems to be really out of it.
Red is in the pit. That's 1/3 of Bish, bash, bosh down. Dolos now trying to spin up, but it can't spin. It can't use the weapon. Green
7,
stuck on the fork.
6,
blue pushing
5,
towards the wall, but
4,
is it enough?
3.
I'm not too sure.
To our
1.
judges.
And one last hammer just for the fun of it.
Well, well, well. I would not like to be a judge of that one. I'm going to ask our crowds, if you think Dolos won, give us a cheer. If you think Bish Bash Bosh won, give us a cheer. Ooh, the room is split.
I think the room is split, and the head referee and the judges are having a serious conversation here, so there's a lot of discussion being done.
It's not an easy one to call. There was obviously 2 separations, very disjointed fight. It wasn't, a nice smooth 2 minutes. One of the clusters of Bish Bash Bosh ended up in the pit. That is also important to note.
Yeah, and that was the red robot that had its whole front face completely ripped into and destroyed.
Trashed,
Dave is now pulling it out of the arena. Look at that mess of confetti. I'm going to go over to the interview booth and try and talk to Bish Bash Bosh.
Absolutely. The live stream seem to think Dolos has won as well. It's a close fight. You know, not an easy one to call. Gav, see if we can find out.
Well, I'll do my best, but we're now here with Craig with the green bot. I don't know where the red robots ran off to, but was that the most damage you've received so far in this competition?
I don't know. I'm not sure, actually. We didn't get too much damage on that one. Definitely the front of red is a bit mangled. But in the previous fight was more brutal than this one, I think.
Really? Okay, that's interesting. So, talk to me about the entanglement there. Obviously, what have you used to make your red front shield?
It's a plastic called TPU, so it's quite flexible and 3D printable, and not very well printed. So it's a bit ropey.
And yeah, ropey it was indeed. It entangled their weapon, and I think that gave you a chance. Blue and green, what were you really trying to do? Because you weren't really in the fight as much as you were last time.
It's unfortunate. I mean, Dolos has got such spiky forks that you kind of just get stuck on them. I think both blue and green got stuck on them at different times. So it was a lot of matches of getting stuck.
Well, I think you've been a crowd favourite. I'm not sure which way the judges are going to go. Let's get Dolos in here now just to have a quick conversation with them. Please do remove your shrapnel, all of your mangled robots, and over comes Dolos. So, how do you think that fight went? Obviously, it went to the judges' decision.
To be honest, that's about as well as I could have expected. I was just expecting to be completely bullied and thrown in a pit, because my robot is very much get them on the front and that's it, but they can come around the sides even if I get one on the front. So I was really bricking it for that fight.
And what was going through your head as soon as the red robot got entangled in your weapon? What were you thinking?
I don't know, I was thinking, well, I've got one immobilized somewhat on me, but he's still moving, but he's attached to me. Whose unstick is this? Like, is this me attacking him and getting stuck, or is this his sort of wedge getting stuck in me and then it's their unstick? So that was quite perplexing as to what's going to go with that, yeah.
No, that's a brilliant point, brilliant point. Well, Sam, is there a judge's decision?
There is. I have the decision. It's a bit of a surprise. It's a unanimous decision in favour of Dolos. Which means Dolos will go through to fight N-Boss in the final, and Fang will fight Bish Bash Bosh for third place. A round of applause for both teams. But need some repair time, so we're going to have a couple more whiteboards to get cracking. So first of all, we have Deja 2, multi-grab drifting, Chucky, batteries not included, and Spookalele. And to the ready table, please. Red Riot, Bento, Anomaly, Rust in Pieces, Luchador, Solanta Frog, Abracadabra, Ryukushin, and Carbonated Beverage, please.
How many robots did you just call?
That's 8.
At the same time?
At the same time.
Okay, I am not enjoying commentating that one. That's going to be mental. But that is the whole point of the whiteboard, so I'm looking forward to this.
In the arena currently we have Chucky, of course with that amazing flexible scoop. Spookalele, which I've been told by Builder Eli can actually play itself.
It can. I've seen it in motion, I've seen it in action, and there it goes. If you have the arena camera on, it's just a little demonstration. We'll see that as the fighting commences. What is it there for? It's purely there for showmanship.
Absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of the comments saying that BBB, Bish Bash Bosh are the people's champions. I think, you know, after their heroics today, I think it can be argued that's absolutely the case, isn't it?
I mean, I wouldn't want to argue against that because no one suspected those robots would be in that position. And honestly, it was close. There was a reasonable chance there would have been BBB up against M-Boss. And let's be honest, that would have been a chaotic fight and robots being thrown into the air. But that fight there was it was more controlled chaos because, as Dolos was saying, his strategy was all about getting the robots up onto the forks and then controlling their maneuvering. But they have two other robots that can attack from the sides or from behind.
Absolutely. It's not an easy robot to fight. I think the fact that there's 3 of them instead of just the 2, like a lot of other clusters, is again another feather in their cap. It's very hard for them to be tracked. In the arena currently, Spookalele playing itself currently, beautifully demonstrated there by Eli. Thank you very much. Deja 2, multi-grab drifting. Batteries not included.
Robot
and
is stand by. 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Away we go. The threatening Spookalele spins up.
Straight away, Chunky gets stuck on the pit there, and now Spookalele also now stuck on the pit. So the pit area being a dangerous place to be. Is that
Deja 2 turning Chucky up and over? Beautifully done there.
And batteries not included seems to be just stuck up against the wall there. I think they're already out of the competition.
Oh,
no, wait, they're manoeuvring.
There's some life in there. Chucky manoeuvring itself towards Deja 2 and trying to flip Deja 2 up and over, succeeds, and turning itself over.
So I think so far for me, Chunky is controlling this fight. They're now turning their attention.
Pit going down.
Deja 2
Pit going down.
towards Spookalele. I want to see Spookalele get picked up and, suplex. I think that'd be excellent. And
well, we might, just like that.
Just like that. And slowly but surely, Spookalele dragged towards the pit.
So close, so close, so.
In the meanwhile, Chucky having fun with batteries not included. Can they go and turn it back onto its wheels? Chucky stuck on something on the floor and then throws batteries not included up into the air.
So Chunky has put batteries not included back onto his rear end. That's not what he wanted. Almost onto the floor. Yeah, there we go. So now we have a 4-way fight once again. And the grabber is just playing with the ukulele as the ukulele plays himself. So close. Deja 2 to falling into the pits.
Good recovery from Deja 2. It's Chucky. Seems a little bit more slower than in previous rounds, a little bit more controlled than it has been so far. I think it has been to its advantage, I think.
And I know it's never going to go up against it, but I'd love to see the ukulele go up against a spinner one day. Absolutely love that carnage.
Left of it.
So Chunky now trying to do their best to put Deja 2 into the pit, but manoeuvring away successfully, and the ukulele is just dancing around.
9,
Deja 2 drifts over the pit. Spookalele turns over itself right.
5,
Spookalele
4, 3,
still in there, batteries not included as well.
1.
Chucky, final flip off. A great fight.
So whilst we wait for the robots to be taken out, I'm just going to quickly ask you, Sam, I have heard from the judges, but who do you think is your winner?
Spookalele, for me.
I don't think I need to ask why. I think it is just one of those robots you have to vote for.
Do you guys think Spookalele won that? Thank you.
Well, the judges, however, disagree. Oh. It is a unanimous decision. They have gone for Chucky.
Well done, Chucky. Very well driven, a good little lifter fight with Deja 2. Now, we have a 8 robot fight coming up. Is it 9?
We've added one more in for fun. Of course, why not?
Why not? Red Riot, Bento, Anomaly, Rust in Pieces, Luchador, Salanza Frog, Abracadabra, Ryokushin, Carbonated Beverage. Make your way to the arena, please.
And you can see all the Roboteers passing behind us. Yes, all of these robots are going into the whiteboard and being placed into the arena.
I should just clarify, it is 8 robots, but there is also a cluster boss in there, so it is 9.
Oh, I see, I see the semantics of the situation. The pedant nature of the judges got the better of us there.
I wonder if 2 minutes is going to be enough for this fight. Last one standing? I mean, no? No? Okay. 2 minutes it is. I've been told no. Abracadabra finds the blue square. Next in are going to be Rust in Pieces, a cluster boss.
That was very ceremoniously thrown in,
It wasn't
wasn't it?
graceful, was it? That wasn't. No, I don't.
No
think so.
love lost there on that robot. Just chuck it in.
Is Isaac going to do the same thing? yes, he is. Have you had enough? Have you had enough of Rusted Pieces today?
Time to go home, I think. I think they need a nap.
Time for a beer.
Oh dear.
It's 5 o'clock now.
It is the evening. Yeah.
Next in, Salanta Frog, one of my favourites, I'm not going to lie.
And they've got it repaired.
Of course they do.
They've got a wonderful repair job there.
Absolutely. Looking resplendent as ever. That gorgeous new artwork on the side, and Nick, of course, has the fanciest mask in the building. Has an RGB mask.
I mean, you can never have enough RGB. That's
it's true.
It's the way things go.
Absolute facts.
I do wonder where the batteries are. I feel like he hides the battery pack in his beard.
I think it's a good shout. Next in, a lovely looking newcomer to this weekend. Carbonated beverage. Certainly, maybe not the most elegant of robots rearwards, but certainly is one of the most original robots here.
It's a mascot for it doesn't have to be pretty to work, you know? It's very much a good robot. And when the ramp's facing the right way, that flipper, it does a good job.
It does chuck things up quite nicely. Next up is Luchador.
I do want to question the placement of carbonated beverage. Why is its bottles exposed to the rest of the robots?
They fear no man. Or woman. Luchador, of course, lest we forget, beat grand finalist End Boss today. So, pedigree there.
And look at the forks and everything. It's just all of those moving parts. So you lift up the robot and everything just droops down to get as low as possible.
Next up, Anomaly, the lifter. Won a fight earlier on today. Jack Tweedy, the builder, actually said to us earlier he loved driving it for the first time. He did a whole event with it in the summer, didn't enjoy it, and now he's finally got it working properly how he wants it. So he's happy.
I think maybe you might have been talking to his doppelganger and not the real Jack.
Other feelings.
Other yes. So yeah, we are loading the arena for the final whiteboard of the day, and then we will only have 2 more fights left to take place. The 3rd place playoff between Fang and, well, we get to see him again, Bish Bash Bosh. So that's going to be fantastic. And then the grand final of End Boss versus Dolos.
Not an easy one to call. Next in the arena is Ryukushin. Running a lot smoother now than it was first thing this morning. Next up will be Bento, the lifter, with some now, it's no longer eBay titanium, it's now actual chopsticks.
I was going to say, it looked like wood, yeah, from my side, it looked like wood.
Apparently there is still eBay titanium in there, so that's exciting.
So what I can see is they've taped the chopsticks to the titanium.
That is engineering at its finest, isn't it?
Genius.
Yeah, absolutely.
In some regards, it's hiding the actual weapon of the titanium, you know. You go in thinking, oh, it's just chopsticks, but no, there is titanium in there.
And
how many more robots? Just the one more?
Just one more. It is Red Riot. The reason we put Red Riot last is because it's a spinner. It's the most dangerous, so it has to be loaded last.
There's always a method to the madness.
Yeah, sometimes.
Only sometimes.
So there we have it. 8 competitors, 9 robots loaded into the arena. They have 2 minutes to kill each other. I have to say, and the cradle of Salanta Frog, the froggy chair itself, has gone in.
So the sacrificial item there, that is going to be ping-ponged between all of the robots.
I have no idea how we're going to keep track of what's going on.
Yep, so Roboteers, find a spot where you can see, and audience, we have the screen up behind us. You might need to watch up there to see what's going on.
Is everyone ready?
I guess a quick hands up if you're ready.
Here we go.
I think that is everyone. Yes, okay, we're going. Everyone, let's count it in.
Stand by.
And a carbonated beverage, calm down.
3,
3,
2,
1.
Begin.
Little early start there from Rusted Pieces. They won't mind that. There is Abracadabra hooking Ryokushin into the air. Luchador trying to get out of the corner, struggling to do
And
so.
Abracadabra is actually stuck in between the wheels. The forks of Abracadabra have gone up through the robot, so they are going to be entangled.
Absolutely stuck. And there is Luchador chasing down. There's the Lancer Frog chasing down Red Riot as well.
And we see Carbonated Beverage up against the wall. They look truly out of it from this point. I'm surprised they're not doing any flipping.
Anomaly chasing down Sir Lancer Frog. Luchador in there as well. Pit is available for whoever wants it. There's one of the Rusted Pieces twins as well. Red Riot goes for the pit. The spinner going for the pit.
Going down.
Coward.
Going down.
Well, it has to be done because look at how close Abracadabra is to that pit. And do they sacrifice themselves and their competitor?
Bento is upside down as well.
And
a pause of the fight. Because
controllers down, controllers on the roof.
What's going to happen here is they're going to remove Bento from the arena. I think they're also going to unstick Ryokushin and Abracadabra. I think is what's going to happen. Yes, they are.
So first of all, Dave goes in to untangle Abracadabra. That's very unlikely.
It was fully in there, wasn't it? There was no escaping that.
Absolutely nothing Ryokushin can do.
Anomaly is also stuck inside of Sir Lancer Frog as well. And at the moment, Bento upside down. We leaving Bento in there? I think so. Carbonated Beverage all right. Red Riot over in the corner.
I think Carbonated is being taken out. Is the weapons being disarmed? The flipper has been depressurized, and I think that's Carbonated Beverage out of competition.
That is the end of Carbonated Beverage for today. A novel machine, certainly.
Absolutely, and you know, to be fair, they escaped with I think only one bottle getting punctured.
Absolutely, an incredible start to very interesting robot, and there it is. The Carbonated Beverage is all gone. I do wonder how Abracadabra is going to escape that that maw that is the pits.
Well, I think they have obviously two wheels are hanging over, but that rear right-hand wheel, there looks to be enough purchase on the lip. I think if they drive backwards, I think they'll be able to escape.
So we're halfway through this fight.
We are halfway through. 1 minute remaining.
There are now 8
robots
remaining, 7 competitors.
And we'll count in the final half of this white ball.
2, 1,
begin.
Abracadabra does escape, and over is Bento back on its wheels now. Red Riot shuffles away. There's Sir Lancer Frog in there, Luchador and Bento having a little scrap. Anomaly's in there too with Rusted Pieces. Lancer Frog still in the action.
I was going to say, when there's this many competitors, the team tactics of Rusted Pieces.
And there goes one half of Rusted Pieces. So
well, I was going to say the team tactics is no more. You can't really contain yourselves, and that is one robot in. Rusted Pieces bringing over another robot for the sacrifice.
Yeah, Red Riot immobilised, stuck, can't self-right. That's Red Riot done. I think Luchador is also stuck. Oh no, still going again.
30 seconds left of this fight, and there's one Rusted Pieces robot remaining, doing a fantastic job fighting against Bontos.
Absolutely, and there is Bento's heading towards Abracadabra. Anomaly lifts up some Lancer Frog and shows it to the crowd. Lancer Frog somehow avoids the pit and somehow avoids it again. Luchador down, Bento's almost in as well. Abracadabra giving a quick nudge. It won't go down, there's too much robots in the pit.
8.
And there's 5 seconds left, or 6 seconds left.
5.
Rusted Piece in there, there's Anomaly
3,
in the corner as well.
2,
Lancer
1.
Frog almost escapes the pit. What a great fight. Still in there, Ryokushin, Anomaly, Sir Lancer Frog, I think just about survives. Bento and Abracadabra and half of Rusted Pieces, so they're still in 2.
So they are the robots that the judges are now going to be deciding who is the winner. What's the point in deciding who the winner is? It's for fun.
It is. I mean, I would have no idea how to call it, but I think I saw a lot of good work being done by one half of Rusted Piece, of course, getting the elimination of Luchador. I think Bento was fairly active throughout, and Lancer Frog as well. I think Anomaly also was, doing some good work in there. So I have no idea. They all win for me.
Well, I think that's the whole point of competing at Bristol Bomb Builders. Everyone is a winner because we're doing something that we love.
Absolutely.
Oh, isn't that a nice thing to end on?
Absolutely.
So we're now seeing getting into the arena. It seems a bit premature to get into the arena when there's still robots around behind you.
I think we're all good. Red Riot being deactivated. There it goes.
And the sacrificial piece from Sir Lancelot didn't really get into this.
Yeah, it survived, didn't it?
Yeah, it was quite
So
nicely done.
He could use that again as a cradle for a second time.
So as David lifts it out of the arena, yes, it is completely unharmed. Maybe one little nick.
That's about it.
So good news for Sir Lancelot. They still have a cradle at the end of all of that.
We have a winner. Ooh. Well, the note says, don't ask us. It is a split decision. So, Simon went with Anomaly. Ben? Abracadabra. Ryan, head judge. Anomaly is the winner. Well done, Anomaly. Makes you wonder, why didn't Jack Tweedy use Anomaly instead of Toxin?
Well, I think that type of combat where there's 9 other robots in contention, you're just really trying to survive. It's a very, very different nature, isn't it, to the head-to-heads?
Absolutely. But well, speaking of head-to-heads, it is time for our 3rd and 4th place playoff. So, can we please have to the arena Bish, Bash, Bosh and Fang, please? The hastily repaired Bish, Bash, Bosh, I think have been absolutely minced every single fight so far today.
And I was looking for a second, I thought it was only the green and blue robots, but
red
no,
is here.
Joe has gone and grabbed the red, and that looks to be somewhat stuck together.
It is. Can we have a round of applause, please, for our 3rd and 4th place finishing teams? They've been absolutely phenomenal all day. They've given us a lot of entertainment. And there is a trophy on the line.
There is a little, the 3rd place trophy actually fell over. There is a little 3rd place trophy on the line. The beautiful little ghost that we have here, probably lovingly made in a workshop out of some scrap material. But it's not the award itself, it's the reputation, the pride that comes with it.
Absolutely. And Fang, a bit of a surprise package, beating Baby Shrek. You know, they've been quietly going about their business. They've caused a lot of damage to a lot of big names. A great run for Fang. Either one of these would be worthy of 3rd place, I think.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, we've seen it in the chat that Bish Bash Bosh have been on a legendary run, and Fang has actually done a fantastic replacement. Night Fury getting knocked out, and Fang's kind of taken that, like, their place with the orange spinner and the black body. You know, is taking his place. So we are now in position. I think we are ready. This is the 2nd last fight of the day. So
stand by.
Between Bish Bash Bosh in the red square and Fang in the blue square.
2, 1. Begin!
Up to speed straight away is Fang. Bish Bash Bosh straight out of the traps as well, and stopping that spinner crucially.
So blue and red getting in there, and now green making some inroads, and Fang turning itself into a spinner, and look at that actually working, red firing off the back of him. Is that Fang spinner? I think it's dead. I don't think it's working.
And it's now turned itself into a full body spinner instead, and red's trying to copy it, I think. Blue is jamming its rocket into the very heart of Fang and pushing it towards the wall.
So this is going to be a shunting match waiting for that pit button. Fang does still have the shovel on the back of it.
And pressed by green. Fang up to speed now. What can the Bish Bash Bosh trio do about that? Stop it is what they can do.
Well, for a second I thought Fang was going to almost baseball swing one of the cluster robots into the pit. And very close we come.
Oh, but blue goes down. That's 1 done for Fang. There's down to 2 clusters, green and red. Can they deal with Fang's full body spinner technique? Well, it can, because they can weight them like that. Oh, so close.
And red was very, very close there. The fork's getting stuck on Fang. Fang, very close.
And red goes down. It's 1-on-1. Fang has dealt with 2 of the Bish Bash Bosh cluster bots.
So it didn't need its spinner in the end. It just needed to wait for the pit to be dropped.
Green turns.
And look at that. Look at that.
Oh, it's so close.
God, cheer it on. Cheer it on.
Green do
They
it.
can do it.
And
Yes.
there goes Fang. And Bish Bash Bosh is 3rd place. The 3-way cluster bot, destroyed after every single fight, is your winner. A valiant effort from Fang. But green,
Strike
the MVP.
one, strike two, but out of the park for Bish Bash Bosh. Fang was swinging for the fences. Fantastic control just to get two robots into the pit, but the overwhelming numbers. Look at that green little cluster bot outpowering Fang. I can't believe that.
Can we have a big round of applause, please, for our 4th place finisher, Fang? And I think a massive, massive round of applause to our 3rd place finishers, Bish Bash Bosh. Felix, find out some stuff for us.
Oh, Will. Fang. How do you think that went for you?
Went okay, but the spinner finally died. It's the first time it stopped, so I'm not sure what's happened. Managed to do the spin move, so that was the backup plan. Yeah, I'm quite happy with how it went, to be fair. It's just one of those things.
I was going to say you had a bit of the blue Bish Bash Bosh robot in there. Do you reckon that just gum sewing up inside?
It may have done. Yeah, I'm not sure. Perhaps the wires come off or something. I don't know.
I got to say the full body spin worked pretty well. I think you took a piece of wheel guard off with that, so I guess that's just sheer weight advantage, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's got quite a lot of weight behind the spin and it's quite fast, so I think that's probably why it did so much damage.
Well, absolutely massive congratulations on 4th place. Can we get a big round of applause for Fang? A quick hero shot for green here. Look at this. They're all mostly still in one piece. Are you happy with that?
It is not a lie. We actually did not believe we would get out of the redemptions today. We built these for fun, just to have a bit of a laugh. We did not expect this. So, sorry, but also we're very, very proud of this. So, yay!
How much fun have you, as a collective, had with this robot? Because I know it's been a little bit, you've got to keep repairing them and all that stuff, but you've always got a smiley face when you're over in the arena, so must be pretty rewarding to have placed 3rd.
It wouldn't be Bish Bash without a day of absolutely horrible repairs between the fights. So, yeah, on brand.
Well, congratulations and well done to all of you. Massive round of applause for Bish Bash Bosh.
So, we have only got one more fight left, but before that, it's not just for the competition. We give out awards for special recognition of, different builders and their qualities. Ryan, can I borrow you, please? Hello, Hedge.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very well. It's been an easy day.
Have a nice
Almost
day.
too easy. One hard one. Very hard one.
Well, you have some awards to give out, I believe.
Yes, I have the first 2 awards for everyone. I think I'm shorter than... yeah, I find this quite hard. So, first of all, we have the award for Best Design. We were looking for something a little bit new, a little bit different, and something that looked good as well. And boy, did we find that very, very easily. We normally don't do this when a robot goes far. We've made an exception. Best Design, this time round, goes to Fang.
Congratulations to Fang, an excellent job and a well-deserved 4th place in the end.
Very well deserved. Our next award, now, any of you that come to a lot of Beetle events or watch a lot of robot combat in general, you'll know there's what we call a meta. There are some designs that, broadly speaking, work better than others. And some people like to do what we call jumping on that meta and starting to build spinners. So we'd like to give the Everything's a Drum Award to Back You Go.
Ladies and gentlemen, back you go.
I've now been joined by Benjamin Hassan, our resident bracket builder. Hello, how are you?
Very well, thank you, yourself.
Having a nice day?
Fantastic.
Excellent. You've got some awards to give out as well.
I have two. I've got the Best Newcomer Award, and there's this one that came to all of our minds really pretty much, and that's carbonated beverage. Lastly, the award I've got is the Best Theming Award that I'm going to give out, and that is to Sir Lance Frog.
Thank you, Ben. And now, Judge Simon. Hello. How's your day been?
Excellent. Fantastic.
Excellent. So, you have 3 awards to give out.
I do indeed. So, here we go. So, this was discussed among the judges, and I was given some advice. Don't come here often, so they had to advise me. But it seems to be that Most Improved Award goes to Boom Zoom. Now, this next one, I really love this one, and it's for the most elegant self-pitting. There's been some really controversial pittings today, in and out the pit and all sorts. But this one I really liked. It was just sort of slow-motion elegance that deserved an award, and it is for Zephyrus.
Now, this next award is something pretty special. I'll let you describe it.
So what it is, I think, I mean, the rules this year have been really interesting, actually. It's been very good. It's been an enjoyment to judge everyone here. But very much in my heart, I always like to see a fight and think it's entertainment. I come from, like, the entertainment side of things, in a way. And I like to see, I don't know, I just like to see something that gets your heart pounding and someone who's really going for it. They might always get to the top, but something you look at and you're going, yeah, that's got something, and I'm loving it. So I have an award here in this frame, and it's for the King Buxton Daring Do Award. Now, I've given it to from early rounds. This is very good. I've given it to Step Up 3D.
We have one more award.
We're
Joe?
going to crack on with the final, I promise. Thank you, first of all the audience for being here. This is the biggest crowd we've ever had, so you guys are legends. Thanks for sticking it out. I hope you think this hobby is cool, because we love this stuff. This is our life, so hopefully see some more events. There's events all over the country. Go on our calendar and we advertise. There's more events. There's an event in Edinburgh soon if you're in Edinburgh. We do events in Bristol every month or two, so come hang out. We do them in pubs sometime. Anyway, enough plugging. We have a Spirit of BBB award, which is someone who just captures our heart for their personality, but also their work for the community. So there's a group from Nottingham Hackspace who started a club over there, and we love they've started the club. But they also brought the most comedic robot and the best team outfits, I think, in the there's some very good Halloween costumes to big up, but there's 4 of them wearing Keep the Teeth shirts. So, of course, Keep the Teeth! Big up! Yes, whip off your jackets! So majestic. Let's do our grand final!
I'm going to ask the crowd now to predict the final winner. So if you think N-Boss is about to win, give us a cheer. If you think Dolos is about to win, give us a shout. Gav, it's pretty split.
If you think it's going to go to a judge's decision, give us a cheer.
There you go.
Oh, not many. Okay, so I think we're going to see a fight.
We are going to see a fight. One of the fights of all time.
Let me finish. A fight that will not go to the end of the clock. A fight that is going to be settled in the arena. Judges, I think you can sit back on this one. We're about to see some carnage. I don't know which way it's going to go. If we get past the 30-second mark, the pit becomes in play, and that, I think, puts it more in favour of Dolos. Exactly.
I think you're right, and I think Shane will be conscious of that. End boss, is very, very good. It has those long forks, but for the first time this weekend, he is outgunned in the fork department.
Well, that is very true. It is the longest forks Dolos I think we've seen in the competition, and well, look at those lethal prongs that we have there. So they can use a couple of pins up against the wall. They can do what they can to run down that 30-second clock to the pit button becomes enabled. For me, I think that has to be the strategy.
Are you still backing N-Boss?
Of course I am. Of course I'm still backing N-Boss. But I'm trying to stress, it isn't going to be an easy fight for N-Boss. They've got to earn this.
Ultimately, you don't get to this stage of the competition by accident. Dolos has had to work its way here. It's been a lot of good competitors to get to this point. N-Boss as well. It's not going to be easy. Dolos, I think, is going to have its work out to try and out-damage N-Boss. I think it's relying on survival and control is the name of the game for Dolos.
And looking at the journeys both robots has taken to get to this point, Dolos has had to do more repair work than N-Boss.
And of course, N-Boss had to go through the redemptions, beaten earlier on by Luchador.
So it's one extra round through. So maybe we'll see some gremlins show up in N-Boss. Who knows? But everyone, we are getting ready. I want you cheering, I want you shouting, and we are going to be counting this down together when the Roboteers are ready. I'm very, very excited. This will bring an end to the BBB event, Bristol Bot Builders, here at St Micheals Church. It's been a fantastic, fantastic event.
I've loved it. It's been great fun.
Yes, thank you for joining me, Sam. No, it's been a pleasure having you in commentary. Thank you, Joe, for inviting me back.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
Very nice.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you to the team.
For one last time, is everybody ready?
I don't know. Well, he's pushed the button, so we are going.
Here we go.
Everyone,
final.
3,
2, 1, begin!
Up to speed, N-Boss, heading towards Dolos, but those forks are keeping them at arm's length.
And Dolos' forks, yes, they're doing a fantastic job, but they're getting stuck on the pit.
And
now
N-Boss
in they come.
One of those are bent now from the impact from N-Boss, but look, Dolos turns it around in underneath.
And they are. Those long forks are doing exactly what they need to do. They're biding time. 20 seconds is already gone. N-Boss just can't get close enough.
They're not getting a major hit on it, are they? Can they get in underneath? The problem is they're not long enough to get underneath Dolos. Dolos has got that reach advantage. Now is when they can cause damage like that. Dolos hitting the pit button now.
So there we go. So the strategy is in full swing. Dolos now upside down. Is that the end?
Right.
So Dolos has the flipper.
It can.
Oh!
Unbelievable. And self-right and hits the back of N-Boss. And then underneath, they've turned it around. N-Boss towards the pit.
Dolos has lost the wheel.
Unbelievable. They couldn't get it down.
So they're pirouetting. The forks of Dolos are bent. You can see it. The hammer's coming down. And we got 1 minute left to go. N-Boss, I think, is in full control of this fight.
Needs to just take that one wheel up, but it's easier said than done. N-Boss now causing damage to Dolos, but Dolos is still in the fight.
And the wheel is spinning, but the referee is counting. I don't know, is this the end? I think that's enough movement. I'm not sure.
He's still going. N-Boss spinning up to speed, goes round the back of Dolos and now hits the back end. Can N-Boss finish Dolos off this 30 seconds remaining?
And that's not what Dolos wants. That's where the control systems are. The referee is starting the countdown.
N-Boss circling into life. They think they've won
4, 3, 2, 1, cease.
Your winners are N-Boss. I have to say, it went backwards and it went forward.
I told you, that wasn't going to be an easy fight. Dolos, they really had the long arms to keep N-Boss away.
It almost went down. It was so close, and at the crucial moment, the wheel that came away, and that was
ultimately the undoing. As I said, I was worried about that. As I said, Dolos, they have had to do more repairs going through that fight, and unfortunately the wheel coming off again. Emboss taking full advantage. The referee was counting, but Dolos was still showing signs of life. For one moment, I thought they were going to do it with one wheel. Emboss got so close to the pit.
It was teetering, it was tottering, but not quite enough. And what a run that was from Emboss.
I think it's time we awarded some trophies, boys.
I think you're right.
I think it is indeed time.
Over to you, over at the interview booth.
Morgan, what a valiant run. All day, Dolos. Big up, Dolos. Can we just have a massive round of applause for this machine? Dolos is your second place person. How do you feel about that, Morgan?
Yeah, I never expected to get this far. Unbelievably frustrated about the wheel right at the end, but that's just how it goes sometimes.
That was a mind-blowing match. Everyone here is so proud of you. Amazing. This is a well-deserved spooky ghost. And finally, the man who says he will now retire this robot. Ooh, someone said it on the microphone now. It's only Shane Lale with End Boss. He's lost his little... How is it, Shane?
That was closer than I wanted it to be. Morgan did amazing. Like, that pitting was so close. Like, if he had his other wheel, I would have been gone. Yeah. Good driving fight, which is what I like. So yeah, I think you can all rest easy because I think now Emboss has to take over the Yanks across the pond, so that'll be the next challenge for it.
You hear that, YouTube? You hear that, Americans? Endboss is coming for you. Massive congratulations to Shane Lale and Endboss. A massive cheer for all our crew, our wonderful crew, our roboteers, our audience, everyone at home watching this. Thank you so much.
One last cheer for the BBB guys for putting on an amazing event. Joe, Craig, Gareth, Philo, Milo, everyone, well done. And Sam, well done. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
See you soon.
So that is the end. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye on the stream. Bye-bye, guys.
We love you.
Love you. To the next one.
And put your stuff in the bins. Thank you. Love you.